Chapter 1126 Mech Continuity. The first step in his plan would be to make use of his long-neglected Special Upgrade Voucher. Special Upgrade Voucher Machine. This voucher can be applied to any object that fits the definition machine and will comprehensively upgrade them to a higher rank. The smaller the machine, the more extensive the upgrade. This voucher is less effective on advanced and complex machines. His intuition faintly approved of this course of action. Ves felt that something very good might result from the use of his voucher on Janzi's mech. The only regret was that he would be wasting his voucher on a mech that likely wouldn't be useful forever. The avatars of myth could not keep making use of outdated mechs as time went by. There would come a time when the Shield of Samar lost its relevance in the changing battlefields. Yet Ves was still determined to use up his voucher. The Shield of Samar was such an impressive mech that elevating it even marginally could lead to substantial improvements in its performance. The Shield of Samar will probably be in use for at least 10 years under normal conditions. That's not a lot of time in the overall scheme of things, but I am still in a very vulnerable position right now. Yet who said a mech needed to adhere to its original design throughout its lifetime? Ves knew that a mech could always change and morph into a different form over time. The field of customizing existing mechs was a deep and extremely extensive field. Some mech designers wholly abandoned designing new mechs in favor of customizing and tuning existing ones. These mechanics earned a prominent place in the crews of mech athletes. They took existing commercial mechs and transformed them into mechs that were exquisitely tuned to suit a single mech pilot. Every competent mech designer could work as mechanics, particularly when it came to their own mechs. Mechs don't have to have a finite lifespan, Ves realized. The parts and frame that made up a mech could each be updated over time. As long as Ves wanted to, he could keep the Shield of Samar relevant on a continual basis by replacing older tech with newer tech. In addition, if he ever updated the Aurora Titan into a Mark II version, then as long as he preserved the essence of its vision, then it would retain the same X factor and the spiritual qualities. This was vitally important to Ves because it would be a waste to discard the qualities that a mech and mech design built up over the course of their use. Could he extend the lifespan of the Shield of Samar to a century? Very much so. Perhaps almost none of its original parts would be retained, but as long as the change happened gradually, the Shield of Samar would be able to continue to serve as Janzi's partner. Living mechs. Partners for life. The company motto never sounded more relevant up until now. Hardly any mech designer put any special emphasis on preserving the continuity of a mech design. However, it was customary for mech designers to update their old mech designs to incorporate the new technology of the times, particularly if the mech designs in question were bestsellers or staple products in their mech catalog. Some mech designers even went to great extremes and devote their entire mech design careers into perfecting a single mech design. They were almost always obsessive about their precious mech design, and some even managed to advance to star designers with this ideology. These single design fanatics may be onto something. Ves contemplated whether he should update the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord. Their X factor wasn't the strongest, but their mech concepts should still remain relevant in the future. Perhaps Ves could even bolster their X factor by blending in some spiritual fragments. Well, I'll consider that for later. For now, the Aurora Titan should definitely deserve this treatment. The Aurora Titan design held special meaning to Ves. It was his first mech which reached an A-grade X factor and incorporated the spiritual fragment of a very special Exabeast friend. These valuable qualities made the design extremely valuable to Ves. It was worth keeping this design up to date with periodic updates. If the design deserves to be updated, then the Shield of Samar deserves to keep up as well. Afraid that the voucher might arouse a visual spectacle, Ves ordered the Shield of Samar to be moved into a small workshop in the Grand Skyward. As an overall rule, exhibition halls generally afforded mech designers some privacy in their workshops, but Ves knew better than that. He activated his privacy shield, though that was only enough to cover a 2-meter radius around him. The system did offer some upgrades to it, but to increase its radius by 25 meters already cost Ves a whopping 1 million DP. Instead, Ves made use of a simpler solution. He turned to Lucky, who he held in his arms. "You ate all of the communications systems of my CFA shuttle and CFA officer-grade comm, right? Go work your magic. Block out any electronic surveillance in the workshop. While you're at it, see if there are any invisible sneaky bastards like Leland around and hunt for any loose spy bugs." Although Ves believed his privacy shield worked far more effectively than CFA jamming tech, they worked equally well against the prevailing sensor technology of the Bright Republic. Meow! Lucky eagerly showed off its capabilities. A jarring wave emanated from the mechanical cat and easily encompassed the entire workshop. Ves rated CFA tech very highly, and if it didn't work on the monitoring system in the workshop, then Lucky would have informed him. The cat meowed a few times to indicate that no one was currently present in the workshop. Okay then. Here goes nothing. He mentally navigated towards his inventory and activated the voucher, applying it on the Shield of Samar before his sight. As Ves envisioned the voucher tearing itself in half from his inventory, the Shield of Samar started to glow in green. It did not change form, nor did its materials upgrade into anything better. From all outward appearances, the voucher hadn't seemed to change the mech very much. "Is that all?" Ves disappointedly asked. The voucher did claim that it worked less effectively on larger and more advanced objects. Without deep scanning the mech, Ves wouldn't be able to figure out what exactly changed about the Shield of Samar. The luminescent green glow eventually subsided as the voucher finished its transformation process. To all intents and purposes, the Shield of Samar remained roughly the same, so much so that no outside observer would be able to tell the difference. Ves still didn't regret using the voucher. It wasn't as if he had any other device on hand which desperately needed an upgrade. Investing in the Shield of Samar seemed like a worthwhile effort to him. In fact, to strengthen its performance in the upcoming demonstrations, Ves did not intend to upgrade mech alone. He wanted to upgrade the mech pilot as well. Although Ves knew he could work his spirituality in some ways to effect such a change, he was far too unpracticed in it. Instead of trying to fumble around with something extremely dangerous by himself, why not employ an expert instead? This expert happened to be the Aurora Titan's spiritual identity that lay at the heart of its X factor. Ves had never communicated much with his images after he finished designing a mech. Doing this was a new experience for him, and he wasn't entirely sure if it would even work. It ought to work. Kalankso's spiritual fragment integrated into the design, but did not lose its own distinct identity during the process. Instead, it simply took on a new job as it settled into its new home in the imaginary realm. Ves needed a new name for the images and spiritual fragments that integrated into a design. He decided to call them design spirits, because the words succinctly described their roles. They were living spirits, which animated lifeless designs and mechs. This especially applied to what Kalankso's spiritual fragment turned into. As Ves stepped closer and closer to the Shield of Samar, he could feel its radiant spiritual fluctuations. The mech was very much alive in his senses. Ves could not help but repeatedly admire the strong effects of A-grade X Factor. Most of all, its spirituality still carried the strong imprint of Kalankso's spiritual fragment. It's a bit different since last time. The spiritual flavor took on a little bit more mech and a little bit less exabeast. Being attached to a mech design would inevitably cause the design spirit to assimilate a bit more from its immediate surroundings. Perhaps this transformation would gradually continue over time until hardly anything would be left of its roots. Is this a good transformation or a bad one? Ves didn't know. While he was glad to see the design spirit develop and evolve based on its circumstances, he did not wish for it to forget its roots. Right now, there wasn't much for him to be concerned about, but that might change in the future. For the moment, Ves concluded that there should still be enough of Kalanxo left to bargain with the design spirit. It's just a matter of making contact. Ves concentrated his mind. He called up his spirituality and extended an invisible and intangible tentacle of spirituality from his mind. He gently moved it over to the dormant shield of Samar and tried to poke it into the cockpit that served as the heart of the mech. A connection had been formed. Strong sensations traveled through the tentacle. A confused jumble of thoughts and a new sheaf flooded his mind, causing Ves to utter a scream. It had been a bad idea to make a direct connection with such a strong design spirit. Ves barely lasted a few seconds as he desperately tried to convey his meaning before he forcefully retracted his spiritual tentacle. Damn! That hurts! Ves winced as he rubbed his head. Although the contact only lasted for a short time, Ves felt as if his entire mind had been burned by the raw exposure to the Aurora Titan's design spirit. I can only hope it got the message, he muttered wearily. Okay, Lucky. My work is done. You can deactivate your ECM now. Sometime later, the mech technicians moved the shield of Samar back in the hangar bay in order to be prepped for launch. Janzi reunited with her mech again, and was just about to hop into its cockpit in order to ready herself for the big demonstration. The success of the Aurora Titan in the market depended upon her upcoming performance. Ves deemed this event to be so vital that he couldn't help but give out some hints. If he wanted the Shield of Samar to perform at its best, then he shouldn't be too stingy with his secrets. He took Janzi to the side and activated his privacy shield yet again in order to have a private conversation. What did you bring me here for, Ves? I wanted to tell you something that will help you interface deeper with the Shield of Samar. Have you ever felt as if there was something special about your mental connection with your mech? I have. She frowned. I'm not sure what's going on with that. But your Shield of Samar is unlike any other mech I've piloted before. I've even sat in the cockpits of the other mechs of the Avatars of Myth, and I've noticed that the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord are different as well. We've all known you are doing something different in your mechs. Since the Avatars of Myth work the most with his products, they would have been fools if they hadn't sensed something distinct in the Black Beak, Crystal Lord and Aurora Titan models. Since you already know this, let me fill you in on a secret that will help you form an even more intimate connection with your mech. You see, while I'm not allowed to say so, I did some research on neural interfaces and the man-machine connection during my service time. The dwarves who died due to his research had not sacrificed their lives in vain. Janzi looked at Ves with a rapt expression. She believed in him. How could she not? He was a very capable mech designer. He had to be in order to design a mech as amazing as the Aurora Titan. What's the secret? She asked. She could barely contain her excitement. How can I form a better connection with my mech? Chapter 11:27 Adaptive Mechs. When it came to family members who joined the Avatars of Myth, Ves was willing to set aside some of his rules. He never told the customers of his mech how to best use their mechs. Mech pilots and the owners of his products all had their own way of doing things. It would be far too intrusive for the mech designer to butt into their midst and force them to listen to his advice. The only place where he could exert such control was with the Avatars of Myth, but even then Ves felt leery about enlightening the hired help with hints that alluded to the secrets related to spirituality. Out of all the people he wanted to succeed, he wanted his family to reap the greatest benefits. Therefore, Ves made an informed decision to slowly elucidate the likes of Melker and Janzi to how they could draw upon the hidden potential of their mechs. The only challenge was that Ves did not want to be too direct in the event the secret might leak out. Just like describing his design philosophy and the LMC's founding principles, he needed to take an indirect approach in order to set Janzi on the right path. He began by repeating the company motto: Living Mechs. Partners for life. You've heard of it, yes? Before you do anything else, just think over those words. Do you think they apply your bond with the Shield of Samar? His cousin furrowed her brows. I'm not a deep thinker, Ves. I'm not sure what you're getting at. I thought that phrase is just a clever marketing slogan. The company motto functions as that, but more. It describes the essence of what I'm trying to accomplish with my mech designs. Think about the Aurora Titan design. Each and every copy is exceptional. Yours is in fact the most special because it's not only the first production mech, but also because I showered it with a bit more attention. So what exactly is so different about the Shield of Samar that can help me pilot it better? Ves hesitated for a moment before he decided on the best way to approach the issue. My mechs are designed to be adaptive. Adaptive? You mean they change? Yes, but not on a purely technical or hardware level. Instead, the man-machine connection between you and your mech can change in response to your attitude towards your mech. This automatically happens to each of my mechs regardless of who is piloting them, but there are certain methods you can employ to hasten the changes and quickly deepen your connection with your mech. So what are these methods? Well, first, you should think about the core purpose of the Aurora Titan. Why does it exist? What is it meant to do? It's a defensive space knight. It exists to defend friendly mechs, ships, and other assets in space. Janzi stated the obvious. Ves nodded. That's correct. The Aurora Titan does that, but to a greater extreme. It is an obsession for mech, in fact. If you can adopt a similarly single-minded focus towards its core purposes, then you are moving closer to its essence of existence. The closer the two of you are aligned, the deeper your connection with your mech and the more responsive the piloting experience will become. Do you understand me up to this point? I guess. She frowned. What does this have to do with the adaptiveness of my mech? It sounds like I'm trying to make myself more suitable for my mech instead of the other way around. That's a fair point to make, but the closer your mindset matches to the core purpose of the Shield of Samar, the less the mech has to exert itself to adapt to your presence. Think of it as an intimate relationship. Both you and your mech are trying to get closer to each other in order to form a strong and enduring bond. This isn't something without a consequence because it can definitely affect your performance with your mech. Janzi scratched her head. So you're basically saying I should marry my mech? If that is how you understand it, then sure. If you love your mech will love you back. Not directly, mind you, but the Shield of Samar will definitely be able to unearth your full potential if you are of one mind with your machine. All of this vague advice confused Janzi a bit. She understood the sentiment that Ves tried to convey, but she simply couldn't wrap her head around how all of this would even be possible. Was the mech governed by an extremely sophisticated AI that constantly tweaked the software of the mech to respond more readily to her thought patterns? She understood too little about the technical side of mechs. She could only take Ves at his word and try out some of his advice. I'll give it a try. Is there anything else I can do to help me pilot my mech better? The next bit of advice came a bit closer to the secret concerning expert pilots. However, the Larkinson family was not completely clueless about it. They often emphasized the instillment of a core set of family values to every mech pilot in order to facilitate a coherent belief that would serve as the core of their force of will. The only flaw with that approach was that the force of will needed to adapt to the specialty of the mech pilot. This will sound a bit esoteric, but I need you to pilot the mech with a strongly focused mindset. Don't worry too much about the company, our family, and all the people that are watching your performance. Just try and dedicate most of your mental concentration to the core values of your mech. The purer your thoughts, the more closely you will mesh with your mech. That's very dangerous, Ves, she said. A mech pilot constantly needs to extend their awareness in each direction. What if I'd become so focused on showing off that I won't be able to spot the space debris about to crash into my machine? I'm not telling you to be so immersed that you lose your situational awareness. Ves shook his head. My research on the man-machine connection has taught me that mech pilots will generally achieve better results if they didn't share so many irrelevant thoughts with their mechs. I've designed my mech to react better to mech pilots who are strongly focused with values aligned to their design. This is a little hard for me to wrap around. His younger cousin frowned. Can you give me an example? Sure. Let's take an aggressive mech pilot like Ves Larkinson. You've heard of her, right? Yeah. She quit the family a few years ago. She's a very aggressive person, and that plays well with her mech specialty and fighting style. Riella is eminently suited to pilot light skirmishers. Now think about what would happen if she piloted the Shield of Samar instead. Let's leave skill out of the equation and just assume that she can pilot a Space Knight just as well as a land-bound light skirmisher. Would she be able to muster up as much potential with the Shield of Samar as you? Janzi answered back with another question that expressed her doubt. A mech is just a mech, right? Why is it so picky about their mech pilots? Ves sighed and shook his head. Janzi, after spending several months with the LMC and the avatars of myth, I would have thought you would have learned that mechs are more than just machines. Try considering them as living machines that have their own thoughts and emotions. You've sensed some of that with the Shield of Samar, right? Right. Treat your mechs right, and they will back you up. The more you open your mind to your mech and the closer you align yourself to its purpose, the more responsive the mech will become to you. This is what makes my mech stand out from the machines designed by other mech designers. They regard mechs as disposable tools. I'm different. All of my mechs are designed to be more than tools. They are designed to be partners. The overall message that Ves wanted to convey to Janzi was to treat her mech like a partner rather than a machine. This went against the general lessons that mech pilots received in their Mech Academy days. Mech pilots were taught not to get attached to their assigned mechs. They learned to take care of the mechs, but only to the extent of avoiding unnecessary wear and tear. According to the Mech Academies, mech pilots needed to be adaptable enough to pilot several different mechs when the situation called for it. This did not only entail piloting an identical copy of the same mech model. A versatile mech pilot should be able to jump into the cockpit of a different mech model without requiring any adjustment period. Ves knew that his advice went against the grain of what the Mech Academies tried to instill, and Janzi knew that as well. She raised her eyebrows. So essentially, you want me to focus completely on mastering the Shield of Samar? In a way. That doesn't sound so bad to you, right? The Shield of Samar is a great mech. She nodded. She finally came around to his advice. I think, if you will allow me to, I'd like to stick with the Shield of Samar for the long haul. This was what Ves wanted to hear. As long as you perform well enough with the Shield of Samar, the mech will continue to be assigned to you. I'll make sure Melker knows what to do. Just keep my advice in mind when you pilot the mech. If you aren't using the Shield of Samar to its full potential, then I won't hesitate to take it back and assign it to a more promising Space Knight specialist. This finally caused Janzi to panic and widen her eyes in alarm. Don't take away my mech, Ves! With how attached Janzi had become to her new mech, the threat of taking it away from her would make sure she stayed on her toes. Ves clapped his hands and deactivated his privacy shield. All right. That's all I wanted to pass on to you. Get ready to board your mech. The Grand Skyward will still take some time to move into position, but try and apply some of the advice I've imparted to you while you are warming up your mech. I think you'll be able to achieve some immediate results as long as you adopt the proper mindset. I'll keep that in mind, VS. One more thing. Don't tell anyone about what I just said, alright? Why? Shouldn't more people hear your advice so they can pilot your mechs better? They're not exactly applicable to everyone in every situation. I don't want to cause any trouble to my mech pilots that can get them killed. The LMC will have to pay billions of credits in legal fees to fend off all of the lawsuits that will ensue. Janzi nodded in understanding, accepting the excuse that VS had casually thrown out. To be fair, a non-mech pilot really shouldn't be giving advice to a mech pilot on how to do her job. People had gotten in trouble before by giving out improper advice to mech pilots that caused them to make stupid moves that risked not only their own lives, but the lives of their comrades as well. Even mech designers had to be careful on the advice they gave out. Just because they knew how to design a mech didn't mean they knew how to pilot them to the best effect. As Janzi began to climb into the cockpit of the recently enhanced Shield of Samar, VS made his way back to the stage where the audience would soon be allowed to witness the show models in action. Chapter 11:28 Demonstration. At the appointed time, VS made his way back to the main hall of the Grand Skyward. Right now, the flying exhibition hall had risen far above Benthime's surface and entered into space. Specialized towing ships latched on to the Grand Skyward's superstructure and carefully moved it further away from orbit and the busy traffic in the vicinity. VS picked up Lucky and held his pet in his grasp as the pair became the center of attention once again. He walked forward with confident steps. He tried to convey the belief that he was absolutely assured that his new mechs would exceed everyone's expectations. The extraordinary measures he resorted to should make sure that the Shield of Samar would definitely be able to make a splash. I've given you plenty of chances to elevate your performance, Janzi. It's up to you now to see whether you understood the gist of what I've been trying to impart. He could have given her some more advice. VS hadn't mentioned anything about the exhibition the Aurora Titan had been partially based upon. If Janzi became fully aware of the sacred god known as Kalangso, then she would have been able to align herself much closer to her mech. Yet how could VS explain something like that without exposing his secrets? As much as he liked Janzi, he still reserved his judgment with regards to her commitment to VS, the LMC, and the avatars of myth. Just because she was family did not mean that VS trusted her unconditionally. The example of Riella running off to join the Blood Claws came to mind. While she hadn't specifically betrayed VS, she willfully abandoned her responsibilities in order to pursue her own passion. Giving Janzi the mistaken impression that VS had employed advanced technological means to make his mechs adaptable should be sufficient for now. If a true mech designer heard this story, they would definitely dismiss it as nonsense if they had access to the full design schematics. Instead, they'd likely guess that the special quality that VS imparted to his mechs came from his design philosophy, which came awfully close to the truth. VS would have to explain his design philosophy more clearly to mech designers someday, especially if he wanted to collaborate with them. He had already tasted the benefits of collaborating with a competent mech designer, and wanted to do more projects like this in the future. He quickly put that thought out of his mind as he walked up the middle of the stage. He took a deep breath and centered himself again. He could not afford any distractions from this point onwards. Thank you for your patience. I know the ride into space can take a rather long time, but the wait is almost over. We have almost reached the asteroid which will provide the venue to demonstrate the capabilities of the Aurora Titan. The crowd responded more enthusiastically when the backdrop of the enormous wall behind VS turned transparent. The main hall had turned into a giant observation chamber. The instant the wall turned transparent, 5 Aurora Titans flew into sight and performed a couple of fancy, synchronized maneuvers. The white mechs made for a mesmerizing sight that instantly attracted the attention from the audience. Their golden, glowing wings and the golden after-trail emanating from their rescue particle generator that only faded away after a couple of seconds made them look incredibly radiant. Various projections appeared as well in order to provide a better view of the mechs. The shield of Samar took the lead position in the 5-mech V-shaped formation. Ves only regretted that he hadn't customized its appearance to reflect its special status. He could only remedy that issue afterwards. As the crowd became distracted by the slow but smooth coordinated space maneuvers of the show models, the towing vessels placed the Grand Skyward relative to the nearby asteroid that had been towed all the way to Benthime's high orbit. The Grand Skyward hosted many mech trials in space. They were more than aware of the dangers of discharging an improperly aimed weapon. It would be disastrous as a mech armed with a kinetic rifle fired a slug at a mech, only for the projectile to miss and travel onwards towards the surface of the planet. Although some projectiles would burn up and vaporize during their violent descent into Benthime's atmosphere, the tougher ones retained enough mass to pose a deadly threat to any vehicles and people at the end of their trajectories. Therefore, the local government mandated that all space trials in the vicinity of Benthime would either have to use a moon or an asteroid as a backstop to block all lasers and rounds from projecting into deep space. Although the chance that these projectiles would travel onwards until they hit a starship or a mech that happened to be in the way was minuscule, it could not be ruled out. Therefore, only until the Grand Skyward and the mechs traveled fairly close to the asteroid could they proceed with the demonstrations. One of the Aurora Titans moved forward until it stood in front of a dummy that stood for a friendly rifleman mech. The Aurora Titan is entirely focused around defense, so the upcoming demonstrations will fully showcase their defensive ability. The first demonstration will showcase the resilience of its thick tower shield and its Pizarro armor system. No other defensive method will be employed for now, and the weapons used against the Aurora Titan will be a mixture of the 3 most common ranged weapons used by mechs in space. 3 mechs appeared a distance away. One of them wielded a laser rifle. Another one wielded a kinetic rifle. The last one wielded a handheld missile launcher. All 3 mechs began to fire at the dummy mech, only for the Aurora Titan to block the incoming firepower. Though no sound propagated in space, the audience could feel the powerful impact and the damage the weapons inflicted. The attacking mechs were using real mech weapons that hadn't been weakened from their standard parameters. If Ves wasn't absolutely confident about the Aurora Titan's defensive prowess, he would have never approved of this demonstration so easily. As you can see, the tower's shield is slowly being whittled away. Ves narrated the proceedings. By default, the Aurora Titan is supplied with a thick tower shield made of uncompressed alloy. While not as resilient to damage as a shield made of compressed alloy, it is much more convenient and affordable to replace and repair in the field. Its sheer thickness ensured that it will take a lot of firepower to break through this barrier. Eventually, the shield succumbed, but not after withstanding several minutes of focused attacks. Laser beams, kinetic rounds and errant missiles soon began impact against the surface of the mech. This was a very dangerous situation for the mech pilot in the Aurora Titan. If the design possessed any critical flaws, the mech pilot might inadvertently suffer injuries in case of an accident. Ves did not allow any of his doubts affect his confident facade. He could only hope the demonstrations would succeed in giving his Aurora Titans a moment to shine. As you can see, its Pizarro armor system is able to hold out well against all types of damage. The Aurora Titan is larger than regular medium knights, which means it has more surface area to disperse any incoming damage. Its armor is able to provide excellent protection from the front and decent protection from the rear as long as the Aurora Titan retracts its semi-foldable flight system. The incoming fire eventually led to serious-looking breaches as individual armor plating finally began to buckle. Ves suppressed his wince as best as he could as he imagined the serious internal damage the mech was suffering as some of the firepower spilled into the internals of the mech. Yet Ves kept reminding himself that all of this had been planned beforehand. The mech under fire ought to be able to hold against this much damage. The audience didn't think that much. Instead, they felt pain for such a beautiful and compelling mech being marred and ruined by all of the incoming fire. Wasn't Ves concerned about killing the mech pilot? Some of the breaches were very close to the cockpit. There is nothing to be concerned about. The Aurora Titan's exquisite internal design incorporates extensive damage control measures added by Professor Corus Van Tag. His work ensures that even if the mech suffers breaches in its armor, the machine will still be able to maintain its core functionality through the use of redundant channels and parts and compartmentalizing them into separate internal chambers. The attacking mechs eventually stopped firing, sparing the beaten-up Aurora Titan from becoming completely ruined. Seconds later, the Aurora Titan unfolded its mostly intact flight system and began to fly around like a triumphant survivor. The audience stood and awed at the remarkable sight. The mech withstood so much damage, but could still muster up the ability to fly back to the Grand Skywards hangar bay. This is just the start. Ves grinned. The next test will showcase its other defensive means. Subsequent Aurora Titans began to showcase its polarizing modules. Glowing white fields covered various sections of their shields and armor. The large amount of laser beams they blocked while leaving very few signs of damage to the mechs themselves impressed the crowd yet again. The polarizing fields also performed decently against ballistic shells and missiles, but buckled fairly quickly against kinetic rounds. The next Aurora Titan showcased its ability to employ its alien crystals to absorb laser fire retaliate by firing radiant light beams from the charged crystals. The accuracy of the retaliatory light beams were very poor as the Aurora Titan had never been designed to accommodate ranged weaponry. This was also why the Aurora Titan hit a large dummy target only a few hundred meters away. Such a target was so close that even the most inept marksman mech pilot would be able to land a hit. The unexpected light show emanating from the mech drew a considerable amount of fascination from the enraptured audience. This was exactly what Ves wanted to achieve. All of the demonstrations had meticulously been planned weeks beforehand in order to provide the best impression of the mechs without coming off as inauthentic. This came into play when an Aurora Titan flew forward with its broadsword ready to strike against an opposing swordsman mech. Normally, the Aurora Titan would not be able to beat a melee mech in equal combat. However, it was a very different case this time because the opposing mech pilots were very familiar with each other. They already practiced the choreography in the simulators until they memorized the moves by heart. The Aurora Titan in question entered into a measured duel against the swordsman mech. While the swordman mech was lighter and swifter with its sword, the Aurora Titan easily showed off its ability to withstand errant sword blows while dishing out powerful counterattacks with its strong limbs. The message that Ves tried to convey here was that the Aurora Titan was not useless in melee combat. It merely had to employ specialized fighting styles developed specifically for slow-moving mechs. Once the fourth Aurora Titan convincingly won the duel by sacrificing portions of its armor, the time for the Shield of Samar step had arrived. As Janzi maneuvered her mech into place in front of a dummy mech, Ves worked up the crowd. The next and final demonstration will showcase all of the capabilities of the Aurora Titan shown thus far when used in unison. My cousin, Ves Larkinson, will be facing against 10 ranged mechs and 1 melee mech. As the opposing force will do their best to destroy the dummy mech behind her, Janzi will use every means possible to hold out as long as she can against the onslaught. Even outnumbered by 11-1, the Aurora Titan will still stand strong. This was it. While the choreographed demonstrations up to this point had excited the crowd, Ves wanted to achieve more. The audience may have developed a good impression of the Aurora Titan's capabilities, but that was far from convincing potential mech buyers to order the mechs. Only by showcasing all of the Aurora Titan's capabilities at once during an extremely arduous demonstration would the mech be able to bloom in full splendor. Chapter 11:29 Ves Larkinson. Ves Larkinson breathed deeply as she brought out the shield of Samar out into space and towards the demonstration site. She brushed her shoulder-length raven hair back as she continuously explored how she could better connect to her mech. Strangely enough, some of the strange advice that Ves had given her actually seemed to work. Her experience with the Shield of Samar was unlike any other mech she piloted before. As a younger Larkinson, she mostly piloted various training mechs used by many other mech cadets. Training mechs had been designed to be as easy to interface as possible with as many people as possible. The Space Knights that she used to pilot felt like docile horses in her mind. The mech responded fairly easily to her commands. She had never been an exceptional Larkinson. Born to a Larkinson mother at a common planet in the Rittersburg region, she enjoyed a fairly normal childhood. The lengthy visits to the Larkinson estate every now and then brightened up her days as she got to play with many little Larkinsons. As she grew up on the stories of her grandparents, her aunts and her uncles, she hoped she would be lucky enough to possess the genetic aptitude to pilot mechs. Her wish came true when the test results came in. Her genetic aptitude had been graded as C+. While her genetic aptitude didn't attract too much promise among the Larkinsons, it was still above average compared to mech pilots in the Bright Republic. As she took her first classes at the Mech Academy, the question that came to her next was her specialty. The decision to specialize in a certain domain of mechs came up early. Many mech cadets couldn't decide in their first few years at the Mech Academy. Not Janzi. The basic mech academies only focused on teaching the fundamentals of piloting land-bound mechs. Young mech cadets would occasionally go on a field trip in space to try out various space-borne mechs, but their complexity made them unsuitable for most mech cadets to start with. This gave Janzi very little opportunity to pilot space-borne mechs in her early teens. Yet as soon as she entered the cockpit of her first space-borne training mech, she instantly fell in love with flying free in space. There was something very fascinating about space. Humanity thrived in it. In the Age of Mechs, the ceaseless expansion of human civilization in the galaxy may have stalled, but it had cemented its rule over countless star sectors. How could she turn her eyes to the ground when there was so much to explore in space? Planets only made up a minuscule portion in the vast gulf that was space. She developed a fascination for space-borne mechs early on, and enjoyed the few times she got to pilot them for real. Her regular forays to the Larkinsons and the training she received from her family allowed her to explore space-borne mechs much more often than regular mech pilots. She eagerly learned the basics of piloting space-borne mechs even before she fully mastered the basics of piloting land-bound mechs. The moment she could choose which advanced mech academy to attend, she immediately chose a famed space-borne mech academy based in the new Foundation system. Upon arrival, she eagerly explored the range of possibilities available. Although she enjoyed almost every space-borne mech she laid her hands upon, her lack of skill and marksmanship made her unsuitable to specialize in ranged mechs. Of the melee mechs that remained in her consideration, she eventually chose to go for a very uncommon specialty. She decided to dedicate herself to piloting Space Knights. Why Space Knights? Because my friends and comrades need protecting. Although she enjoyed piloting agile light skirmishers, she found it burdensome to keep up with the rapid decision-making required to make the most of these machines. Other melee mechs were easier for her to pilot, but she just constantly felt vulnerable while piloting those offense-oriented mechs. Space Knights gave her the feeling of piloting a mobile bulwark. They meshed well with her because she felt useful just by being there. A Space Knight's main task was to shield more vulnerable mechs from damage, and while it was not a glamorous job, it was a very vital one that Janzi didn't mind fulfilling. Whereas most mech cadets thought dismissively of Space Knights as clunky mechs that flew like pigs with wings, Janzi enjoyed the responsibility she took upon piloting this type of mechs. Everyone looked up to their Space Knights when they needed cover. Janzi always felt gratified when she managed to gain the appreciation of her fellow mech cadets for performing this vital role. The only regret she had was that she wished she had been born a few years earlier. The war already broke out when she attended the Advanced Mech Academy. Although all the Advanced Mech Academies accelerated their training programs in order to hasten the supply of new mech pilots, the war had already ended before she even finished graduating. To the Larkinson potentates, missing out on the war just before they graduated was one of the most painful moments in their lives. The worst part about it was that the war ended too early. If the war had lasted 5 years as usual, then Janzi would have had enough time to get settled into her new mech regiment. A year should have been enough for her to see real action and become a real Larkinson. This regret haunted her endlessly after the outbreak of peace. Even if she graduated from the Advanced Mech Academy with honors, she felt utterly listless at the thought of spending 20 to 30 years of endless training, boring patrols and feeble skirmishes before she could finally live up to her family name. She was so envious at the likes of Ganso and Perelia Larkinson for being able to bloom during the war. While Janzi didn't have much hope of advancing to expert candidate due to her aptitude, had she been born at the same time as the latest stars of the family, she would have been able to go home with her head held high. As it was, the war was over and nothing could be done about it. Janzi completely felt as if she had suddenly gone adrift. What was there to do for her? The Mech Corps which she long hoped to enlist in would never engage in any action that could equal any major battle during the war. How could she find any fulfillment in her duties in those times? She initially regarded the family's decision to assign her to the care of Ves Larkinson and his thriving business as a moment for her to reflect. She did not think too much of the mech business that one of her richest cousins in the family had founded. To her, the Larkinsons were never that short of money, and Ves had only designed a couple of landbound mechs so far which didn't spark her interest. All of that changed when Ves came up with the Aurora Titan. From the moment she first heard of its conception, she found the design to be fascinating in so many ways. The Aurora Titan, a Space Knight taken to an extreme! While the developing design was not as sturdy as a genuine heavy Space Knight, it nonetheless offered a lot of defensive power. The lack of mobility was a sore point, but Janzi had already become accustomed to piloting sluggish mechs. Even then, she never realized the full potential of this design until she finally came face to face with the Shield of Samar. It was the most impressive mech she'd ever seen. The same compelling quality that was present in all of V's mechs pulled her in immediately, and never let her go. As she interfaced with the mech for the very first time, she felt she entered a state of nirvana, as she felt as if her mind elevated into a higher at that moment. As Janzi practiced more and more with her mech, she developed a strong affection for the Shield of Samar. Despite its many flaws and shortcomings, piloting the mech was such a joy that she had completely forgotten about her earlier regrets. Even then, she never considered the Aurora Titan to be more than just a mech. She loved the Shield of Samar like she loved a favored tool or weapon. Yet did she adopt the right approach to her mechs? The Shield of Samar already felt responsive to Janzi. Could she really achieve an even greater connection with her mech? Is Vs really onto something? It didn't hurt to try. She tried to follow V's instructions the moment she entered the cockpit and turned the mech into standby mode. This kept the mech active but with all of its functions locked down. With her safety and the safety of her surroundings assured, she tried to put her mind into a deeper connection with her mech. What was the role of a space knight? To defend, to shield, and to protect. The Aurora Titan design exemplified these ideals to an even greater degree than regular medium space knights. Janzi already adhered to these ideals herself, but this was the first time she actually invoked them in her mind while she interfaced with her mech. She followed the other advice that Ves gave her as well. She cast aside as many distractions as possible and tried to embody the other traits the shield of Samar was supposed to embody. What is Samar anyway? She idly wondered. The moment this distracting thought passed through her mind, she felt a distinct pulse of feedback from her mech. The strange reaction creeped her out, at least at first. Who's there? As Janzi explored the strange landscape of her man-machine connection with her mech, she found nothing else besides the soothing presence of her mech. The only difference was that she felt as if her mind had come significantly closer to her mech than before. More than that, her mental proximity to her mech allowed her to sense that the shield of Samar was more than a cold machine that ran on processor logic. The mech somehow felt warm and welcoming to Janzi, as if it was an affectionate pet like V's mechanical cat. Somehow, equating the shield of Samar as something similar to Lucky rather than a regular mech helped Janzi gain an even closer connection to her mech. Was Ves truly right in that she could do much more with her mech if she regarded it as a living partner? Was the company's motto truly applicable to its products? A sea of change went through her mind. Janzi became immersed in deepening her connection with her mech. Although the mech instructors at the academies always warned of the dangers of diving in too deep into the man-machine connection, she took no notice of this warning at this moment. She felt as if she had found a wonderful partner in her mech. She no longer felt as if the other end of the man-machine connection was a lifeless puppet for her to inhabit. Instead, she felt like she had developed an intimate bond with a mech-sized pet. Janzi became so immersed in this wondrous state that she almost missed the moment of her launch. Even though she drew back her immersion in order to focus on her performance during the upcoming demonstration, the mech nonetheless continued to accompany her. It was as if the shield of Samar was as eager to show off its full capabilities to the public as Janzi. The moment she positioned the shield of Samar in front of the dummy mech, she had entered into her highest state of focus. The importance of her performance to the success of the Aurora Titan model, and the company made it critical that she piloted the shield of Samar as flamboyantly as possible. Though it seemed like an illusion, Janzi somehow believed that her mech would do its utmost to assist her in giving the audience a great show. The moment the laser beam struck her mech, she already entered into an invigorated state. She no longer fought alone. She had her partner to back her up this time. Chapter 11:30 A Great Show. The shield of Samar immediately caused the audience to gasp in admiration as it intercepted several simultaneous laser beams at once with its polarized shield. The mech's tower shield covered a very expansive surface area. To polarize the entire surface of the shield was very wasteful, and would quickly drain the energy cells of the mech. Janzi did not employ the polarizing module in such a crude fashion. Instead, small square fields of light covered all of the sections of the shield about to be struck by lasers. While she didn't manage to intercept every laser in this fashion, the fact that she managed to block at least half of them from damaging the surface of the shield was impressive enough in itself. Lasers traveled at the speed of light. It was impossible for any human or machine to perceive the trajectory of the deadly beam of energy as it propagated through space. The only way to predict their trajectory was to keep a close eye on where the enemy mechs pointed their muzzles at. The difficulty of doing so to a mech pilot already burdened with multitasking various functions was immense. Yet Janzi somehow managed to make it seem almost effortless. Ves continued to stand on the stage as he watched the proceedings while stroking Lucky's back. Meow. I know. Janzi is going all out this time. It seems like she has taken some of my advice to heart. Although the distance between him and the shield of Samar was too great for him to sense the spiritual strength emanating from the impressive mech, its splendor had become even greater than before. If the previous Aurora Titans looked good during their individual demonstrations, then the shield of Samar fought like a beast. Under Janzi's proficient direction, the shield of Samar began to absorb the incoming firepower in a measured way. Even as small missiles and kinetic weaponry impacted her mech as well, she rapidly configured the shield of her mech to only absorb the energy damage. By blocking all the lasers with its polarizing fields and blocking the physical damage with the mass of its tower shield, the shield of Samar withstood the incoming fire as efficiently as possible. All the mech pilots and more knowledgeable mech enthusiasts in the crowd recognized the incredible mental effort required to direct the polarizing module with so much alacrity. However, even as Janzi proficiently intercepted all the ranged firepower coming in her direction, a swordsman mech approached the shield of Samar from an angle. The shield of Samar was about to get entangled in close-quarters combat while continually being bombarded by ranged fire. Janzi couldn't move her mech out of the way. Aside from exposing the mech dummy she was supposed to protect, her mech simply didn't have the mobility worth mentioning to dodge most of the incoming fire anyway. She needed to stand her ground. The moment the swordsman mech came into range, the two mechs entered into a showy duel. Even though her opponent made exaggerated attacks, they nonetheless hit at full force. The shield of Samar couldn't stand still and let the swordsman mech beat them up. Due to the diverging angles of attack, the tower shield could not block both sources of damage at once. As previously planned, she fended off the swordsman mech with the shield of Samar's broadsword while continuing to employ its tower shield to block the rain of fire. The mech did so splendidly. Not only was it able to continuously employ its polarizing field to mitigate the lasers, it also wielded its broadsword sufficiently enough to block and parry the swordsman mech's powerful slashes. Even though the mech insiders among the crowd that such a silly situation would never arise in an actual battlefield, the Aurora Titan model never looked as impressive as now. Nobody questioned why the swordsman mech didn't simply bypass the shield of Samar in order to strike the dummy mech behind it. They all became enthralled in the impressive way the mech continued to hold out against overwhelming odds. The searing beams of lasers and the kinetic rounds impacting the surface of the shield looked impressive, especially considering that it could do some serious damage if the shield of Samar showed any weakness. Nonetheless, Janzi never even once indicated any alarm. She continued to fend off the swordsman mech with her sweeping sword moves while her shield slowly chipped away. Against so many ranged mech attacking the shield of Samar at once, its tower shield lasted for a respectably long time, especially considering that it was made up of conventional uncompressed armor. However, nothing lasted forever, and the audience groaned as the shield finally snapped in half due to the horrendous-looking breaches inflicted by the kinetic rounds and explosive missiles. The mech had lost its shield. A torrent of fire immediately poured onto the surface of the shield of Samar. Even as the mech looked like it was being baptized in fire, the mech amazingly held out without suffering much damage. Its Pizarro armor system resisted much of the damage. Not only did it fare well against physical damage, the polarizing fields that Janzi called into being resisted most of the energy damage as well. Janzi managed to do all of this while at the same time becoming burdened by fending off a swordsman mech up close. The performance up to this point had already surpassed her best results in the simulators. Even as she directed the shield of Samar to employ her polarizing fields in the most efficient fashion, she also started to allow some lasers to strike the alien crystals embedded on the surface of her mech. As laser fire occasionally hit in the vicinity of the crystals, they absorbed most of the energy from the lasers. After a minute of charging up, the crystals then began to fire a radiant white beam back at the ranged mechs. The moment this happened, the entire crowd peaked in their excitement. Even though they already witnessed this reaction at an earlier demonstration, to see it employed in such an arduous scenario impressed everyone. While the shield of Samar's unexpected counterattack hadn't taken out any enemy mechs, the light beams nonetheless caused them to enter into disarray. The broadsword, the Pizarro armor system, the alien crystals, and the polarizing module all formed an impeccable combination that showcased the Aurora Titan design to the fullest. Even though the armor of Janzi's mech slowly started to chip away, the mech still lasted for a very respectable amount of time. A mid-range medium space knight would have already succumbed at this point, but the shield of Samar still endured. Ves knew that the end was close, though. While he contemplated manipulating the battle scenario in a way that allowed the shield of Samar to take out some enemy mechs, such an outcome would be too contrived. He made the decision that it was better to focus on showcasing the Aurora Titan's defensive capabilities and leave the question of offense up in the air. Janzi should be sending the signal to end the demonstration at any moment now, Ves muttered to himself. Even though she employed the polarizing module as efficiently as possible, the energy reserves of the shield of Samar would definitely be hitting below 20 or 30% by now. Once Janzi was forced to abandon the use of her polarizing module, the damage incurred by the mech would quickly escalate, thereby necessitating a stop. Yet even as the shield of Samar continued to sustain more damage to its armor plating, the radiant mech still held its ground. What was Janzi thinking? The mech did not draw back from the demonstration as planned. Instead, it grew increasingly more active. Even as it endured the incredible amount of fire pouring in its way, the mech aggressively attacked the swordman mech that had been harassing it all this time. Through a display of unexpected zero-G acrobatics, the shield of Samar engaged its flight system to rotate its orientation so that its legs faced the enemy melee mech just as it had finished launching an attack. The legs grappled with the sword and somehow caught it in a way that allowed the shield of Samar to rip it off the grasp of its wielder. The swordsman mech was disarmed. Janzi reacted instantly on this development. Not only did she control the shield of Samar to fling the sword off into the asteroid behind her mech, she also surprised the weaponless swordsman mech with 3 simultaneous light beams from the charged alien crystals she held in reserve. The light beams struck fairly hard at close range. Not only that, but they had been aimed in the most strategic weak points of the enemy mechs. One light beam struck the head and blinded its main sensors. Another light beam hit a critical joint in the left wing of the swordsman mech's flight system, causing a portion to detach. This caused the mech to spin unevenly for a moment. The third light beam struck the chest of the mech during its spin. While the chest plating easily resisted the damage, the particular position Janzi had struck happened to be aimed directly at the cockpit of the mech pilot. All of these attacks gave the shield of Samar enough opportunity to engage its flight system into another rotation that allowed it to chop at the unbalanced swordsman mech with a powerful half-moon chop. The crowd went absolutely bonkers as the swordsman mech lost both of its forearms. Like a fish on the chopping block, Janzi's powerful attack managed to cleave straight through the 2 limbs. Another attack struck at the swordsman mech's unbalanced flight system, destroying it utterly from its base. The melee mech lost all of its mobility in space. It spun helplessly as the mech's feeble legs couldn't find any footing in empty space. As Ves wondered what the hell Janzi was doing, she decided to go on the attack. The shield of Samar gripped the spinning mech with its free arm that used to hold the tower's shield, and used the swordsman mech as a makeshift shield. This immediately forced the ranged mechs in the distance to stop shooting. How could they fire on their own comrade, and in an exhibition battle at that? Yet Janzi ignored all of those considerations and willfully used the immobilized mech as a shield to bring the shield of Samar closer to the ranged mechs. While the shield of Samar accelerated rather slowly with the added burden, the distance to the ranged mechs wasn't all that far. The mech pilots of the ranged mechs were so shocked at the unplanned turn of events that they only reacted when the shield of Samar reached halfway. They quickly flew their mechs backwards in order to avoid getting entangled in a battle up close, but Janzi made a surprising move during this time. Her mech arced her sword arm back before flinging the broadsword forward. It spun unerringly in space at the fleeing ranged mechs before managing to clip one of the flight systems of the mech. The mech instantly lost half of its maneuvering power. Not only that, but the uneven damage caused the mech a lot of difficulties in adjusting its trajectory. All of these problems allowed the shield of Samar to come close enough to let go of the mech it used as a shield to wrestle with the ranged mech. The shield of Samar used its considerable bulk and strength to crush the ranged mech's flight system and break the joints of its arms and legs. The mech had been crippled in an instant. Even then, Janzi still hadn't gotten enough. The shield of Samar picked up the disabled ranged mech as a makeshift shield and continued to accelerate towards the other fleeing ranged mechs. Though the super-medium space knight could never catch up to its swifter opponents, the mere absurdity of the situation had stunned the audience before gaining their full support. The entire crowd cheered Ves Larkinson on. Strong waves of enthusiasm and admiration emanated from the audience, as even the non-mech fanatics got caught up in all of the excitement. Even though Ves wanted to excite the crowd, this battle scenario had completely gone off the rails. The mech pilots involved might have gotten seriously injured, which would inevitably result in a major scandal for the LMC and Nora Consolidated. Just as Ves tried to figure out a way to rein in his berserk cousin from causing an even greater scene, the shield of Samar faintly flickered as a strange field minutely flickered around the mech. Although the field only lasted for an instant, Ves widened his eyes as he recognized the effect. A veteran mech pilot sitting at the front seat suddenly stood up. "I recognize the flicker that happened back then. That's the precursor to forced resonance. The mech pilot of that Aurora Titan has just broken through to expert candidate." A lot of people nearby heard the veteran's words. The news instantly spread like wildfire among the audience. Ves Larkinson broke through, Chapter 1131, Stealing the Show. When most mech pilots broke through to expert candidate, they usually did so under dire circumstances. Even then, the turning point was rarely apparent at first. Aside from the elevated performance of the mech pilot in the heat of the moment, they only belatedly made the realization when the telemetry of the mech registered the faint onset of resonance. Only in rare circumstances was the breakthrough strong enough to prematurely show some hints of forced resonance. The summoning of an energy field that only lasted for an instant was like an advanced taste of what might result in the future. Even though the energy field was extraordinarily weak and only lasted for an instant when Ves Larkinson peaked in her performance, all the instruments on the mech and the grand skyward registered the resonance phenomenon. This was incredibly impactful to Ves and anyone in the crowd aware of the implications. This was because forced resonance flickering was a very good sign the newly advanced expert candidate would easily achieve an eventual breakthrough to expert pilot. Ves Larkinson was strong. Stronger than Ves and the entire audience had expected her to be. Even as she single-mindedly continued her futile pursuit of the spooked ranged mechs, nobody kept the demonstration in mind anymore. Everyone was abuzz at how they had just witnessed a mech pilot breaking through to a barrier that so many mech pilots failed to pierce. And she was still so young and unknown. Some people in the crowd expressed skepticism, however. Perhaps the forced resonance flickering had been forced. Perhaps the sensor footage had been manipulated. Ves knew the situation had entered a fluid moment. He needed to make decisions quickly. Since the breakthrough already happened, he should run with it and take as much advantage of Janzi's fortunate moment as possible. He instantly ordered the control room to call up a projected screen that transmitted all the raw telemetry related to resonance. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? I am very happy to announce that it appears that the mech pilot of the Aurora Titan currently in the field has just broken through expert candidate. Projected to the side is the raw telemetry of what has happened from the moment leading up to her breakthrough. Before she started to demonstrate the capabilities of her Aurora Titan, she was a regular mech pilot. It was only until the demonstration entered into its most heated state did she manage to find the turning point that allowed her to break past her barrier. Please welcome the latest expert candidate to emerge from the Bright Republic, Ves Larkinson. Janzi! 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 The crowd yelled as all of them had become fully swept up in the moment. The glory of witnessing a mech pilot transforming into an expert candidate was such a rare occasion that many of them coveted this moment in their memories. They might have witnessed the birth of a future famed expert pilot of the Bright Republic. In a society that worshipped high-ranking expert pilots, the audience's fervor towards Ves Larkinson's ascension was such a glorious moment that some even forgot about the existence of the Aurora Titan. However, not everyone thought that way. While Ves didn't say anything explicitly, he nonetheless emphasized the fact that Ves Larkinson started off as a regular mech pilot until she fully became engaged in piloting a copy of the Aurora Titan. The hidden message here was that if Ves Larkinson could manage to find the turning point to take her first steps to apotheosis, what about other mech pilots? Some of the more affluent mech commanders and mech pilots in the audience wondered if they could also manage to achieve a breakthrough if they piloted an Aurora Titan. There was no established theory that certain mechs increased the odds of breaking through than others. Some mech pilots even broke through to expert candidate while piloting cheap rust buckets. Yet Ves Larkinson's example stood out by how rapidly and unexpected she broke through. Everyone could see that she was young, too young to participate in the war most likely. Not only that, but the telemetry projected from the control room made it clear that her genetic aptitude wasn't the highest. A spontaneous breakthrough during a product-revealed demonstration of all occasions should have been impossible. Yet Ves Larkinson broke through anyway as if she was fighting a pitched battle against overwhelming odds. Even as Ves shared in Janzi's turn of fortune, he nevertheless began to hold some doubts in his mind. The extraordinary means he resorted to beforehand definitely played a hand in Janzi's breakthrough. The most glaring issue for him was that he truly hadn't expected for Ves Larkinson to break through so easily. How could she advance to expert candidate with so little foundation? Ves just wanted Janzi to deliver a great show. Therefore, he used his upgrade voucher on her mech to upgrade its quality in ways that he hadn't fully understood yet. He also gave Janzi some tips on how to engage with the Shield of Samars in order for her to work with its X factor. Various factors must have combined into play all at once to facilitate Janzi's transformation. Ves did a lot of preparations beforehand that each contributed to the possibility of breaking through. Nonetheless, he determined that a single source must have tied these factors together. The Aurora Titan's design spirit. Ves communed with the design spirit for a few painful seconds. He beseeched the entity that used to be Kalankso's spiritual fragment to take care of Ves Larkinson and to accommodate her as best as possible. The design spirit must have responded to his plea in a dramatic fashion. Not only had the design spirit facilitated Janzi's bond with the Shield of Samar, but it also went a step ahead and actively transformed her into an expert candidate. Ves did not expect the design spirit to go so far. Having witnessed the spiritual fragment's operation in transforming Eloise Pelican straight into an expert pilot, he knew the fragment had lost a significant chunk of spiritual energy. Although the fragment seemed as potent as ever after the mastery experience, the design spirit shouldn't have been able to recover all of that lost energy after being partitioned from Kelangso's mind. Is my understanding of the fragment mistaken? How is it able to replenish its spent spiritual energy? Eloise Pelican's situation was a lot different than Ves Larkinson's circumstances. The former had already fought 10 arduous years in the barren dark sphere. The mech pilot constantly obsessed over protecting her comrades and trying to find a way back home to reunite with her child. In comparison, Ves Larkinson was barely into her adulthood. Fresh out of the Advanced Mech Academy, she hadn't yet found a strong conviction to fight for. Even if some of V's advice nudged her into the right direction, she was merely at the start of her formative journey into exploring her place in the galaxy. The Aurora Titan's design spirit shouldn't have easily been able to infuse spiritual energy into Janzi's errant emotions and thoughts and turn it into a coherent force of will. Unless that's not the case anymore. If Janzi followed V's advice on how to adopt a compatible mindset with her mech, then perhaps that had given the design spirit just enough material to spin into the beginnings of a uniform force of will. Even as Ves tried to present Janzi's ascension in the best possible light, he continued to question the exact circumstances of this event in his mind. He really only wanted to make Janzi enter into her most optimal conditions so that she would be able to showcase the Aurora Titan to the best of her ability. That she would smash through her boundaries came as a surprise even to the ultimate culprit that enabled this situation to occur. Ves Larkinson stole the show in a dramatic fashion. Although her breakthrough while piloting the Aurora Titan would definitely be a great public relations coup for the mech design, a number of headaches quickly resulted as well. The mech corps would probably come knocking at their doors very soon. In addition, he could already see the conspiracy theories that the Ansel crowd would doubtlessly spread. An expert candidate could not be faked, so they could not discredit Janzi herself. What they could do was to accuse Ves of employing someone who was already an expert candidate to fake a breakthrough during the demonstration. Ves and Professor Ventag needed to get on top of this situation as soon as possible. He flitted his eyes towards the front row. The professor nodded to him before standing up and departing towards the control room. I know what to do, Ves, the professor said through their private comm channel. While the authenticity of Janzi's breakthrough can be questioned if all of the data comes from us, Bentheim is an incredibly busy star system. There are thousands of ships and mechs in high orbit. If their sensors hadn't managed to catch the resonance readings, the nearby space stations and defensive installations would have certainly captured something. I'll contact everyone present in the vicinity of this area of space and ask whether they are willing to share their sensor readings and corroborate their testimony in public. I'll leave the matter in your hands then. Ves quietly nodded. Professor Ventag enjoyed a very high status in the Bright Republic. There was no doubt that most of the entities he contacted would be eager to do him a favor. With that matter taken care of, Ves stared at the shield of Samar, whose mech pilot still hadn't woken up from her single-minded pursuit. He patched into her comm channel. Janzi! Stop! The demonstration is over now. You don't have to fight anymore. She didn't respond. Ves had an inkling that she might have followed his advice too closely and lost her awareness of the greater situation. None of his mechs carried a kill switch, at least in ordinary circumstances. The only way to stop the shield of Sama would be to employ other mechs to bar her path. Yet that was an exceedingly risky prospect considering the security mechs would have to go against an expert candidate. Yet was that all Ves could do? Perhaps there is another way to shock her out of her immersion. Ves was familiar enough with Janzi that he believed he could find her presence in the imaginary realm. Even as it looked as if Ves observed the projection of the shield of Samar's continued pursuit, he had long drawn his concentration inward and focused his senses in the imaginary realm. He immediately honed in on Janzi's unstable presence close by. He found a strange convulsing ball that represented Janzi's newly developed force of will. It radiated vague concepts of protectiveness, duty, and other values that Janzi shared with the Aurora Titan's design spirit. Although Ves was not too knowledgeable in spiritual phenomena, the ball looked awfully unstable. He guessed that Janzi's elevation had come too forcefully and abrupt. It might have strained her mind excessively, and put her recently acquired force of will at risk of blowing up. Ves needed to do something to calm the roiling force of will. He decided to do so in the only way he could think of. He carefully extended a spiritual tentacle and tried to make contact. Even as various strong thoughts bled through the connection, Janzi's spirituality was not as overwhelmingly strong as the Aurora Titan's design spirit. He conveyed a strong message through the connection. "Calm down. It's over now. Stop fighting." The messages immediately took effect. The force of will stopped churning so much. Even as it calmed down, Ves drew back his attention from the imaginary realm in order to check if the shield of Sama reacted as well. The mech ceased acceleration. Janzi finally regained her senses and pulled back her machine. Ves sighed in relief. While she likely wasn't in the clear yet, at least she had a chance of stabilizing her volatile spirituality before it unraveled. Aware that the public still needed some direction, Ves turned around and clapped his hands. "My apologies for the delay. Janzi Larkinson is fine. She will be returning to the Grand Skywards hangar bay as soon as possible. This concludes the demonstrations of the Aurora Titan. Please stand by while the Grand Skyward will soon descend back onto the surface of Bentheim." No matter what, if Ves didn't take advantage of this rare opportunity to promote the Aurora Titan, he did not deserve to be in charge of his mech company. Chapter 1132 Lost Investment. The demonstrations ended in a spectacular fashion. Even as the Grand Skyward dove back down to the surface of Bentheim, a modest number of wealthy businessmen, outfit commanders, and other powerful people immediately walked up to the booths where the sales representatives stood by to register their orders for the new mech. Ves figured that many of them ordinarily wouldn't buy a clunky mech like the Aurora Titan. However, they quickly changed their minds as they witnessed Janzi Larkinson's miraculous transformation to expert candidate. How could these wealthy clients not get inspired? The mech pilots among them secretly dreamt of replicating Janzi's feat despite the fact that she was a Larkinson and a rigorously trained mech pilot. She was really far too young and inexperienced to break through at such a time. For her to be able to reach her new heights so easily while piloting the Aurora Titan, what about others? The majority of the people who raced up to impulsively place some orders of the Aurora Titan each hoped to reach Janzi's fabled status. The quota for the gold label mechs ran out practically instantly. The silver label mechs were being ordered by the dozens while the bronze label mechs received more than 100 orders. While this didn't really sound that much in the greater scheme of things, these many orders already smashed V's wildest expectations. Even the cheapest bronze label mech sold for 100 million credits per copy. Yet with how fast the orders accumulated from just wealthy individuals from the crowd alone, Ves even had the impression that he should have jacked up the price even more. "This is crazy!" In addition to the orders coming from the audience, the people watching the live broadcast from elsewhere also started to register their orders at Nora Consolidated's virtual portal. While they couldn't order any gold label mechs through this channel, the amount of bronze and silver label mechs they reserved was almost equal with the orders from the audience. Although a lot more people watched the amazing events through the live footage, a much smaller proportion of these people actually placed the orders. They hadn't been close enough to become affected by the auras of the show models, hence they managed to remain a lot more sober than others. Still, Ves did not delude himself that this would be the extent of the orders pouring in for his latest mech design. Janzi's example served as an extremely compelling story. That the Aurora Titan design had the privilege of fostering a mech pilot into an expert candidate would doubtlessly turn it into a focal point in the entire mech community for the coming days. Even the mainstream news outlets will report on this event. All the press coverage that would doubtlessly ensue after this day was free publicity as far as VS was concerned. Instead of paying all the media outlets to carry ads that promoted the Aurora Titan, their broadcasts and articles would promote the mech design for free. This was far from his expectations or the expectations of his marketing campaign. They only set up a lot of recorders and sensors near the demonstration site in order to capture good footage to use in their ad campaigns. Now, all of the footage turned into treasures that the LMC and Nora Consolidated could easily spin into a selling point for their joint design. Not only did Ves Larkinson showcase the Aurora Titan to its full potential, but the valiant turnaround at the end looked amazing even if she hadn't broken through expert candidate. As VS watched over the crowd of people hurrying to place their orders, Gavin walked up to him to inform him of the latest developments. Ves Larkinson is mentally and physically exhausted, Gavin said. When the staff pulled her out of her mech, they immediately brought her to the Grand Skywards Infirmary. While we don't know what exactly transpired that put her into such a state, I've been told that her condition is stable. The Mech Corps is dispatching an armed escort to the Grand Skyward right now to take her to a military hospital for more thorough checkups. VS pressed her lips. Is the Mech Corps already claiming her? Gavin shook her head. Technically, no. They're definitely interested, but Janzi herself stated that she didn't want to make any decisions regarding her future at this moment. That is remarkably wise of her to say. VS grew suspicious. Who told her to say that? I did. Gavin grinned. I already anticipated what a storm would ensue, so I took the liberty of meeting her first in order to coach her on the things she should say. VS looked at Gavin in appreciation. This fellow truly lived up to his current responsibility as his fixer. Thank you for that. I'll be sure to give you a bonus. Tell me, has Janzi said what she wanted to do? She doesn't really want to leave the avatars of myth. She said she likes it here and that she loves her mech. While VS was glad that Janzi expressed some desire to stay with him, he felt like he owned her since he indirectly facilitated her ascension to expert candidate. He didn't want to see his investment being taken away by the Mech Corps. Nonetheless, if VS truly wanted Janzi to remain under his thumb, he needed to fight for it. While expert candidates were not as remarkable as expert pilots, the military still prioritized their recruitment. VS knew that the Mech Corps would want to bring Janzi in their ranks as soon as possible so that they could indoctrinate her into becoming loyal to the state. It would be too late for them to shape her loyalties when she advanced to expert pilot, so it was imperative for the military to get her into their grasp. I don't want to let her go, VS firmly said. Give me options. What should I do? I don't really know, VS. If you want my take on it, go call your family. They're much more knowledgeable and connected to the military. I'm not sure whether they will be as helpful as you suggest. The Larkinsons probably want to force march Janzi to the Mech Corps themselves. VS shook his head. The policy towards expert candidates and expert pilots is very military-oriented in the Bright Republic. There are hardly any expert pilots who are working in the private sector. A small number of known expert candidates and expert pilots did remain unattached to the military. Due to special circumstances, the Mech Corps didn't insist on recruiting them. However, their conditions weren't all that good. Expert candidates generally needed to develop themselves. The Mech Corps invested a lot of time, attention, and resources into helping their expert candidates advance. As for expert pilots, their full range of abilities would never reach their full potential unless they piloted an expert mech. These fantastic machines cost a ridiculous amount of money to design, develop, and maintain. VS estimated that the cheapest ones were worth about 5 billion credits, but such a cheap machine was simply not a good complement to a genuine expert pilot. The decent ones probably cost around 30 billion at the very least, though VS wasn't exactly sure of that. All in all, while the LMC would tentatively be able to develop and maintain an expert mech, it would be a significant financial burden. The problem is the Bright Republic, Gavin reiterated. It's such a war-involved state that it has come to regard domestic expert candidates and expert pilots as strategic resources. Perhaps in the Renault Republic an expert candidate can get away with rejecting the offers of the honored ones, but the Mech Corps can probably come up with a conscription order to force Janzi to leave our midst. It happened before. The Mech Corps were notorious hoarders when it came to expert candidates. Any expert candidate that popped up from the private sector would quickly end up in their hands. Perhaps in other states they may have a decent shot at retaining Janzi, but not in the Bright Republic. Even though the latest Bright Vija War had already ended, that did not mean the Bright Republic was without threats. VS knew the real reason why both states ended the war in a premature fashion. If an even bigger threat loomed that necessitated the two squabbling states to temporarily put aside their animosity, then the demand for expert candidates and expert pilots would be even higher. The Mech Corps should be vigorously trying to collect as many of them as possible in preparation for an even more intensive conflict. VS already started to consider keeping Janzi within the avatars of Myth: A Lost Cause. The only thing he could do was to make sure he got as much concessions out of the Mech Corps for relinquishing his cousin. Contact my grandfather and coordinate an action plan. If the Mech Corps is insistent on taking Janzi away, then they'd better give us something in return. Will do, VS. As Gavin left his side in order to contact the Larkinsons, VS met with Professor Ventag. I've managed to convince more than 50 ships and installations to share their sensor readings and their testimonies to me, the professor said. The authenticity of Janzi's breakthrough won't be in question with so much corroborating evidence. Is there any way for me to retain Janzi in my service? The professor shook his head. Ordinarily, no. There is a way, then? Nothing is impossible, VS. If Senator Tovar exerts his full effort, he might be able to grant an exemption to Janzi's conscription. The only issue is that he has no reason to do so. Fighting to keep an expert candidate out of the hands of the Mech Corps costs a lot of political capital, and it isn't clear what he can gain from this in return. The other founding families will see the senator's actions as an attempt to secure an expert pilot that is loyal to the Tovar family, and that is deeply taboo in their circles. One of the rules the 5 founding families have set for themselves is that they wouldn't compete on expert pilots. VS raised his eyebrow. He expected the opposite. That's a remarkably enlightened stance to take. Why is that? Because they have seen what would happen if expert pilots become loyal to a single faction rather than the state. If the Tovar family secured the loyalties of 3 expert pilots, that would mean the Mech Corps would have 3 fewer expert pilots to deploy during war. If the 5 founding families and other powerful organizations begin to hoard dozens of expert pilots, that would mean the Mech Corps would become horribly outmatched against the Mech Legion. Won't the founding families and other organizations lend their expert pilots to the Mech Corps in the event of war? That would work, VS. The internal divisions and the politicking that will inevitably ensue will disrupt the Mech Corps from within. We've seen the consequences of excessive infighting and tribalism in the Vija Kingdom's military. If the Mech Legion's noble officers didn't fight each other all the time, they would have been able to conquer Bentheim already. If even Professor Ventag expressed little hope at retaining Janzi, then VS figured that the Larkinsons wouldn't be able to come up with anything better. Not that the family wanted to see Janzi's potential being wasted by staying out of the military. The high reputation of the Larkinson worked against VS this time. Everyone would expect Janzi to join the Mech Corps because that was what Larkinsons did. Renouncing the family name like Riella did wouldn't be of any use. Janzi was too famous and high profile to resort to that excuse. "I'll go visit Janzi in person," Ves said. "Could you take over here?" "Sure. Go ahead and check up on your cousin. Despite what will follow, do remember that this is a great development for her. Many mech pilots would kill to be in her place." Ves parted with Professor Ventag and moved to the Grand Skywards Infirmary while carrying Lucky. He knew that the main reason Janzi felt reluctant was that she was probably unduly attached to the Shield of Samar and the Aurora Titan model. If the Mech Corps picked her up and put her in a random mech regiment, then she wouldn't have the opportunity to pilot a commercial mech model like the Shield of Samar anymore. Such a forceful separation might ruin any chances for Janzi to advance to expert pilot. "I have to do something about this." Chapter 1133 Close Separation. Lucky rested on Janzi's lap as the newly advanced expert candidate sat up on a bed in a guarded infirmary room. She looked visibly drained since the last time Ves saw her. She spent nearly all of the energy in her body, and looked like she would fall asleep at any moment. When Ves inspected Janzi with his spiritual vision, he noted that a force of will had already formed within her mental space. The only difference from actual expert pilots such as Venerable Foster and Venerable Pelican was that her force of will was very weak and mostly contained within her mind. Ves knew that until she broke past a barrier in her mind, she wouldn't be able to affect reality. The reason why expert mechs could display their might was because an expert pilot's force of will was able to extend out of their minds to resonate with their mechs. Still, Janzi's case was slightly different in that her barrier already possessed some holes. Her ascension to expert candidate happened by force due to the pivotal influence of an outside factor. While this led to some damage in her mind, it also prematurely broke the barrier, stopping some expert candidates from advancing to expert pilot. The force resonance flickering that briefly appeared around the Shield of Samar was a sign that some of Janzi's weak force of will had minutely begun to spill through those holes. What this essentially meant was that Janzi possessed a head start when it came to achieving apotheosis. Everyone who witnessed the force resonance flickering knew that his phenomenon essentially meant that Janzi's advancement to expert pilot was assured. As someone who grew up in a family of expert pilots, Janzi knew what it meant as well. Even though she felt jubilant about her luck, she experienced too many strange surprises in one day. "I heard from Gavin that you don't want to join the Mech Corps. They won't allow me to pilot the Shield of Samar," she stated. "I know the Mech Corps. They only work with their own designs. Is it vital for you to continue to pilot the Shield of Samar?" She vigorously nodded. "I have a connection with my mech. It's like your company motto. I found my partner. I can't imagine what it would be like to be separated from my mech just when I learned to appreciate it. Unfortunately for you, the Mech Corps won't let you go. The military is always prepared for war, and an expert candidate with so much promise of advancement is not something they can ignore." Janzi looked devastated at the thought of leaving behind her mech. "Can't you do something about that? Can you make it so that the Mech Corps would still allow me to pilot the Shield of Samar?" "This. Maybe. It sounds a lot more realistic than trying to keep the Mech Corps from taking you away. You're a big-shot mech designer and war hero, right? Can you please do me this favor? I would really like to keep piloting the Shield of Samar. I would do anything to stay together with this mech. I don't think I'll be happy with piloting a military mech even if it has better hardware." Ves had been thinking over this suggestion ever since Janzi raised the suggestion. He knew how the military worked, and he knew that mech regiments carefully curated the mech models they added to their roster. It wouldn't be easy to convince a mech regiment to absorb the Shield of Samar into their ranks. Even if it was just a single machine, its presence was a disruption to their existing arrangements. When Janzi looked like she was already dozing off, Ves quietly picked up Lucky and left her to recuperate. He knew what she valued the most, and it matched his own expectations. Janzi truly values the shield of Samar. He felt very gratified to feel that. It was the most ideal outcome as far as his design philosophy was concerned. In fact, his design philosophy had begun to churn ever since he witnessed the audience place hundreds of orders for the Aurora Titan. Ves believed that his advancement to journeyman was very near. It could even happen today or tomorrow. His design philosophy had become so energetic that Ves felt it was on the cusp of an unknown transformation. Finally! I've been waiting for this moment for years. The only regret that held him back was that the primary motivating factor for the initial sales was not entirely due to the merits of the Aurora Titan. Instead, many of his customers became inspired by Janzi's fortune. All of them regarded the Aurora Titan as a mech that could possibly help them advance to expert candidate themselves. While the Shield of Samar did indeed play a crucial role in Janzi's change of fortune, it was undeniable that she stole the show. The crowd was abuzz with conversations about the mech pilot instead of the mech. This was not exactly what Ves and his design philosophy wanted to see. Even so, a sale was a sale. Selling hundreds of very expensive mechs in such a short time did wonders for his confidence in his design. Even if half of his customers bought a copy of the Aurora Titan for the wrong reasons, it was likely that they would quickly learn to appreciate their new purchases when they took them out for a spin. Before Ves wanted to explore his design philosophy any further, he first needed to arrange Janzi's matters. As he walked back to Professor Ventag, he called Gavin. "Have you heard back from my family?" "Yeah." He nodded. "Benjamin Larkinson is on his way to Bentheim right now, actually. He told you he'll be visiting in order to bring Janzi up to speed on matters that any expert candidate should know." "What's his opinion about the mech core?" "Janzi has to go. Your grandfather is clear about that. This is the best possible solution for her," Gavin said. "He did want to pass on that he can help influence which mech regiment she's assigned to. The Larkinson family will do the best they can to help Janzi find a new home in the mech corps." This was what Ves wanted to hear. He quickly closed his call with Gavin and went back to Professor Ventag. The older man thought over the suggestion. "I can help you with that. I am involved with various mech regiments. I've helped design some of their military mechs, and I've participated in the development of numerous expert mechs. I think at least a couple of space-borne mech regiments would be glad to accept an expert candidate even with the extra conditions you've added. However, my influence only extends up to the regiment commander. I don't have much sway within the headquarters of the mech corps. If you can get the mech regiments to agree with allowing Janzi to retain the Shield of Samar, then the Larkinson family can take care of the other end," Ves assured. As the Grand Skyward slowly descended down to the surface of the planet, Ves and Professor Ventag worked behind the scenes to negotiate such a settlement. They had to take action quickly. Once the armored shuttles of the Mech Corps arrived to take Janzi to their military hospital, they wouldn't have much leverage left. Ves contacted his grandfather directly to inform him of his plan. "I think I can arrange something if that is what Janzi wants," Benjamin said over the comm channel. "I'll get on it right away." A couple of hours went by as his grandfather and Professor Ventag coordinated with each other to exert their influence on the Mech Corps. Their shuttles already came and brought Janzi away as the event started to wind down. Almost all of the guests had already left the Grand Skyward by the time Professor Ventag came back. "Both your grandfather and I cashed in some favors, but we managed to get the Mech Corps to play along. I've sounded out a very suitable mech regiment that is happy to receive Janzi. They've agreed to most of your conditions. They'll let Janzi pilot the Shield of Samar, though they insist that she must try out their other mech models and become proficient in their operation." The mech regiment must be hoping that Janzi would find their mechs better than the clunky shield of Samar. Fat chance. Ves knew that even second-class mechs wouldn't be enough to tempt Janzi away from the mech she formed a bond with. Her devotion to the shield of Samar transcended the affection that regular mech pilots developed with their machines. It was very normal for mech pilots to become attached to their mechs. However, it was much like falling in love with a good pair of shoes. If a mech regiment suddenly came by and offered them a mech that was 10 times as expensive, then the mech pilots wouldn't hesitate to dump their old mechs to the side in order to pilot a better machine. Such a dynamic wouldn't take place in this case. Ves was very sure of this prediction. As long as the mech regiment abides by the agreement and doesn't force Janzi away from her shield of Samar, then I'm fine with it. Which mech regiment are we talking about? The 7th Apocalypse Heralds of the 2nd Bentheim Division. I made sure to work with a unit based in Bentheim so it won't be difficult for you to pay a visit to Janzi or help make adjustments to her Aurora Titan mech. The Apocalypse Heralds. Their imposing name came from their orientation around heavy artillery in space. They fielded a mix of medium and ranged mechs oriented around long-range firepower and destructive artillery. They were often employed to break heavy defended installations in space or to defend a vital space station from a determined assault. While the Apocalypse Heralds likely preferred to obtain an expert pilot who specialized in piloting artillery mechs, obtaining someone like Janzi was a good fit as well. The ungainly shield of Sama would not have to move too much to protect the slow-moving artillery mechs. Although Ves was not too familiar with the Heralds, what Ves heard from Professor Ventag already made him satisfied. Did they agree to the conditions with regards to her expert mech in the event that she advances to expert pilot in the future? The regimental commander isn't pleased about this condition. Colonel Ephian claims he'll take Janzi's preferences under advisement, but he still wants a senior mech designer in charge of the design project. And that's you, right? That's right. The professor smiled. I won't be able to become the lead designer if the expert mech in question has to be a heavy artillery mech. However, if we're talking about a defensive space knight, then I have enough qualifications for the Heralds to put me in charge. I'll be able to bring you on board the project as a contributing designer long as you've advanced to journeyman. Speaking of that, I think I'm very close to taking that step, Ves said, surprising the professor. He described some of the unusual sensations he perceived from his design philosophy. The professor seemed to recognize what Ves was talking about. If you aren't lying, then you are indeed correct. You are close to advancing to journeyman. The professor looked surprised. In fact, I think a breakthrough might be imminent. You should find a quiet place and meditate on your gains today. Apprentices are able to advance to journeymen when they are able to reflect on their design philosophy. Ves did not obtain any more advice than that, as mech designers needed to find their own answers to any questions related to their design philosophy. If the professor went too specific on how Ves should process his thoughts, then contamination might occur that diluted the purity of his design philosophy. Therefore, Ves immediately raced to a locked room within the Grand Skyward. Only Lucky kept him company this time, and he had his pet activate his ECM systems in order to keep this moment private. As Ves began to reflect on recent events, he already felt his design philosophy becoming more active. It's happening! Chapter 1134 Crystallization of Though. Ves spent the first 15 minutes reflecting back on his design philosophy and how it played out with his latest design project. He contemplated how well the Aurora Titan design embodied the principles and aspirations of his design philosophy. Not only did the audience perceive something special about the show models, but Janzi's abrupt advancement served as the strongest example yet that all of his beliefs concerning the relationship between a mech and mech pilot was beneficial to them both. The key to my design philosophy is symbiosis, Ves described to himself. Only Lucky heard his words, but he was just a cat. Mechs are inseparable without mech pilots. Not any mech pilot is suitable to pilot a mech. Not every mech is suitable to be piloted by every mech pilot. Only when the two are combined will they both be able to synergize their strengths. The mech provided the fighting capabilities while the mech pilot served as the controller. That was the conventional viewpoint on their pairing. Ves believed in a slightly different relationship. The man-machine connection could be much more than a way to put a human mind in charge of a giant war machine. If the mech pilot trusts their mech, why not let it play a role in the decision-making as well? Rather than puppeting a mech like it was a lifeless shell, Ves instead wanted to see mech pilots treating their mechs as living partners. Janzi's analogy of equation her relationship with her mech like Ves enjoyed with Lucky sounded somewhat apt. Although Ves exerted far less control over Lucky than he liked, the point was that he did not try to control Lucky as if he was a simple mechanical pet. His gem cat was much more than that. Basically, everything that happened to Janzi today conformed to his design philosophy. Janzi's deep bond with her mech and the gift its design spirit granted to her showed that this relationship was not empty talk. It could lead to very real benefits for both the mech and mech pilot. It's important that this relationship is beneficially mutual. The gains won't be as much if one is trying to exploit the other. Ves resigned himself to the fact that abusive mech pilots existed. Some of them were not right in the head, or behaved excessively carelessly. They wouldn't be able to take good care of their mechs, even if they piloted an expensive machine like the Aurora Titan. In these cases, the mech pilot should never be able to develop a closer bond with their mechs. If the mech pilot only regarded their mechs as tools to be used, then they shouldn't be surprised if their mechs rejected their presence. Most mechs are designed without an eye to their intrinsic value. Mine are different. My mechs are alive. If not in body, then in spirit. As long as both his mechs and their mech pilots regarded each other as equal partners, then true symbiosis could be achieved. The boundary between the mech and mech pilot would be blurred whenever they established a man-machine connection. The control exerted by the mech pilot gained a substantial boost. The spiritual impulses of the mech would assist the mech pilot in making the best decisions in the heat of the moment. All of these changes were very real improvements that took place when Janzi developed a deeper bond with the shield of Samar. What happened with Janzi is no exception. Not if I have anything to say about it. My design philosophy is all about bringing out the best of both the mechs and mech pilots. Ves envisioned a possible future where the LMC became a dominant mech company in the Bright Republic. It might happen 20, 30, or even 50 years from now, but there would come a time where his company and his mechs obtained a huge amount of market share in the domestic mech market. Many mech pilots who piloted his designs achieved greater success. While the specs of his mechs may not be at the top, their ability to bring out the most of their mech pilots almost always led to better results in battle. Such a grand future where the living mech corporation truly lived up to its company name, and its motto sent Ves into an ecstatic mood. A single state is not the end. The entire star sector will come to know what my products bring to the table as well, and perhaps the rest of the galaxy will follow suit as well. This fantasy invigorated his mind, his mood, and his design philosophy. Ves was so caught up in this future vision that his entire body and spirit seemed aligned in a single, central desire to see his design philosophy come to fruition. An explosion occurred in his mind at that moment. The insubstantial mass of spiritual energy that formed his nascent design philosophy began to collapse on itself. Ves noted with wonder as he sensed the loose spiritual energy begin to compact into a single point. It's compressing itself. This process took place over several minutes, during which Ves began to feel some mental strain as his mind drew upon every single bit of spiritual energy in his mind. Not only his design philosophy was being absorbed, but also some other errant spiritual thoughts. This is bad. Ves realized what was happening. The process of compacting his design philosophy would transform it into a smaller and more concentrated form. This was likely what journeymen relied on to give them some advantages in their design work. The problem is that it's not related to mech design. All kinds of crap is being shoved inside this seed as well. He perceived the compacting process as a crystallization process which took loose spiritual energy and compressed it to an unimaginable degree until only a small crystal seed of fixed spiritual energy was left. The core of what Ves started to call the design seed consisted of his design philosophy. Yet large portions of it consisted of elements not entirely related to it. His thoughts, his habits, his perspective on life, and all kinds of other crap was about to become a part of his design seed as well, which essentially meant those elements became permanent traits to his personality. This must be what made high-ranking mech designers so eccentric. Because their design seeds absorbed all kinds of random thoughts and impulses during their advancement processes, they became stuck with their personality traits for the rest of their lives. Ves tried to control the elements that his design seed absorbed. He wasn't very effective at it. His design seed was like a voracious black hole, and the entirety of his mind fell within its event horizon. There was no way the mental force he could exert over his spiritual energy could resist the overwhelming pull of his design seed. The process proceeded rather chaotically as well. His design seed was like an intoxicated eater at a buffet. The attraction force it exerted was very uneven and often changed directions. This basically meant it was only absorbing some spiritual elements in his mind while leaving others alone. No matter what Ves tried to do, his influence on the absorption process was minimal. Only until his design seed absorbed a good portion of the loose spiritual energy in his mind did it finally have its fill. Ves felt a weary ache in his mind. Although the process hadn't been as painful or as straining to his mind than he expected, he definitely felt exhausted. Yet when Ves tentatively studied the result, he immediately became happy as he mentally observed the spiritual crystal resting in the deepest part of his mind. It's beautiful. The design seed was a remarkable spiritual object that Ves felt intricately connected to. It was different from a spiritual fragment in that it was a lot more compressed and solid. Ves wasn't sure of the significance of this form, but he could explore the differences later. It immediately became apparent that his design seed was a far stronger spiritual object than the loose ball of spiritual energy that used to be his nascent design philosophy. Ves understood now why apprentices were so susceptible to outside influences. Their design philosophy is fluid. Their lack of fixed form means that it is too easily to shape them into something else. Yet now that his design philosophy had crystallized into a design seed, Ves no longer had to worry about losing his way. He would always be able to depend on his design seed to stand firm against other powerful influences. A second property about his design seed stood out as well. It seemed to be intimately connected to Ves. Despite the lack of any channels connecting his design seed to the rest of his mind, Ves somehow perceived that his design seed and his consciousness were one and the same. Ves speculated that all of the random spiritual elements his design seed absorbed from his mind left an incomparably strong personal imprint on it. It would be very hard to steal his design seed from his mental space. Hard, but not impossible, he muttered. He sensed that his grip over his design seed was only as strong as his spirituality. Aside from these observations, Ves also determined a third property about his design seed. It seemed to generate and emanate faint spiritual waves from its crystal body. These spiritual waves were very weak, but they reached a huge distance. Ves scratched his head. He didn't see the significance of this phenomenon yet. He only perceived that this process was self-sustaining as his design seed did not seem to grow any weaker. In fact, when Ves looked into his design seed further, he somehow perceived that it was absorbing a minute amount of spiritual energy directly from the imaginary realm. That was quite convenient. His design seed didn't absorb his own spiritual energy anymore, so Ves would not have to worry about its upkeep. Overall, Ves had become endlessly fascinated by the transformation of design philosophy. It was a radically different process from the apotheosis that mech pilots underwent upon becoming expert pilots. Mech pilots are predominantly focused outwards, while mech designers are mostly focused inwards. A fixed crystallized design seed could not be employed like the force of will of expert pilots. The latter could take on various shapes and could be spread outwards from their minds like empowered fog. A design seed could not be flexed in this matter. In fact, it couldn't change its shape at all. It was like a shiny rock resting in the center of his mind. Ves decided to forestall any further speculation and emerge from the locked room. He ordered Lucky to deactivate his ECM before departing from the room as an entirely new man. When he wearily dragged his body over to Professor Ventag, the older man studied Ves with a critical expression. "You look a bit less exhausted than I thought. Most newly advanced journeymen would get knocked out at the end of the process. I'm surprised you even managed to stay conscious." "I have a very abnormal physique. It takes a lot more to put me out cold." Ves chuckled as he rattled off this excuse. "So what's your verdict, Professor? Have I become a journeyman?" "Let me touch you for a moment." "Sure." As the professor placed his hand on V's palm, a small spiritual clash occurred. Ves felt as if his newly crystallized design seed bumped into a much larger solid object. The professor drew back his hand with mild surprise. "Seniors have a way of telling whether you're a journeyman or not. As far as I'm aware of, you've definitely advanced." Jubilation marked V's face as he heard the verdict. The amazing transformation that took place in his mind didn't leave him with any doubt, but it was reassuring to receive confirmation. After several years of toiling away as an apprentice, Ves had finally taken his first real step towards greater prominence. He had graduated from a kid into an adult in the mech industry. Ves and Professor Ventag decided to make use of his advancement as a public relations coup. The timing of it was simply too fortunate. That day, an explosive piece of news erupted on all the news portals. Not only had Ves Larkinson advanced into an expert candidate, but Ves Larkinson, the cousin who designed the mech she piloted during her transformation, advanced to journeyman mech designer as well. The official statement published by the LMC carefully included a caveat. Right now, Ves could only be regarded as a de facto journeyman. He needed to obtain official recognition from the MTA in order to be treated as an actual journeyman. Nonetheless, this did not detract too much from the explosive events. With Professor Corus Ventag personally testifying that Ves had advanced, few doubted the truth. The remarkable mech that caused both Larkinsons to transform their lives immediately received much greater scrutiny in the media. This was the mech that created both an expert candidate and a journeyman. Chapter 1135 Private Celebration. Ves basked in the glory of his successful advancement to journeyman. After several years of toiling, he managed to succeed just before he reached 30 years old. "While it's rather close, the fact that I succeeded will mark me as a notable journeyman." Ves laughed while he held Lucky above his head. Meow. For once, his cat did not show any annoyance at being handled like a doll. Lucky shared his jubilation, and his tail playfully whipped about as if he already envisioned Ves becoming rich enough to feed him billions of credits worth of mineral. The only snag was that even though he advanced for real, the Mech Trade Association would not see it that way. They maintained a very strict demand that mech designers should design at least 5 original mechs before they applied for recognition. The professor explained the reasoning to Ves succinctly earlier in the day. The process of becoming a journeyman is very opaque. You happen to have the benefit of a senior like me being present to confirm your breakthrough, but what about other mech designers? There are many apprentices who get high on stimulants and mistake it as a process of grand enlightenment. All of these apprentices can't approach a senior so easily, so they go on and knock straight at the doors of the MTA, who have to waste the valuable time of their own seniors to confirm whether they were really serious or simply crackpots who didn't know any better. There are apprentices who actually do that? Ves frowned. It sounded absurd. Enough that the MTA has implemented a strict policy. The professor smiled. Design at least 5 original mechs of significant importance before you apply. This rule alone stops most arrogant apprentices from trying because the original mechs need to meet a minimum quality standard that only serious apprentices can surpass. Why 5? It sounds a bit arbitrary. It's actually well below average. Most apprentices need to design more than a dozen mechs before they even get close to advancing to journeyman. You're something of an anomaly that you've designed 4 original mechs before you broke through. This is quite remarkable and speaks highly of your adaptability. Cases like yours happens every now and then, but not enough to make the MTA change their mind about this rule. So what do I do? The professor shrugged. Just design another mech. You don't have to be too thorough compared to the effort you put into the Aurora Titan design. As a journeyman, you will find all of your design capabilities improve in a significant capacity. I'll let you explore that on your own. The point is that de facto journeymen like you really shouldn't have any problems designing another original mech. The professor was right. Ves shouldn't be making a big deal out of the fact that the MTA wouldn't recognize his new status yet. Due to the role the MTA played in verifying journeymen, the Bright Republic also didn't recognize him either, at least in a formal and legal sense. If Ves wanted to be recognized as a true journeyman, then he needed to quickly design another serious mech. He also needed to do it in a few months before he turned 30 so that he would still get that achievement under his belt. There was a difference between a journeyman who advanced before their 30s and those who advanced after their 50s. Though both mech designers should be somewhat close in skill by the time they advanced, what about the next step? Time was a very valuable resource for a mech designer. Each year missed meant 1 or 2 mech designs less. Added up to 20 years, then that meant the older journeyman in his 50s would miss out on designing 20 mechs before he reached the end of his lifespan. That 20 mech disparity might mean the difference between advancing to senior or dying as a capable but bottleneck journeyman. The mech industry's approach to talent also played a large role in evaluating mech designers. Those who advanced to journeyman early in their career could be expected to advance to senior fairly early as well. For example, it would be a great achievement for Ves if he managed to advance to senior within 50 years. Those who took a long time to advance to journeyman might not necessarily take a long time to advance again. There were plenty of examples of late bloomers in the mech industry. Nonetheless, the odds of such cases happening was not very large. Therefore, it was almost always better to advance sooner rather than later. While Ves disliked the idea of rushing his next mech design, he disliked finishing it before he reached 30 standard years even less. I guess I'll have to whip up something quick and dirty. Ves sighed. So far, Ves designed 4 original mechs. The MTA officially credited him in playing at least a major contributing role in the Black Beak, the Crystal Lord, the Enduring Protector, and now the Aurora Titan designs. This was an important distinction, as playing an assisting role in the design process like Keddy's had done for the Aurora Titan's sword didn't count. Nonetheless, even if Ves did not receive official recognition, he received plenty of unofficial recognition. The press and the mech industry already recognized him as a de facto journeyman. VS already received hundreds of letters of congratulations from the various journeymen and seniors of the Republic. He even laughed a bit when he received a letter from Professor Norman Pendleton as well. The Ansel Mech designers' gesture showed that despite their differences, V's ascension to the ranks of journeymen was still a good addition to the Bright Republic. We can still come together despite our differences. VS felt as if this was a recurring theme in the Bright Republic. Even though different factions constantly struggled against each other, they could still join hands in order to present a united front against their common enemy. This stood in stark contrast to the Vesia kingdom, where infighting reigned supreme. A day after the product reveal, VS decided to hold a private celebration at an upscale restaurant in Durham's entertainment district. As food and drink kept pouring into the luxurious dining room that the LMC reserved, VS celebrated his success with some of his friends and family. Aside from bringing Lucky and Gavin, VS also invited Marcella Bollinger. In addition, he also arranged for Riella and Melinda Larkinson to be present. While Lucky blissfully munched on a bowl's worth of low-grade exotics, the two female Larkinsons stared at each other with visible animosity. They followed completely opposite career trajectories, and if they weren't family, they would have never tolerated each other's presence. "A journeyman is a big deal," Melinda said while smiling to VS. "Having worked on Bentheim for a couple of years, I've learned how important they are to the Republic. There's way too many apprentices, but so few of them manage to become a journeyman. The family will get a massive boost now that you've become a big deal." "Becoming a journeyman is just the start," VS boldly claimed. "Although I won't make any promises, I don't think advancing to senior in a couple of decades is out of reach." He had the confidence to make such a claim due to the possession of the system. Although VS was confident that he could advance to senior even without making use of the system, making use of it would likely speed it up, thereby saving him a lot of valuable time. Out of all the people in the crowd, Marcella looked the most sober. She was the oldest adult in the room, after all, and she had interacted with many different mech designers. "I wouldn't rest on my laurels so easily, VS," she said even as she sipped a glass of wine. "This is a great moment for you, but you need to temper your confidence. There are so many journeymen who have gone so caught up in their new status that they stop putting their full effort into designing mechs." VS nodded seriously. "My motivation for designing mechs hasn't abated. I'm very much aware of the pitfalls of neglecting my job." He could not forget the instance where Professor Velton shared her many regrets in her life. The old and decrepit senior mech designer presiding over the flagrant vandals could have achieved much more in her illustrious life if she didn't waste so much time on distractions. "I have to admit your advancement still surprises me," Marcella continued. "When I initially decided to work with you and invest in you, I never conceived you would grow this quickly. In the span of 5 years, you've grown from a pipsqueak who needs my help to sell individual mechs to a respectable journeyman who can sell a 100 million credit mech with a wave of your hand. Does that make me your main client?" Marcella chuckled. "All my other clients are novices and apprentices. I've partnered with some of them for over 20 years, but none of them have the combination of drive, talent, and capabilities that you possess." At the start of his mech design career, VS used to look up to Marcella as a giant in the Bentheim mech scene. Now that he advanced to journeyman and his LMC grew into a behemoth, he realized that Marcella wasn't such a dominant entity anymore. Even though VS no longer needed her, he still intended to retain their business relationship. Not only were their companies intertwined with contractual obligations, but VS also appreciated the help she provided him when he was still young, ignorant, and poor. Marcella was a true friend, and a useful one to boot. Her extensive connections to the local Bentheim mech community made life a lot easier for the LMC. "I think you should consider moving your company to Bentheim," Riella suddenly suggested. "Not only will I be able to visit my favorite cousin more often, But I can also get the blood claws to put your company under their wing. Nothing will happen to the LMC while it's here, I swear. Melinda snorted from the side. So VS is your favorite cousin all of a sudden? I'm sure the main reason for that is the free mechs he gave you. Don't think the Planetary Guard is aware where the 3 new Crystal Lord mechs the blood claws have been flaunting lately came from. VS is not a mech dispenser that spits out free mechs whenever you want to cozy up to your bosses. VS held out a palm in a placating gesture. It's fine, Melinda. I didn't give away my mech for free. As long as Riella gains some benefits, I will benefit as well. As for the topic of shifting my company's operations to Bentheim, I don't have any compelling reasons to do so. While such a move would definitely simplify the LMC's logistics, a lot of other burdens will weigh down the company instead. At its current scale, the LMC is doing quite well on Cloudy Curtain. I think VS has a fine point, Marcella said in support. Just the taxes alone on Bentheim will negate most of the gains made in streamlining the company's supply chain. Frankly, there are too many mech companies based in Bentheim. The local government eagerly takes advantage of this by jacking up the local taxes, knowing that there will always be a new crop of mech designers who set up their companies here. The small gathering continued to throw out ideas on what VS should do next. He heard plenty of interesting suggestions, though he already had a firm plan in mind for the next couple of years. If only Melker, Calci, Carlos and Janzi could be here. VS sighed. He only received a few sporadic messages stating that Janzi required an extensive period of recuperation. VS worried about her health. The unusual nature of her breakthrough left a lot of mental and spiritual scars behind that would take months or even years to heal. Hopefully her continued exposure to the Shield of Samar would help her recuperate from all of that damage. Chapter 11 36-second upgrade. VS spent another week on Bentheim in order to capitalize on the publicity that resulted from the Aurora Titan's product reveal. The twin breakthroughs of VS and Janzi dominated the news cycle for a short period of time. Unquestionably, the Larkinson family came under much greater prominence. Aside from Ganso Larkinson advancement to expert pilot, both Perelia Larkinson and Tusa Billingsley Larkinson now gained another equal in the form of Janzi Larkinson. Yet that wasn't all. When VS managed to advance to become a de facto journeyman, the family took on an entirely different status. Now that the Larkinsons boasted their first journeyman mech designer, their influence had grown beyond the traditional military circles. It was a great time to be a Larkinson this time. Aside from the rising fortunes of the Larkinson family, the LMC gained greater prominence as well. A company led by a journeyman was a major force in the Republic. Not only that, but the Aurora Titan's involvement in the advancement of both VS and Janzi showered the mech model with an immense amount of attention. This was why VS found it important to capitalize on the publicity. He subjected himself to back-to-back interviews with both local, domestic and sector-wide news publications. While it was tiring for him to answer the same boring questions over and over again, he knew that the more he showed up in the news, the more he could shape the narrative around the Aurora Titan. The Ansel mech designers hadn't remained silent all this time. They attempted to use the pull they possessed in the major domestic mech publications to point out the many glaring weaknesses of the Aurora Titan design. If not for the twin breakthroughs overshadowing every other news related to the Aurora Titan, then these negative articles might have actually hampered its popularity. As it was, the Aurora Titan continued to be ordered in generous amounts each day. The LMC and Nora Consolidated registered over 600 orders, which was an exceptionally high amount considering the stupendously high price levels of the different editions of the Aurora Titan. The only downside to this success was that VS wouldn't be able to capture the bulk of the profits from its sales. The profit-sharing agreement that VS had made with Professor Ventag entitled him to only 25% of the profits. The professor was definitely raking in a huge amount of money, not that he needed it in the first place. Ves had to be content with earning a more paltry sum while doing little else other than to fabricate a number of gold label mechs. I have to fabricate 20 of them in order to fulfill all the orders the LMC has taken, he muttered. This would take valuable time away from designing his fifth original design. Ves once again found himself in a spot of trouble where he needed to balance his time. Now that the LMC had taken the orders, the company could hardly renege on their word and cancel them. That would do a lot of damage to their credibility. Promises are promises. That said, any promise can be renegotiated. He decided to fulfill the critical orders first while asking as many clients as possible if they would accept a small delay. Ves even considered throwing in a bonus by allowing for minor customizations to be made to their individual products. The offer to customize a mech should be very attractive, especially when it came from a journeyman instead of an apprentice. Ves passed on his instructions to Gavin between his interviews. His assistant nodded. I'll make the arrangements. I think it's a good solution. The people who pay 150 million credits for a gold label Aurora Titan aren't buying it for its functions. Instead, they're buying it to satisfy their vanity. Customizing a mech by adding a few bits here and there will instantly increase its collector's value. Try not to go overboard. Make sure at least a few gold label mechs will fall into the hands of our customers. The more my gold label Aurora Titans are out in the wild, the more attention they'll attract. The undeniably strong X factor of the gold label Aurora Titans turned the mechs into public attractions. Ves wanted to make use of this effect to encourage even more sales for his notable mech model. What better way to inspire potential buyers than shoving a gold label mech in front of their faces? Ves, Janzi, the Larkinson family, the LMC and the Aurora Titan all enjoyed an unprecedented amount of attention in the Bright Republic. While the other states in the Komodo Star sector didn't pay much attention to the proceedings, sales from foreign markets ticked up as well. Achieving 1,000 sales in the first year of the mech model's introduction did not sound so ludicrous anymore. During this hectic period where Ves engaged in public relations, he hadn't forgotten about the system either. The system never cared about the MTA, so he figured it would probably acknowledge his advancement regardless of the lack of official judgment. Therefore, during a quiet evening after his last interview, Ves locked himself up in the bathroom of his luxurious accommodation and activated both Lucky's ECM field and his personal comms privacy shield before activating the system. As expected, the system underwent a major change. Congratulations for upgrading your status to Journeyman Mech Designer. You are now able to design mechs that are worthy of notice. The Mech Designer System will now initiate an upgrade. Please stand by. Ves waited patiently as his comms projection fizzled out. Shortly after that, his comm turned into a fluid mass of smart metal while wrapping around his hand like a glove. He felt as if he put his hand in the mouth of an exabeast. Even though his instincts told him that he should get rid of this eerie metallic mass, he tried his best to endure the uncomfortable sensation. 5 minutes later, his comm finally stopped doing whatever it was doing. It changed back into its old metal band-like shape around his wrist, and resumed projecting an interface, as if nothing weird had happened earlier. Your access to the store has expanded. You are now able to exchange more advanced items with design points. That didn't hold much meaning to Ves because he knew that most of the items would still be unaffordable. The store was pretty much filled with traps in that regard. You are now able to purchase bronze lottery tickets for the preferential price of 20,000 design points. While the bronze ones sounded like a step up from copper lottery tickets which cost only 500 DP, Ves did not consider them to be a good deal at all. 20,000 DP is way too much for only bronze lottery tickets. Spending his precious DP on lottery tickets was another trap from the profiteering system. He could not put it past the system to rig the prizes massively in its favor. After these perfunctory messages, the system finally came to the message that VS anticipated the most. It finally unlocked a new ability for VS. The inventory module has unlocked the Inventorize ability. You are able to select any handheld object in your possession and add the property to materialize and dematerialize them from your inventory. The Inventorize ability only comes with one use and can only be replenished through lottery ticket prizes, mission rewards, and other sources. These eyes instantly shone. So the inventory won't be acting as a bag for the Amastendra anymore. The inventory was one of the biggest weapons in his arsenal. Although many of the other functions of the systems overshadowed this module, VS owed his life to it. Without the inventory, he would never be able to carry his Amastendra around. The Inventorize ability gave him hope that he would one day be able to store an entire arsenal into his calm. If not for the size and mass limitations that came with this ability, VS would have chosen to inventorize the Barracuda or something. Carrying a fully fledged FTL-capable starship around him all the time would ensure he would never have to fear about getting stranded in space. One can only dream. As it was, VS already made his decision which object he wanted to inventorize. He did not choose the peaceful repose, his artful custom ballistic pistol. He did not choose the Vulcan Eye, his powerful system-redeemed scanner. He did not choose the shield generator that Master Olsen gifted him long ago. He also didn't choose the Sparus Vise, his custom light combat armor. When compacted into a briefcase-sized object, it was just small and light enough to meet the Inventorize ability's criteria. While armor is important, there is one object in my possession that surpasses them all in importance. Meow? Lucky drifted down and nuzzled his cheek. VS chuckled. Not you, Lucky. My personal calm. Meow. His cat indignantly floated away from his head after bumping his paw against his nose. Although VS toyed with the thought of inventorizing Lucky, VS wouldn't gain very much out of it. Lucky was already fairly elusive with his ability to turn incorporeal and pass through solid objects. With his newly assimilated ECM systems, the cat could hide his presence from almost every form of electronic surveillance as well. Therefore, the added benefit of being able to hide Lucky in his inventory was a bit redundant to VS. Rather than opt to inventorize Lucky or some other piece of gear, why not try it on the system itself? One of the biggest annoyances to his military service was that he had been unduly deprived of the system. While his separation from the system did him a lot of good in preventing him from becoming too dependent on its functions, there were many times when VS wished he could buy something quick from its skill tree or store. There was another reason why he contemplated using this ability on his calm. Being able to carry his system around in his intangible inventory not only ensured constant access to its functions, but kept other people from taking it away. One of the biggest worries VS grappled with during his time away from the system was that someone might recognize and steal his calm. While VS trusted Lucky to keep his calm safe, his cat was not invincible. If the Mech Trade Association, Common Fleet Alliance, or the Five Scrolls Compact somehow tracked the system down, there was nothing a single gem cat could do to keep his personal calm out of their greedy hands. Keeping the system stored in a dematerialized form in his inventory neatly solved that problem. Although VS guessed that the materialization technology could probably be blocked with some sort of advanced tech, he did not think he would be subjected to such an effect very frequently. There are too many reasons in favor for me to hesitate any further. Let's try this ability. When VS selected the option in the infer face and designated his personal calm as the target, the system surprisingly didn't block the option. You have selected this calm to be inventorized. Do you confirm your selection? Yes, goddammit. If you asked me, you should have come with this function from the start. The system ignored his complaints and dutifully went to work. His calm seemed to shimmer around his wrist, causing Ves to quickly remove it from his body. The calm floated in the air before slowly dematerializing. Eventually it disappeared. It worked! Ves concentrated on his inventory. Right next to the copy of the Amastendera, he perceived the presence of his personal calm. He sent a mental command to summon it back into real space. His calm slowly appeared in the air again. Ves quickly picked it up before gravity asserted itself on the slim object. It worked! Ves laughed. A huge burden lifted off his shoulders. With the system permanently accompanying him in his inventory, nobody would be able to take it from his possession. Chapter 1137 Supply Missions. Status: Name: Ves Larkinson. Profession: Journeyman Mech Designer. Specializations: Spiritual Man-Machine Symbiosis. Design points: 328,742. Attributes: Strength: 1.4. Dexterity: 1.0. Endurance: 2.0. Intelligence: 2.2. Creativity: 2.1. Concentration: 2.1. Spirituality: 1.3. Neural aptitude: F. Skills. Abilities: Super Publish, available. Can be activated once a year. Inventorize, unavailable. Evaluation: a young journeyman mech designer with a very distinct specialty. Just before Ves stowed away his calm in his inventory and asked Gavin to supply him with a new one, he looked up his status. Not much had changed, which surprised Ves a bit considering what a momentous change he had gone through. Part of it is because this status isn't capturing the condition of my design seed. Was it because the system couldn't access it, or because it didn't know how to assess and quantify it? With the amazing capabilities of the system, those possibilities did not seem very likely to Ves. Maybe it's too lazy, Ves snorted. He first scanned how much DP he earned over the last 7 months since he embarked on his joint design project. While he spent a lot of DP on upgrading his skills and acquiring Space Knight Mastery I, he earned much of it back through regular sales of his Blackbeak model. The Crystal Lord sold a lot as well, but the system withheld all the DP he earned from its sales because he super-published the Laser Rifleman mech design. This ability is really a double-edged sword. Despite this price, Ves contemplated using the super-publish ability again for his 5th original mech design. He hated the thought of rushing his next design project because he wouldn't be able to refine and optimize it to the best of his ability. Super-publishing the design would solve all of the inadequacies that Ves had missed in his rush to bring it to the market. It doesn't take very long to design a functional mech, especially now that I've advanced to journeyman. All those months spent on optimizing the design will only elevate its performance by 5 to 10% at best. Super-publishing delivers an equivalent amount of improvement after only a single activation. There was no use deciding on this matter at this moment. He would have to design his mech first and see where he stood in a couple of months before he made his decision. One significant chance from his last status update was that the system finally recognized his specialty now that it had crystallized into his design seed. Spiritual Man-Machine Symbiosis. That's quite a mouthful to describe. While Ves found the description the system came up with to be extremely clunky and inelegant, it nonetheless fit what he understood of his own design philosophy. All this time, he focused his attention on designing mechs that excelled in spiritually empowering its mech pilots, and vice versa. It was not a label he would be proud to carry in public, though. If anyone asks what my specialty is, I can probably say that I specialize in metaphysical man-machine symbiosis. Replacing the word spiritual with metaphysical made his specialty sound 10 times vaguer and broader. Hardly any mech designer would be able to figure out what VS exactly specialized in when they came across this word soup. The more confused they are, the more they'll substitute the actual meaning with their own guesses. VS would never tell the truth about his design philosophy to anyone. He much preferred to be as vague as possible so that other people would come up with their own logical explanations. He next went over his list of attributes. All of them remained the same except for a single notable change. His spirituality jumped from 0.8 to 1.3. This was a substantial leap in score, and while VS had difficulty figuring out the system's measurement scale for spirituality, such a big jump meant his spiritual abilities gained a substantial boost in strength. The most important of which was imbuing his designs with a stronger X factor. If I am able to apply more of my own spirituality on my own designs, I'll be less dependent on the strength of external spiritual fragments. This basically meant that VS would be able to design mechs with a higher grade of X factor by depending on his own imagination. He even developed an inkling that he would be able to create images in his mind that equaled Kalankso's potent spiritual fragment in strength one day. I'll probably have to advance to Master or Star Designer before I reach that point. VS chuckled deprecatingly to himself. That was too far away for him to contemplate at this time. At least I'll be stronger during my spiritual incursions through the imaginary realm. There are a lot of treasures there to be mined as long as I'm strong enough to brave its many threats. After passing over his attributes, VS quickly turned to his skills. His extensive list of skills hadn't changed at all. VS might decide to spend some of his DP to upgrade some of his cheaper skills and sub-skills, but right now he did not feel a pressing need to do so. He was already very knowledgeable compared to other journeymen. The Inventorize ability rested immediately below the Super Publish ability. The single descriptor signified that VS had already spent his single use of this ability. Even so, since this ability remains on my status page, it shouldn't be impossible to gain another chance to inventorize an object. The greedy, slave-driving system wanted VS to work for the opportunity this time. Unlike the Super Publish ability which refreshed every year, VS probably needed to work his butt off in order to earn this reward. Speaking of tasks, the system prompted him with a message. You have received several new missions. Please check the mission page for the details. 5 new missions popped out of nowhere. Supply mission. Mission, Material Supply 1. Difficulty S rank. Prerequisites, Advance to Journeyman Mech Designer. Description. The Mech Designer System needs to be supplied with several rare materials to facilitate future upgrades. This supply mission can be completed by offering 45.5343 grams of Orpheodon glow glass. Reward: 1 use of the Inventorize ability, 1 million design points, 1 golden lottery ticket. Supply mission. Mission, Material Supply 2. Difficulty S rank. Prerequisites, Advance to Journeyman Mech Designer. Description. The Mech Designer System needs to be supplied with several rare materials to facilitate future upgrades. This supply mission can be completed by offering 2.353 kilograms of E343F00334R. Reward: 1 use of the Inventorize ability, 1 million design points, 1 golden lottery ticket. Supply mission. Mission, Materials Supply 3. Difficulty S rank. Prerequisites, Advance to Journeyman Mech Designer. Description. The Mech Designer System needs to be supplied with several rare materials to facilitate future upgrades. This supply mission can be completed by offering 49.53 kilograms of Tempala steel. Reward: 1 use of the Inventorize ability, 1 million design points, 1 golden lottery ticket. Supply mission. Mission: Materials Supply 4. Difficulty: S rank. Prerequisites: Advance to Journeyman Mech Designer. Description: The Mech Designer System needs to be supplied with several rare materials to facilitate future upgrades. This supply mission can be completed by offering 12.556 milligrams of Yondu milk. Reward: 1 use of the Inventorize ability, 1 million design points, 1 golden lottery ticket. Supply mission. Mission: Materials Supply 5. Difficulty: S rank. Prerequisites: Advance to Journeyman Mech Designer. Description: The Mech Designer System needs to be supplied with several rare materials to facilitate future upgrades. This supply mission can be completed by offering 2 complete pieces of Ablask eyes. Reward: 1 use of the Inventorize ability, 1 million design points, 1 golden lottery ticket. What the hell? Why did you dump all these S-rank missions on my lap all of a sudden? Orphidian Glow Glass? E343F00334R? I've never heard of this crap before. Surprisingly, the system deigned to provide him with an explanation this time. The aforementioned materials are rare, high-grade exotics found in specific parts of the Milky Way galaxy. Please endeavor to secure these materials in the specified amounts in order to complete the supply missions and obtain your generous rewards. VS wanted to puke out blood. Although he already had an inkling that it was not going to be easy to secure these high-grade exotics, the rewards seemed very uneven. Oh sure, earning 1 million DP and another opportunity to inventorize an object sounded great to VS. The only objection he had was that the system only added in a single golden lottery ticket. I recall an A-rank mission where you rewarded me with 10 golden lottery tickets. System. Why have you cut back on them all of a sudden? Shouldn't you at least maintain the same amount? Suggestion noted. Please wait while the rewards for the supply missions are being adjusted. VS didn't wait and immediately browsed the details of the supply missions once again. The rewards for each of them changed. Reward: 1 use of the Inventorize ability, 10 golden lottery tickets. What? Why take away the 1 million DP? The system didn't respond this time, evidently having enough of V's demands. While VS momentarily bled over the loss of all of those points, he quickly reined himself in. Now that he advanced to Journeyman, was it really impossible for him to earn 1 million DP from a single design? DP was by far the easiest reward he could earn by himself. Although it hurt a lot for him to say goodbye to the 1 million DP reward, he figured that all of the extra lottery tickets was more than worth it. VS hit the jackpot by winning his copy of the Amastendra from one of them. The prospect of earning more rewards as remarkable as his inventorized laser pistol sent him into a greedy mood. As long as I complete all 5 supply missions, I'll not only be able to inventorize 5 more objects, but get 50 golden lottery tickets to test my luck on. With so many draws, I'm bound to hit the jackpot at least once or twice. His luck with lottery tickets wasn't all that great. The odds of drawing a price at least comparable to the Amastendra was woefully low, but as long as VS could go through so many lottery tickets, he was bound to get something good eventually. The only snag was that these missions didn't seem very easy to fulfill. I've never seen an S-rank mission before. A-rank missions already gave him a lot of trouble. If he had to do something that surpassed the Glowing Planet campaign in difficulty, Then obtaining these 5 different high-grade exotics should not be simple. As soon as Ves memorized the names of the materials, he deactivated the system and put down his privacy shield and Lucky's ECM. He quickly went on the galactic net and searched for the plainest sounding one. Templa steel. Processed alloy made by a long-extinct alien race. Remnants of this highly desired material is occasionally found in the wilting rose star sector. No actual market price. No market price? This was worse than he thought. If the galactic net could not cough up a market price, then obtaining Templa steel was not as simple as throwing enough money at a supplier. This material was probably as valuable as a thin sliver of high-grade Rorica's bone, if not more. S-ranked missions weren't S-ranked for nothing. Ves immediately grew suspicious at the system for imposing these missions on him all of a sudden. It strengthened his theory that the system may be incomplete or suffered from serious damage and required a number of exceptional materials to recover its former strength. I don't need to search the other materials to know they're just as priceless. He felt like the system knew him too well. It wanted these materials, and it had no scruples dangling bits of juicy bait in front of Ves in order to get him to gather them in its stead. The worst part about it was that it was working. Chapter 1138 Elevated Status. Throughout the week of interviews and celebration, Ves also received a very important call. As soon as he read the name of the person calling him, he immediately took a break. Ves Larkinson. Congratulations on your successful advancement to journeyman. Thank you, Master Olson. Although his master hadn't been very present during his formative years as an apprentice, he still enjoyed some of the halo she bestowed on him. Ves was very cognizant that Master Olson didn't pay too much attention to apprentice mech designers like him unless she nurtured them to inherit her design philosophy. It was different when it came to journeymen. Even in the prosperous and highly populated Friday Coalition, journeymen were valuable resources that could be employed in many areas as long as their loyalty could be assured. The problem that Master Olson faced in this situation was that she probably did not expect Ves to advance to journeyman so fast. This threw her calculations on him completely out of whack, though she did her best not to show any of her doubts to Ves in this calm call. By all appearances, Master Olson genuinely looked pleased at his turn of fortune. Now that you have become a de facto journeyman, it won't be long before you receive recognition from the MTA. Are you aware of your obligations once you reach that point? Ves nodded. I'll have to travel to the MTA's sector headquarters. There are some important ceremonies and rituals that you have to go through. Advancement to journeyman not only means your ability to design mechs has matured, but it also means you have become a true galactic citizen. The MTA will outline all the benefits a journeyman like you is entitled to. They will also reveal some very important secrets about the true meaning of our profession. That sounded as if his impending visit to the MTA's headquarters in the Komodo Star sector wasn't just a regular meet and greet. I look forward to my upcoming visit, Ves said, even though he felt anything but enthused. His relationship with the MTA was admittedly mixed. Ves flagrantly broke their rules and ran roughshod over their taboos several times. Like a crook visiting a police station, Ves didn't want to be close to them at all, especially considering that his body was marked by gene optimization treatments from the CFA. Even so, as far as Ves was aware of, every journeyman went on a pilgrimage to one of the bulwarks of the MTA. The Mech Trade Association might possess an innocuous name, but they were very adamant on keeping every mech designer in civilized space under their control. Your visit to the MTA's headquarters come first, Master Olson emphasized. After that, I would like you to pay a visit to Limar to inspect you on your progress and impart some knowledge to you. I will also be offering some opportunities to you that are well worth your time. I advise you to clear your schedule and arrange matters at home before you embark on your visits. It sounded like Master Olson already wanted to put Ves at work. What are these opportunities you talk about? Do you know the meaning of the word journeyman? A journeyman is a craftsman who has matured. They are competent in their craft and can be trusted to deliver a sound product by themselves. One of the historical customs of journeymen in ancient crafts was that they traveled from place to place after graduating from apprentices. This allowed them to move beyond their hometowns to experience different approaches to their own craft. A journeyman mech designer is not obligated to travel around, but it is generally a good idea to broaden your horizons. This sounded rather big to Ves. You want me to travel around? Master Olson smiled. Have you ever traveled beyond the Komodo star sector? I have, Ves admitted. Several missions brought me to the Ferris Star region. Then you must be very much aware that different customs exist for mechs depending on the region they operate. A resource-poor region like the frontier cannot sustain the existence of high-quality mechs. Each star sector exhibits their own nuances when it comes to the prevailing mech doctrines. I'm very glad you've already taken a step to expand your horizons, but it would do you well to explore what more prosperous star sectors have to offer as well. It seemed to Ves that Master Olson was trying to encourage him to accept the opportunities she wanted to present to him during his visit to Limar. Since he was quite intrigued by the prospect of traveling to another star sector, he expressed some enthusiasm. I look forward to what you have to offer. In any case, he could neatly fit a possible excursion in his schedule as long as it didn't take too long. After he designed his fifth original mech design, he wasn't under very much pressure to design another mech. With the next generation of mechs about to arrive in 5 years or less, any mech he designed in the waning years of the current generation would quickly be devalued. While his Aurora Titan model exceeded its initial sales projections, Ves would not be able to spiritually empower his other mech designs with something as strong as Kalanxo's spiritual fragment. Without possessing the critical element that allowed him to elevate the X factor of his design to A rank, his subsequent mech designs would never match the Aurora Titan's splendor. Rather than spending his time on designing lackluster mechs, Ves would rather go on an excursion to expand his horizons and improve his ability to design mechs for the upcoming mech generation. After a bit more chatting, Master Olson finally ended the call. While she wanted to impart a lot more information to him, he would visit her soon enough at Limar anyway. A journeyman really receives different treatment from everyone, he sighed. It kind of made sense as journeyman mech designers technically enjoyed the same status as expert pilots. Nonetheless, the MTA treated high-ranking mech pilots with much more reverence than high-ranking mech designers. It was as if they believed that expert pilots needed extra protection, while journeyman mech designers could take care of themselves. Well, with how difficult it is to extend the lives of expert pilots, and how often they are subjected to combat, it's really hard to ensure that enough of them are around at any single time. Mech designers were more than capable of taking care of themselves. Journeymen and hire were guaranteed money-making machines. It was impossible for them to go bankrupt and starve on the streets unless they pissed off the state or the MTA. As long as someone had enough money, they could convert it into different forms of power and influence. Ves happened to be flush with money right now, so much so that he didn't know what to do with it other than to invest in the avatars of myth. The avatars are growing stronger every day, but it's still a slow process. Throwing more money at the avatars at this stage would do more harm than good. Melker was very clear about the need to grow the avatars organically rather than by brute force. A rapid growth would introduce too many unstable elements in their ranks. As the days of interviews and celebrations came to an end, Ves finally had the opportunity to pay a final visit to Janzi. He arrived at the same military hospital which he had been treated for the injuries sustained by his last assassination attempt with Lucky in tow. While the guards looked at his cat with askance, they let them through anyway. When Ves and Lucky entered the hospital room where Janzi recuperated from her arduous breakthrough, they encountered an extra guest. "Grandfather! You're here!" Benjamin Larkinson amiably smiled at his exceptional grandson. "I took the fastest Corvette to Bentheim in order to catch you before you returned to Cloudy Curtain. I'm very proud of what you've achieved, Ves. Your sudden advancement has completely upended the family. Are there any changes in store? Now that you've become a journeyman, you carry real weight in the family. As far as I'm concerned, you have the right to stand equal to the expert pilots in the family. While it will take some time for me to convince the other elders to respect you in this fashion, it is undeniable that you are a leader of the family." That was pretty big news to Ves. While the Larkinson family did not specifically obey the orders of their experts unquestionably, they still had a lot of say in how the family was being run. Most of Benjamin's leading influence in the family came from his past status as an expert pilot. Even though his battle injuries took away his strength, Benjamin was still an influential leader in the family. For Benjamin to suggest that his grandson enjoyed the same renown was to suggest they now stood as equals when it came to decision-making within the family. "I'm honored you feel that way," Ves responded mildly. "I'm not really chasing after power in the family, though. I'm already occupied with my own work." "I know you aren't interested. Ganso Larkinson isn't interested in exercising his power either. The day-to-day operations of the family will still remain in the hands of old geezers like me. The only important point to keep in mind is that if you really want something that requires the support of the entire family, it's a lot easier to get our backing now. For example, the recent moves you've made to align ourselves to the Tovar family has long been met with resistance from many conservative Larkinsons. That's different now." This was what it meant to be a leader in the family. The Larkinson family didn't know what to do with the first journeyman mech designer in their ranks, so they defaulted to treating him as an expert pilot. Both of them turned to the patient in the room. Janzi looked a bit better than Ves had thought. She already looked as if she could be up and about after a few more weeks of recovery. "How are you, Janzi?" Ves asked gently while placing Lucky on her bed. The cat playfully climbed up to Janzi and allowed himself to be petted by her hand. "The doctors say I'll have to make a long recovery. They've been poring over the telemetry, and they've all been scratching their heads over why my breakthrough was unusually violent." Ves had a good idea why, but it was best to keep his thoughts to himself. "Will you be able to regain your strength?" "I think so. The Apocalypse Heralds will help me recover. Thank you for letting me keep the Shield of Samar, Ves. I know it's a very expensive mech for you to give away. As far as I'm concerned, you're the true owner of the Shield of Samar. I already arranged Gavin to transfer the ownership of the mech over to your name. It is truly yours now." Janzi looked very ecstatic at the news. She brightened up instantly and spontaneously hugged Lucky to her chest. "Thank you for this gift, Ves. I don't know how I can repay this favor." "I'm just paying you for your services, Janzi. The stunt you pulled off during the demonstration has already inspired many people to buy a copy of the Aurora Titan. The earnings I've made from those extra sales are more than sufficient to cover the value of your mech. Besides, we're family." Ves, Janzi and Benjamin all enjoyed a happy moment. Benjamin was glad to see that Ves was generous to Janzi. Family needed to stick together and help each other out. "Are you happy with joining the Apocalypse Heralds?" Ves asked. "To be honest, I would rather join a heavy assault regiment that likes to take the fight up close," she said. "Still, my Shield of Samar is a lot more useful protecting the slow-moving artillery mechs of the Heralds. Their static, defensive-oriented mech doctrine fits well with a low-mobility mech like mine." She'd be able to fulfill the core purpose of her mech to the utmost with the Apocalypse Heralds. With all the murky signs that another conflict might be on the horizon, Janzi would have plenty of chances in the future to distinguish herself in battle with the heralds. Chapter 1139 New Old Face. The visit to Janzi capped off a fantastic week for Ves. With orders for the Aurora Titan continuing to pour in, Ves believed he had done all he could do to maximize the exposure of his mech model. After achieving a sufficient amount of saturation in the public sphere, further interviews and publicity stunts wouldn't be of much use. While most of the public heard of the Aurora Titan's existence, they still reserved their judgment on its design. Only through seeing it in action would they truly make up their minds on whether this eccentric mech possessed any actual merit. In fact, as Ves boarded the Barracuda along with Lucky, Keddies, and Gavin, his assistant handed him a datapad containing the first reports of what his first customers were doing with the first batch of mechs that had already rolled off Nora Consolidated's formidable production lines. "This looks quite bad," Ves remarked. "A lot of your customers overestimated their skills or the skills of their Space Knight specialists." Gavin shrugged as they secured themselves to their seats as the Barracuda lifted off from Durham's spaceport. The corvette would quickly be joining the Greenfeather on their way back to Cloudy Curtain. While the LMC and Nora Consolidated attached plenty of warnings to the Aurora Titan, the reality is that the majority of our customers are woefully ill-prepared to make use of such a machine. The lack of mobility didn't seem so bad when viewing Ves Larkinson's brief performance in her Shield of Samar, but it was a lot more glaring in practice. In addition, the operation of the alien crystals and the polarizing module both required a lot of extra effort on the part of the mech pilots. It took Janzi months to become proficient in their uses. "I hope our companies have made it clear that the Aurora Titan comes with a steep learning curve. We don't take refunds, and I don't want to see our customers begin to second-guess the Aurora Titan and cancel their outstanding orders. We're aware of how much this problem can blow up in our faces," Gavin said. "The LMC and Nora Consolidated already joined hands to tackle this problem and nip it in the bud before it grows into a major problem. Right now, we're rapidly developing a number of virtual and real space training programs. The mech pilots of the other 4 show models are already being employed as trainers." "All of that sounds good. I'm very pleased with the initiative being shown. Good work, Gavin." The LMC did not require any intervention from Ves when it came to addressing problems of this nature. Phase 2 not only set the tone of the company's corporate culture, but also introduced many organizational changes that decentralized the different departments of the company. In some sense, the organizational structure of the LMC resembled the way the Starlight Megalodon organized her own departments, if not as dysfunctional and prone to tribalism. As much as Ves held some misgivings over this decentralized approach, it was the most appropriate one to take when it came to larger companies. As the LMC grew larger and larger, delegating more responsibilities became a necessity, as Ves and the top management of the company couldn't possibly micromanage its massive day-to-day operations. Therefore, the LMC transitioned to an organizational model where the departments gained more autonomy to make their own decisions. Supervisors at the top and inspectors rotating among the different departments of the company made sure that they did their jobs, but other than that, Ves did not care too much about the direction they took. At this point, Ves was not exactly the most active CEO of his company. His only 2 responsibilities was to lead the design team and pump out more mech designs. "What about the pushback we received from Ansel? Has Professor Pendleton and his ilk made any notable moves against the Aurora Titan?" "Not as such." Gavin shook his head. "So far, they've only been content with publishing nuances critiques of the Aurora Titan design. However, their reviews have a very wide reach in the Bright Republic's mech community. Although our marketing blitz has managed to overshadow the unflattering reviews for the moment, after the immediate excitement dies down, the reviews will gain a lot more weight." Many people blindly followed the reviews from authoritative mech designers. The Ansel mech designers learned the hard way that it was best not to engage in a debate with Ves directly, so they decided to address the many shortcomings of the Aurora Titan design through numerous reviews and evaluations. Ves could hardly rebut the criticisms directly. He'd have to go through the trouble of writing up a formal rebuttal, which the Mech publication could opt to publish it or throw it in the trash can. I believe plenty of customers will come to learn to appreciate the Aurora Titan in time, he said. All the negative reviews only pay attention to the specs of my design. They aren't evaluating it holistically or mention anything about a mech pilot is able to mesh with the mech. As long as word of mouth about the remarkable properties about my mechs are spreading, the reviews won't hold as much weight anymore. The Black Beak and the Crystal Lord models already underwent something similar, if to a lesser degree. The mechs of the LMC always turned out to be more remarkable than met the eye. While many mech buyers put a lot of stock in mech reviews, they were also highly susceptible to the recommendations other people who boasted about their fantastic experiences with their new mechs. Has the Ansel crowd done any more than that? We haven't seen any signs, Gavin said. According to Marcella, you're protected by the halo of your recent achievements. It's not wise to attack you at your current peak. Are they planning on retaliating when the dust dies down? Maybe. We're not sure. There isn't much point to it. Usually, the main way the Ansel mech designers puts down their competitors is to publish a competing design with the same mech concept. The mech designers who graduated from the Ansel University of Mech Design possessed so much confidence that they weren't afraid of direct competition. If Professor Pendleton really wanted to hit back at Ves, then he would surely be designing his own version of a super-medium space knight at this very moment. Nonetheless, Ves did not express any apprehension towards this possible threat. Instead, he grinned with excitement. The Aurora Titan cannot be matched so easily. No one can replicate the special sauce I've added to my own mech designs. Even if the specs of the Aurora Titan's competitors are a little better, the piloting experience will still differ by a drastic margin. Competition was the prevailing rule of the game. Mech designers constantly competed against each other. Nothing forbid any mech designer to compete directly against the LMC's products. Perhaps any other mech designer would be shaking in their boots at the thought of publishing a fantastic new mech design, only to be overshadowed by a superior mech of the same type a couple of months later. Heck, the competing mech model didn't even need to take that long to enter the market. Corporate espionage allowed a competitor to get wind of what another mech designer was designing early. As long as the competitor worked harder and better, they could publish their design first. Although these kinds of shenanigans took place a lot of times, if the sensational stories in the mech publications were true, none of it was forbidden. As long as a competitor didn't get caught with engaging in corporate espionage, they could publish all the competing mech designs they wanted. As Ves kept himself up to date on the market reception of the Aurora Titan, the Barracuda and the Green Feather quickly arrived at Cloudy Curtain. Ves, Lucky, Keddies and Gavin departed from his personal Corvette after landing at the mech nursery. Keddies took Lucky and quickly ran off, leaving Ves and Gavin to their business. Since he had just returned to the company, Ves wanted to check by his office to see if anything new had been placed on his desk. He entered the headquarters and rode the elevator to the top. Once there, he encountered a surprising old face. Carlos! His old friend and classmate finally returned to the LMC after the Mech Corps released him from his draft. Ves and Carlos immediately hugged each other before separating and taking in each other's appearances. You look a lot more formidable than last time, Ves, Carlos said with a slightly hoarse but impressed voice. Wow, so this is what becoming a journeyman will do to you. You look different as well, Carlos. You're much more fit and mature. I see the war has left a heavy mark on you as well. Carlos wore simple work clothing while sporting a plain buzz cut. His skin had tanned by quite a bit, and it appeared he also seemed to be a little jumpier than usual. Most notably, one of his arms wasn't as tanned as the other. That arm. Is it cloned? Yep. Carlos shrugged. It's nothing compared to what you've been through. I heard you got shot in the heart on Bentheim and that your entire chest needed to be replaced. Ves chuckled a bit. Yeah. I enjoyed some of the best medical treatment in the Republic, so hardly any mark is left behind. The doctors even made sure to match my clone skin's pigment with my original skin. The disparity in the quality of their treatments reflected their importance to the Republic. While Ves enjoyed the attention and favor of Flashlight, the Tovar family and Professor Ventag, Carlos had been left on his own. As a low-ranking novice mech designer, his status among all the drafted mech designers was firmly at the bottom. This made Carlos no different from cannon fodder in the eyes of the brass. From the glimpses of haunting gazes that Ves sensed in the eyes of his friend, Carlos must have endured a lot of traumas during the war. The LMC will always welcome you back, Carlos, Ves gently said and invited him inside his office. Let's go inside. You're welcome to share your story if you want. It's nothing special, really, Carlos wearily said. I spent most of my time during the war assigned to supervise a maintenance division at a land-bound mech regiment deployed to the front lines. It was a very hectic 3 years. Having gone through a lot of dangerous encounters himself, Ves recognized that Carlos didn't want to bring up painful memories. Ves quickly changed his tack. That's fine. Just know that Cloudy Curtain has always been very far away from the action. It's the perfect place for you to recuperate and integrate back into society. His parents chose to settle on Cloudy Curtain for a very good reason that Ves only realized after he returned from the war itself. The planet was very tranquil. While it was conveniently positioned close to the Bentheim system, it was also an unimportant, rural backwater where nothing exciting happened. To people haunted by the war such as his parents, himself or Carlos, spending their placid days on this underdeveloped planet was a great way to heal from the mental scars left behind by the war. As Ves tentatively managed to engage Carlos in casual conversation, he carefully asked an important question. How far have you progressed in your mech design career? Have you learned a lot? I have. Carlos nodded with a bit more energy. My recent improvement in learning ability quickly caught the attention of more senior mech designers. They assigned a lot of reading material to me over the years. While I don't claim to equal your knowledge, I'm sure I can be of use to you now. That's good to hear. Have you found your specialty yet? Deciding upon the basis of your design philosophy is an important step to take for a mech designer. Carlos tentatively nodded. I've almost settled on an idea, although I'm not entirely comfortable with it yet. I keep coming back to it despite my reluctance to embrace the idea. Are you willing to describe your potential design philosophy? All right, but please don't laugh. Simply said, my design philosophy revolves around big guns. There's just something about unleashing powerful physical impacts and explosions at range that fascinate me. If I ever design my own mechs, I want them to be armed with the biggest and most powerful rifles and cannons I can hook up to their frames. That is certainly a very specific idea, Ves answered while doing his best not to look nonplussed. If that is where your passion leads to, then you should pursue it without hesitation. That's the thing. I don't know if it is something I want to focus on for the entirety of my mech design career. What if I regret the decision? Only you can resolve the doubts in your heart, Carlos. Take all the time you need. I'll be waiting. Chapter 11:40 Friendly Business. Throughout the evening upon his return to Cloudy Curtain, Ves managed to worm out a few more details on what Carlos had been through. After a brief bout of training, the Mech Corps immediately assigned him to the 5th Route Raiders of the 5th Havensworth Division. VS immediately understood what Carlos might have gone through once he'd been assigned to the Root Raiders. The mech regiments of the Havensworth divisions usually saw the most action as they were based at or around the Havensworth border system. The Root Raiders served a very specific role in the 5th Havensworth Division. They excelled in operating in arboreal terrain. Forests, trees, and abundant alien or Earth standard fauna posed fewer difficulties to them than other mech regiments. They fielded a large range of light mechs and slimmed down medium mechs. Their mechs either wormed their way through trees or chopped them down with the axes that every Root Raider mech carried in their default loadout. In fact, the Root Raiders were famous for not issuing a single sword to their melee mechs. The reason the Root Raiders developed such a specific mech doctrine was because they were mostly employed to contest the rural, underdeveloped border planets at the front lines. Although the systems they fought at weren't necessarily important in a strategic sense, the Root Raiders still played a vital role in forcing the Visians to divert additional forces to root the Raiders out. Naturally, the Root Raiders often had to play with fire when they deployed. Time and time again, they suffered major casualties when they overplayed their hands or came across more Visian reinforcements than expected. Knowing this, VS did not feel the need to ask Carlos to share more of his story anymore. "The 5th of the 5th are my brothers," Carlos said. "To be honest, sometimes I doubted whether I should return home after surviving so much with them. The Raiders extended an offer to me, you know." "Why did you decide to return?" "I promised to come back to you, right? Also, I don't think I can stomach more war. At that time, amidst the explosions and hasty evacuations, I became aware of what mech designers are truly capable of. We design engines of destruction. Each mech is a killing machine. Destruction is central to what they bring to the table. And where destruction ensues, death eventually follows." VS was taken aback by his friend's sudden outburst. "Whoa there, Carlos. Perhaps you should calm down a bit. The Republic is long at peace now. The Visians won't return to rain down destruction on us. The mech nursery is one of the safest and most heavily guarded sites on the planet." I'm sorry, VS. I think my mood swings have gotten the better of me. The reason why it took so long for the Mech Corps to release me from service is because I had to go through a few months of therapy. If Carlos was this bad right now, then he must have been quite a sight in the past. "Are you taking any medicine?" VS asked suspiciously. "I'm on a prescription." "Make sure you check up with our own doctors about your medication. The LMC should have a competent staff on hand, and if not, you can always check with the doctors from Sanya-Ablin." "I'll do that." "So now that you've left the Mech Corps, is your return to your expectations?" "I don't know," Carlos admitted. "I feel as if I went through hell and back, but then I hear about you earning the Darkness Eater and the Golden Mech while possibly going through something 10 times worse than I've ever experienced. Not only that, but you also managed to advance to Journeyman shortly after the war. How does that make you feel?" "It makes me feel as if I can never catch up to you. It makes me feel jealous of your sudden good fortune these past few years. It makes me feel that no matter how much sweat and tears I put into my work, it will never equal a minute's worth of effort on your part." This was very honest of Carlos. VS could see why he would feel that way. His friend obviously suffered a lot, but he likely never received anything close to Darkness Eater as a recognition of the services he rendered during the war. "I can't do anything about the way you feel about me," VS replied after a brief but deliberate pause. "I've enjoyed some spates of good luck, I admit. However, I don't think it's healthy for you to compare yourself to me. What will that do except to strain our friendship even further? Mech design is not a race. There are masters and star designers who are 1,000,000 times more capable than me, but do you see me casting jealous glances at the success they enjoy? They're all older than you, VS. They have hundreds of years to develop a head start. My situation is different. We were classmates. We attended the Rittersberg University of Technology in the same class and the same year group. We graduated at the same time with pretty much the same level of grades. How can you move so far ahead since then? You're a journeyman now, for heaven's sake. Not officially. Technically, I'm merely a de facto journeyman. Don't be pedantic with me. I'm not the Carlos you knew back then. There's something very odd about you. Between the time you graduated and since you designed your first variant, something weird must have happened that gave you a leg up in your mech design career. What is it, Ves? Carlos was not the first person to cast doubt on V's unusual background and his abnormally rapid career progression. Normally, Ves would have denied every accusation for fear of exposing the system. While this concern never went away, he had grown a lot more confident about himself lately. Even if others found something suspicious about Ves, so what? With all of the pervasive influences at work in every layer of society, it could be anyone who secretly backed his ascent. Ves figured that the best way to deflect these questions was to simply leave them open and let the person make up their own guesses. However, on account of his friendship with Carlos, Ves believed he needed to supply some sort of answer this time. Carlos, if you've seen a glimpse of the full extent of the galaxy as I have, then you'll realize that the Bright Republic and the Vesia Kingdom are only tiny fishes in an unimaginably huge pond. I think in the coming years you'll begin to realize that only the greater powers truly matter. What kind of answer is that? It's the truth. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. All I want to add is that if you are not comfortable working under me anymore, you are free to go. As long as you abide by the NDAs you've signed, I'll support you whether you want to return to the Root Raiders or work for another company. Will you support me if I want to found my own mech company? I'm even willing to do that if that's what you want. However, my help will come in the form of a business investment rather than a personal handout. I will expect to have a say in how your company is run and be entitled to a commensurate share of dividends. What if I don't want your help? Even if you manage to secure alternate funding sources, I will still insist on owning a small share in the profits your company has earned. Ves bluntly replied. He firmly shook off the velvet gloves this time. With all the assistance I've provided over the years, you owe me at least that much. I invested in you because I'm hopeful that you'll be a fine addition to my design team. If you want to walk away, then I will at least demand a small proportion of the profits or income you make in any future endeavors. This is the custom among mech designers in the mech industry. The harsh dose of reality poured cold water on Carlos' increasingly wild ambitions. Even though he had become much more competent as a mech designer lately, what would he be without Ves? As much as Carlos yearned for more, he needed to consider whether he had the ability to make it on his own in the first place. Unless his buddies at the Root Raiders provided the seed money for him to found his own mech company, Carlos could only turn to his old friend and employer for funding. Yet where would that leave him? Having Ves as a major shareholder of his new company was no different than working for Ves directly at the LMC. Either way, there was no escaping the fact that Carlos needed to continue to work for Ves if he wanted to get his mech design career off the ground. As Carlos went through various calculations and considerations, Ves calmly observed his friend while maintaining a calm facade. Ves did not want to coerce his newly returned friend. He hoped that Carlos would set aside his overblown ambitions and fall in line. The two might have been classmates once, but as a journeyman Ves had gone much further ahead in his career. The disparity between the two had widened so much that Ves would only be doing Carlos a disservice by coddling him. They were both adults. While their friendship and their shared past counted for a lot, as a successful mech designer Ves could not set aside basic realities when deciding how to handle this thorny situation. Stuck between a gentle approach and a firm approach, Ves decided to assert himself and put his foot down. Sentiment may have counted for something, but Ves would not allow it to stand in the way of business to this extent. After a minute of internal struggle, Carlos lowered his shoulders. I don't know what I want to do with my life, Ves. I think I need some time to myself to figure it out on my own. Can you give me some time? Sure. Ves nonchalantly waved his hand. I suggest you go on vacation. Go on a trip to Moira's Paradise or something and clear your mind. Once you figure out what you want in your life and the best way to accomplish that, you can come back to me to deliver your answer. Thanks. I know I've crossed the line, but I'm really tired. I understand. Some people come back from the war with more scars than others. As someone who grew up in the military family, Ves was very cognizant about the psychological wounds that war could leave behind in someone's psyche. Not all wounds could be healed by replacing damaged portions with cloned tissue. When it came to wounds to the mind, aside from taking dubiously effective medicine, only time and therapy worked. Do you have any family, Carlos? You've met my parents before, Ves. Then I suggest you visit them for a time. If there's anything the Larkinsons have learned about healing from the war, it's that spending your time around family is the best solution. That's a good suggestion. I'll do that. After packing Carlos off, Ves watched the high doors of his office close, leaving him alone in his imposing office. At the beginning, he felt as if he reunited with a friend. At the end, he felt as if he ended an inconclusive negotiation with a recalcitrant employee. The two demanded different approaches to the problems that Carlos presented to him. Ves made the decision to prioritize business over friendship in this instance. Although I will always consider Carlos as my friend, I won't allow him to take advantage of me, Ves muttered to himself. If he thinks he can resign from my company in order to pursue other prospects, then he better pay back what he owes. Chapter 1141 Avatar to Myth. Ves paid a visit to the base of the Avatars of Myth. Few mech pilots were lounging about. Instead, they disappeared into their mechs or simulator pods and poured their hearts and souls into training. How could they continue to take it easy when Ves Larkinson, a young mech pilot fresh out of the Mech Academy, underwent a highly improbable breakthrough to expert candidate? One of their own ascended from the ranks of mortals and took her first step onto godhood. Ves had only been an avatar for a scant few months, but already she shed her role of emulating a mythical being into becoming one herself. How could this incredibly fortunate example not inspire the remainder of the avatars into a frenzy? Aside from that, everyone heard about Janzi's close connection to the Shield of Samar. Melker told Ves all the details when all the Larkinsons on Cloudy Curtain met in the Avatar Commander's office. The men and women of the Avatars of Myth have developed the belief that your mechs can help them turn into expert candidates. Even though there's only a sample size of one so far, Janzi's circumstances during her breakthrough are very remarkable. Aside from being a Larkinson and paired with a mech that is practically tailored for her use, the rest of her background made a quick advancement extremely unlikely. Mech pilots fresh out of the academy just don't advance to expert candidate after a single show match. Road Larkinson added with a hint of incredulity. You need to accumulate at least some battle experience to get a realistic chance of becoming an expert candidate. All the other Larkinson expert pilots that popped up over the years all broke through under arduous combat. Each of them faced tough opponents and put their lives on the line, forcing them to sum up every scrap of ability before they ultimately broke through an invisible barrier in order to achieve even greater performance. Having heard from both Melker and Rode, Ves turned to Chet. What about you? What do you think? Chet was the oldest Larkinson mech pilot among the three little chicks. Well, Ves supposed he should call them two little chicks now. One of their own had suddenly evolved from a plain juvenile chicken into a majestic young phoenix. A lot of us Larkinsons dream of becoming expert pilots. You know that, VS. Yet even though the family boasts hundreds of active mech pilots, less than 10 have managed to take the next step. The odds that we can follow in Janzi's footsteps aren't all that big. If it happens to me one day, I'd be ecstatic, but if not, I'll just live my life as a normal Larkinson. That's a very sober outlook to take. VS nodded to Chet in appreciation. While there's nothing wrong with harboring some ambitions, don't put too much stock in my abilities. I'm not a sorcerer who can simply wave my hand and turn you all into expert candidates. Janzi's example is a very clear outlier that likely won't be repeated. He was being a little disingenuous here. VS knew more than anyone how expert candidates emerged. Not only that, but he also possessed the tools to replicate the feat. However, for a second expert candidate to emerge from the ranks of the avatars of myth was too conspicuous. Once may be coincidence, but to have something incredible like that happen again in a short time would definitely attract a lot of attention from some very high places. Nonetheless, was it really so bad if people began to associate his mechs with an increased chance of advancing to a higher form of life? Even if VS did nothing to encourage this phenomenon, the remarkable X factor of his mechs would do the job for him. As long as the mech pilots became aligned with the X factor of their machines and earned the favor of their design spirits, their chances of breaking through would definitely increase. This effect should be most pronounced when the mechs they piloted came from designs with A-grade X factor or higher. For now, VS did not think he could reproduce an A-grade X factor without resorting to extraordinary means. Without the aid of something as powerful and benevolent as Kalankso's spiritual fragment, his customers shouldn't transform into expert candidates anytime soon. Still, considering he was facing family, VS decided to throw them a bone to chew on for a while. I don't want to dash your hopes. Maybe you'll achieve something similar one day, VS said to his cousins. I will share some of the same advice to you that I gave Janzi just before she deployed on that fateful day. What do my company and my mech stand for? What is most remarkable about each of my products? Living mechs. Partners for life. You're just parroting the company motto, Melker. I know the meaning, VS. I haven't attended all of those company events for nothing. Melker frowned. Your mechs are supposed to be valued partners to mech pilots. Treat them right, and they will treat you better. That's the idea behind your mechs, right? Correct. However, few people truly embody that ideal. You all have a tendency to regard your mechs as cold machines or lifeless tools, right? What if I tell you that Janzi firmly rejected that stance? What if I tell you that Janzi put her faith in my ideology and earnestly tried to bond with her mech? That put the 3 Larkinson mech pilots in Melker's office into deep thought. Staying at the mech nursery for a few months taught them all about the LMC's beliefs. Yet that did not necessarily mean they took them literally. Perhaps only now that VS directly connected Janzi's lucky break with the company's ideals did Melker, Chet, and Rode begin to take them seriously. Maybe VS was really onto something here. I'll let you guys figure out the rest yourself. VS shrugged. He only wanted to give them a push in the right direction, but not much more. I can only promise you that as long as you stay in the avatars of myth, you will be in the best possible place to follow in Janzi's footsteps. Melker, what is the founding principle of the avatars of myth? The avatars of myth are meant to showcase your mechs, Melker replied. Our name comes from your aspiration to have our mech pilots exhibit the full potential of your mechs. Each time we pilot our mechs, we become avatars for the incredible machines that are inspired by beings of myth. VS smiled. Exactly. The avatar component in the name of my personal mech troop refers to mech pilots such as you and Janzi. The definition of an avatar is a manifestation of a mythical godlike being. While that generally means that you are only able to emulate a god, perhaps you'll be able to learn from the experience. The key is the myth component of the name. A light shone in Melker's eyes, not that everyone saw it due to his annoying habit of covering his upper face with an opaque visor. I see now. You are saying that the key to being an avatar is to understand the myths we are meant to embody. That's what you intended from the start when you decided upon the name, right? Correct. Ves nodded. As you all know, I hold some very unusual and eccentric beliefs with regard to the relationship between mechs and their mech pilots. You can review all of the LMC's reading materials if you want to refresh your understanding on them. Suffice to say, I don't just design a mech as a functional product. Instead, I get inspired by great beings and figures of myth. If no convenient examples are within my reach, I just let my imagination get the best of me. You can say that my mech designs each have the shadow of a mythical being behind them. What Janzi understood that you do not is that there may be some benefits to opening yourself up to this shadow. After passing on his words of advice, Ves left his relatives to stew on them. Even though he didn't think they would be able to advance from his lessons, he at least expected them to perform significantly better. His mechs had always been designed to perform at their best when their mech pilots believed in them. As the most prominent members of the avatars of myth, his Larkinson cousins should lead by example. The avatars of myth do not yet live up to their name. Ves shook his head in regret. It will take a lot of time for Melker to build up their ranks and for me to supply them all with my own mech models. Perhaps a few years earlier, Ves would be content with fielding only 1 or 2 mech companies. Now that he advanced to journeyman, he knew it was not enough to keep up with his growing ambitions. All of that takes time. Speaking of time, Ves already had his hands full with tasks to occupy his time. Before he embarked on designing his 5th original mech design, he needed to fulfill the promises made by his company. After Gavin arranged the LMC to renegotiate the sales contracts, he managed to postpone the promised delivery of 15 gold label Aurora Titans in exchange for Ves adding a little something extra to the machines. We had to work hard to get some of the more stubborn ones to loosen their stance, Gavin said as Ves returned to his office. I hope you haven't promised too much. It's fine, boss. As long as you make their mechs look unique from every other gold label Aurora Titan, they'll be content. I know enough about your design style that making cosmetic changes to your mechs is as easy as pie for you. You can do it, right? No problem. Art is in my blood. It's really no problem for me to dress up my Aurora Titans in a different coat. Perhaps other mech designers would have some objection to trying to develop 15 unique looks for a single mech model, but Ves possessed a very creative mind. While he preferred to think that he inherited his active imagination from his mother, the truth was that all the creativity attribute candies he ingested supercharged his imagination. Ever since he bumped his creativity to practically inhuman levels, he never worried about running out of ideas. After he finished checking with Gavin about the LMC's daily business, Ves decided to pull up his sleeves and go to work. Over the next 13 days, Ves, Keddies and a dedicated crew of mech technicians labored hard to pump out 5 excellent gold label mechs. Although Ves rushed the fabrication process, he still worked meticulously enough to ensure the mechs equaled the condition of the show models when they first rolled off the production lines. With the production of 5 new gold label Aurora Titans, 10 of them existed in total now. Ves gifted the Shield of Samar to Janzi while putting the other 4 show models at Professor Ventag's disposal. The delivery of these 5 new mechs should ensure that a small but decent sample of gold label Aurora Titans showed up in the wild. Some of the lucky clients who obtained the first batch of gold label Aurora Titans bought them to show them off to the public. One notable client that Ves prioritized highly happened to be the Bentheim branch of Bosworth's, one of the most renowned mech showroom operators in the Star Sector. Bosworth's was like a museum for notable mechs. For them to decide to place a gold label Aurora Titan on display was a massive honor to Ves. With all of the foot traffic that Bosworth's attracts each year, millions of people will be able to experience one of my best works up close. Projections of his mechs simply didn't cut it. People had to witness his mechs in person to experience their full splendor. Infatuation is great for sales. After all, if customers became infatuated, they wouldn't hesitate so much when deciding to purchase a product. To Ves, they were pretty much suckers fooled into impulse buying one of his products. Chapter 1142 Private Commissions. Now that Ves took care of his immediate business, he turned his attention to a project that had been on his mind for a while. It's time to design my 5th original mech. This would be a milestone for Ves. As long as he completed this project to the MTA and the market's satisfaction, he met all of the conditions to be recognized as a journeyman. With his 30th birthday within reach, Ves needed to design his next mech at a brisk pace in order to earn the much-coveted achievement of advancing to journeyman while young. Mech designers who are older than 30 aren't young anymore in the eyes of the MTA, he muttered to himself. Although Ves and everyone else already regarded him as a de facto journeyman, the MTA did not compromise at all when it came to enforcing their rules on others. If they say a journeyman needed to design at least 5 original mechs, then they'd better have at least that much designs under their belt before they applied for recognition. If the MTA isn't so insistent on this point, I wouldn't be so much in a hurry to finish this project. The most important implication of his lack of time was that the quality of his next design would not be as good as his previous design. Aside from the lack of time, Ves had also been deprived of a crucial advantage that helped elevate the quality of the Aurora Titan design by a substantial degree. I won't have the benefit of Professor Ventag by my side this time. They collaborated on only a single joint design project. Now that they published the Aurora Titan design and put the model on the market, their cooperation came to an end. Ves deeply benefited from collaborating with a senior mech designer. Not only did Professor Ventag act as a sounding board for his ideas, the senior also contributed substantially to the Aurora Titan's internal design. If that isn't enough, gaining access to his company's expansive library of component licenses is a massive convenience. Now that Ves returned to designing a mech on his own, he no longer enjoyed any of these advantages. The only 2 mech designers I have on hand is Kedis and Carlos. They won't be much help to me at this point. While Kedis made a lot of strides over the past few months, she still had ways to go before she met the standard of becoming a contributing designer in any of the LMC's major design projects. As for Carlos, Ves slowly felt the onset of a headache as he thought about how extensively the war had changed his friend. Right now, Carlos took his advice and went back to the Rittersberg region to stay with his parents for a time. Ves hoped that returning to his familiar childhood home would put some perspective in the man. Privately, Ves already made some preparations to write Carlos off. If his friend couldn't let go of his envy towards Ves, then it was best that they went their separate ways. Time changes everything, and not always for the better. He put his 2 subordinate mech designers out of his mind for now. Right now, he was back on his own when it came to designing another mech. My 4th original design was a grand project and a marvel of innovation. Ves wanted to make his 5th original mech design an innovative work as well, but he had much fewer means to work with this time. Without Professor Ventag and, more important, a powerful spiritual fragment from Kalangso, it was inevitable that his 5th original design would disappoint him in many ways. It's as if I enjoyed a taste of heaven before descending back to reality. He only managed to reach that height with assistance. On his own, he could never jump high enough to enter the gates of heaven. The only way to design a mech as good as the Aurora Titan was to keep improving himself until he became capable enough to make up for the shortfall. Therefore, Ves did not wish to place too much expectations for his upcoming design project. My next mech has to be good enough to uphold my reputation, but that is all. It doesn't have to sell thousands of copies a year like the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord. It also doesn't have to be as innovative and groundbreaking as the Aurora Titan either. Perhaps my fifth design will share the most in common with my third original design. The short-lived and underutilized Enduring Protector design was very different from his other original designs. Developed specifically for the Flagrant Vandals, only a handful of copies had been made before the circumstances at Aeon Corona 7 quickly made them irrelevant. Ves always regretted that his Enduring Protector never received the opportunity to fulfill its purpose. It never got the opportunity to fight back against the Visions in the hazardous red zone around the Starlight Megalodon where the breakdown effect was the strongest. It would be great to design a mech that doesn't have to appeal to the market. One of the most enjoyable aspects about designing the Enduring Protector was that Ves only needed to please the Flagrant Vandals. It was a lot easier to design a mech for a single client than to attempt to make it as appealable as possible to a wide variety of potential buyers. With all the renown that Ves and the LMC had earned, perhaps completing a private commission wasn't out of reach anymore. Ves summoned Gavin to his office. You called, boss? Yes. Let's say I'm in the mood to accept a private commission to design a mech for a specific client. Has the LMC received any inquiries of that nature? We have. Not a lot, and they're mostly phishing attempts. The majority of the people who sent these requests to us have approached hundreds of different mech companies. To them, it doesn't matter how many mech designers they annoy. If at least one of them accepts their request, then they're already happy. I see no value in working for undiscerning clients like these. If I am about to design a mech that is tailored to a specific client, then they'd better be sure about what I can bring to the table. A client who didn't care about which mech designer fulfilled their request would never fully appreciate his work. Ves wanted his work to have meaning, and to do that he needed to make sure they fulfilled their purpose. The case where he poured his heart and soul into designing the Enduring Protector, only for it to become irrelevant, should never happen again. Not if Ves had anything to say about the matter. This time, Ves had the luxury of choosing his own clients and commissions. Out of all the requests he received, some of them should meet his standards, right? Tell me about the most promising or the most meaningful commissions. They don't have to offer the most money or result in the most mechs. Well, we've received 3 possible commissions that are both interesting and promising, Gavin said. Given what I understand about your personality and your standards, only these 3 options are worth your time. Okay then. Let's hear it. Tell me about the commissions. The first commission is to design a mech for a mech athlete. Not just any mech athlete, but one with prior ties to our company. Do you remember back in the day you designed virtual mechs? The team captain of the Mosville Fireflies fell in love with your Dark Spear virtual design. It took a second for Ves to refresh his memory. I remember. Jarl Brenthill. We sponsored him to showcase my old Dark Spear assassin mech in Iron Spirit. That was a long time ago. It seems like Jarl Brenthill fell in love with your design style. He wants to commission a dueling mech designed by you. He specializes in piloting land-bound light skirmishers, but he's okay if you incorporate some elements of the Dark Spear design into the commissioned mech. So he basically wants a single custom mech? Yep. Mr. Brenthill doesn't plan on adding another light skirmisher to the roster of the Mosville Fireflies. That basically meant that Ves would be designing a mech for a single person. In other words, a custom job in the most traditional sense. Even so, as long as Jarl Brenthill made use of the mech in a serious capacity, it qualified as a serious mech design that enabled VS to meet the MTA's quota. Gavin was right. VS became intrigued by this commission. Even though its scale was on the small side, VS felt that it might be helpful in his development if he branched out to designing a dueling mech for a professional mech athlete. The Mosville Fireflies are big on Bentheim. If you are credited with the design of the mech used by the team captain to crush his opponents in the mech arena, then your reputation will definitely soar, his assistant enthusiastically gushed. While designing commercial mechs is all well and good, it's mostly geared towards the more serious mech insiders. Your reputation hasn't penetrated into the massive audience of the mech games as of yet. Fulfilling this commission can help you break new ground. It can also backfire on me, VS noted with much less enthusiasm. Designing mechs for the market is difficult because I have to appeal to many mech pilots. However, the advantage is that a single bad mech pilot in the wrong place and the wrong time won't be able to do much damage to my reputation. For every bad mech pilot, there is at least one good mech pilot who is able to showcase the potential of my products. I don't think you have to worry about incompetence, boss. We're talking about the Mosville Fireflies here. Jarl Brenthill was already good enough to become the team captain when he worked with us on promoting the Dark Spear virtual model. But he's even better now that he's had more seasons under his belt. Perhaps a bit paradoxically, the mech games still took place during the war. Even though much of the Bright Republic became consumed by the war, the citizens still needed their regular dose of entertainment. The mech games was by far the most popular sport in the state. If the Bright Senate ever tried to abolish the mech games during wartime, at least half of the Brighters would rise up in rebellion. If the Vesians came and promised to restore the mech games, then the most ardent fans of the sport would definitely defect. This extreme example showcased the importance of the mech games in the lives of many average citizens. The Bright Republic was no exception to this either. Practically every state hosted their own professional mech dueling circuits to please the masses. As one of the mainstays in the Bentheim dueling circuit, VS knew very well that the Mosville Fireflies possessed a lot of reach. While their hometown of Mosville on Bentheim was their strongest bulwark, they attracted fans from every corner of the Bright Republic, including Cloudy Curtain. For VS to design a custom mech for the team captain was to undertake a very major responsibility. If VS screwed it up, or if Jarl simply didn't pilot his new machine well enough, then both of them would suffer the consequences. While VS normally loved to gamble every now and then, the stakes were so high now that he visibly hesitated whether he should take this opportunity. Tell me about the other two commissions, VS requested. If the first commission was to design a mech for Mr. Brenthill, then the other commissions should be interesting as well. Gavin outlined the second commission. We've received an offer from a basic mech academy in the Green Nebula region. The Estrella Mech Academy has noticed a trend where many of their mech cadets are piloting your young blood and old soul virtual mechs in their free time. The teachers have even had some success in incorporating those virtual mechs in their simulator lessons. I'm very glad to hear my virtual mechs remain relevant. He designed the two virtual mechs as training mechs for young mech cadets. It gratified him to hear that many mech cadets still polished their skills with his two old designs. The teachers aren't content with working with virtual mechs. They believe they can achieve better results if they incorporate your physical mechs into their classes. They want you to adapt the young blood and old soul designs to make them practical and workable to be put into use in reality. Chapter 1143 Marketing to Children. Fulfilling the Estrella Mech Academy's commission sounded very interesting to VS. He would have to design training mechs that played the same role as his virtual training mech designs. The young blood design consisted of a knight mech with a few gimmicks that put some oomph into its performance. The old soul was a much more eccentric mech that made use of ECM and a very powerful but low-capacity rifle to assassinate unsuspecting targets with a single shot. While both of them possessed a number of weird quirks that made them unsuitable to be piloted by every mech cadet, they nonetheless helped their users develop some very specific skills. Ves saw the advantages in designing physical training mechs for mech cadets. What better way to capture the hearts of his customer base by getting to them when they were young? As a marketing specialist, Gavin was more than aware of the implications. While designing a mech for Jarl Brenthill is a good way to reach a wide audience, this option is pretty good as well. Mech pilots are most impressionable when they are young. Why do you think so many companies market their products to their kids despite mainly selling their products to adults? That is because they know that if they can turn those kids into early converts, their loyalty will already be assured by the time they grow up and have the means to buy their products. Marketing to children was one of the most effective ways for companies to grow their market share and ensure their dominance in their sectors. This strategy was most pronounced at a very famous transgalactic casual restaurant chain. Even though the quality of their food was dubious at best and as awful as nutrient packs at worst, scores of people still frequented their chains in the trillions. While it helped that their franchises was present in every corner of civilized space, another reason for their dominant market share in the business was their deliberate strategy to hook in children. By offering a kid-friendly environment, and using many other means to hook them in and earn their love, their devotion to the restaurant chain would be seared into their psyche even after they shed their innocence and grew up to be parents themselves. While these adults really should have known better and frequent a better restaurant chain, the fond childhood memories they cherished kept pulling them back to the same damned franchise, this time with their own kids in tow. This way, this deviant restaurant chains could already begin to indoctrinate their next generation of customers. This pattern of wooing children into becoming their future customers was so strong because it continued to build up its momentum with each passing cycle. In fact, it was so strong when done right that it propelled that ancient restaurant chain from its modest beginnings on old Earth before the age of space into one of the most far-reaching transgalactic enterprises in the Age of Mechs. While all of this sounded rather devious, it was a legitimate business strategy that worked in countless different sectors. Just think about it, boss. The brand loyalty that emerges from childhood infatuation is one of the strongest forces in the multiverse. Gavin slavishly gushed at the thought of indoctrinating thousands of mech cadets into becoming the LMC's devoted fans. Even VS became awfully tempted by the opportunities presented by this commission. While training mechs are designed to be cheaper, simpler and less sophisticated than commercial mechs, the competition in this market was extremely intense. The example of that millennia-old restaurant chain proved that even if you offered a crappy product, as long as you captured the hearts of the young, you could still achieve enormous success. Therefore, countless mech companies competed to supply mech academies with training mechs at such low prices that they practically gave up any hope of making a profit. This was because these savvy mech companies knew that they would be able to earn much more money down the line once the mech cadets grew up and influenced the purchasing decisions of their outfits. While VS understood this logic and wanted to take part in it as well, one major caveat stood out. If the Estrella Mech Academy wants me to adapt the young blood and old soul designs, then I can't accept this commission. Neither of those virtual designs are original works of mine. They're both variants based off existing mech designs. Back then, designing an original mech was an unimaginably daunting challenge to VS. Designing variants was a necessary stopgap to earn money, expand his reputation, and get some much-needed practice. Estrella isn't demanding something as modest as that, Gavin retorted. They have several lists of demands for the two training mech models that diverge from the old soul and the young blood. So the commission is to design a knight mech and a rifleman mech that merely resembles my virtual training mechs? That's the gist of it, boss. It shouldn't be a problem to design original mechs that are inspired by your old variants, right? It sounds like they expect two different mech designs from me. VS grimaced. Even if I'll be working with outdated component licenses, it's still a tall order for me to design 2 training mechs in just a handful of months. It is critically important for me to deliver a flawless product. If any flaw in the design remains, it might end up resulting in the death of a mech cadet, which will present my company with a public relations nightmare. Marketing to children had a lot of merits, but the risks were high as well. If the company behaved in an ethically unscrupulous fashion, it would quickly provoke a backlash among parents. If it acted negligently in their handling with children, then the lawsuits that ensued would drag its reputation into the abyss. After VS returned to the LMC, he put a lot of effort into restoring its reputation for quality. With all of the renown he earned lately, the LMC once again became a standard for selling classy premium mechs. If VS wanted to maintain his company's hard-fought reputation, then he needed to put his full effort into designing the 2 training mechs for the Estrella Mech Academy. I spent 7 months to design a modern, feature-bloated mech design like the Aurora Titan, VS said. Designing the 2 training mechs based on outdated standards should take much less time, but even then, due diligence requires me to put at least months in each design. That's too much time. Eventually, VS decided to reject this commission despite the benefits it brought to him and his company. He simply didn't think it was responsible for him to rush the design of vital teaching tools. Please send a message to Estrella telling them that I appreciate their interest in my work, but that I am too predisposed to fulfill their commission. Does that sound polite enough? VS asked. It will do, boss. It's kind of a bummer to them, but many other mech designers are eager to fulfill their commission. They won't be short on new training mechs. VS grunted in acknowledgement. He knew that even if Estrella commissioned another mech designer to develop copycats of his young blood and old soul designs, the mechs they received would never be able to replicate the charm of V's work. He hoped that Estrella's mech instructors prepared themselves to be disappointment, because their mech cadets would definitely perform differently. Okay, let's move on to the 3rd commission. Give me the details. Gavin presented his boss with the last commission worthy of consideration. The LMC is becoming more known outside the Bright Republic. While our market penetration in foreign states is minuscule, we are involved in many different markets, so the amounts all add up. What if we gain an opportunity to increase the brand recognition of the LMC in a foreign state? Perhaps we can even elevate it to the level of one of their domestic mech companies. VS raised his eyebrow. A foreigner wants me to design a mech for them? Why me? Why not approach a mech designer from their own state? The client is a powerful family from the Ilvain Protectorate. You know how those religious nuts are fairly closed off to the Bright Republic despite being neighbors, right? They are known to be rather insular and intolerant to foreigners. Well, somehow, your mechs have started to build a small but loyal following in the Protectorate. In fact, of all the orders that the LMC and Nora Consolidated has received for our new Aurora Titan mechs, the Ilvainans number the most out of all of our foreign customers. That sounded fairly remarkable to VS. I thought the Ilvain Protectorate has always been a marginal market to the LMC. Is the Aurora Titan popular with them because we are riding on Nora Consolidated's coattails? Nora Consolidated has a wider presence in the Protectorate, but they're still small fry all considered. Instead, a recent development has occurred. Some big shot came into power and suddenly ordered numerous batches of Black Beaks and Crystal Lords for whatever reason. That single-handedly aroused the interest of the Ilvainans into our products. That sounded very odd. Perhaps that big shot had encountered one of his gold label mechs and became a fan of his designs. No matter what, a customer was a customer, and VS was always happy to sell his mechs to more people, regardless of whether they were Brighters or Ilvainans. Hell, VS was even willing to sell his mechs to the Vesians if he wasn't afraid of seeing his own products used against him and his state. So what is the commission exactly? The client wants you to design a mech that is suitable for ceremonial guard functions. They are supposed to be part of that Ilvanan leader's mech bodyguard detail. Ves frowned at that request. Are the mechs supposed to be for show or primed for battle? Both. That's why she commissioned you specifically. Something about how your art will be able to complement her stature or something. She wants 6 copies of whatever you come up with that meets her demands. That said, the client doesn't want you to design something that looks pretty but collapses at the first blow. The mechs you design will have to be at least as formidable as the Black Beaks and the Crystal Lords. What mech type does the client want? A land-bound mech that is unique, looks good in projections and is versatile enough to deal with both distant threats and dangers up close. Ves immediately had a bad feeling about the mech type in question. Does the client expect me to design a hybrid knight? No. Gavin shook his head. She wants you to design a hero mech? Are you kidding? A hero mech? A mech armed with a sword in one hand and a rifle in the other hand? How can they possibly act as bodyguard mechs? They won't make up the only mechs of the client's security detail, boss. She's already accompanied by knight mechs and other mech types. She merely thinks that she'll look better in her public appearances if the mechs in the backdrop consists of hero mechs. That they are versatile enough to respond to many different threats to her life is merely a bonus. The request to design a hero mech was not simple at all. While Ves believed that fulfilling the request of a very powerful and very influential foreign customer would do his company a lot of good in the Ilvanan mech market, the difficulty was immense. A hero mech defied the trend of specialization common among mech designs in this region of space. Their versatile loadout and their ability to adapt to many different situations all sounded great, but it presented countless problems to mech designers. Ves would have to put in as much work as he did into the Aurora Titan design to even come up with a decent hero mech design. He might as well ignore the commission and design it for the market instead if that was the case. Rejected. Hero mechs require way too much time and effort to design. I'm not looking to work on something so complex at this time. Gavin's eyes glinted. What if I told you that the reward will be worth it? The client is such a fan of your products that she promised to open up the LMC to their mech market without restrictions. That means we'll be treated the same as a domestic company by the Ilvanans. Ves widened his eyes. That was indeed a very magnanimous offer. The Ilvain Protectorate's mech market was a lot more closed than the Bright Republic's mech market. Quota, tariffs and other trade barriers made it so that the LMC would never be able to reach more than a fraction of their potential customer base. Yet this reward might change everything. It could turn the Ilvain Protectorate into the LMC's second home market. Chapter 1144 Dynasties of the Protectorate. Gavin presented 3 interesting commissions to Ves. The first one was to design a dueling mech for the team captain of the Moseville Fireflies. The second one was to design original and more practical versions of his Young Blood and Old Soul virtual training mechs for the Estrella Mech Academy. The third one was to design a hero mech geared towards ceremonial guard duty for a powerful and wealthy foreign leader. Each of them had their pros and cons. While more commissions doubtlessly existed, Ves trusted Gavin to act as his gatekeeper and filter out the more frivolous and insincere requests. The personal power of a gatekeeper was not that impressive. While Gavin was effectively a nobody, his access to Ves and his responsibilities as a personal secretary to serve up the information that his boss required to make very impactful decisions turned him into the second most important individual in the LMC. This was a lot of power to put into the hands of a single person. Gavin was effectively able to shape V's decision-making by manipulating the options he brought to the table. The power of an executive assistant sometimes even surpassed that of the chief operating officer or the rest of the top management team. Yet even if Ves knew all of this, he could hardly do all of the secretarial work himself. He'd be stuck behind a desk all day while he juggled various schedules and requested various pieces of information from the various departments of the company. For better or worse, Ves couldn't properly exercise leadership over his company without an executive assistant by his side. If that was the case, he preferred having someone who stood by him at the beginning of his career. An added benefit was that Gavin originally studied marketing, so he possessed a very keen commercial mind that Ves could use as a sounding board. Right now, Gavin showed his value yet again. It's a shame you don't want to consider the commission from Estrella. Getting your hooks into the mech cadets while they are still in their formative years is one of the surefire ways to pave the way for the LMC's future dominance in the domestic market. If all the mech pilots that graduate in the next 10 to 20 years have drunk much of the LMC's milk from birth, they'll become loyal customers for the rest of their lives. Obviously, the prospect of indoctrinating impressionable mech cadets into loving the mechs of the LMC was a marketer's wet dream. It didn't help that each successive mech that Ves designed became more and more pronounced into converting mech pilots into adoring the LMC's products. The time constraints are really thorny, Ves repeated with a frown. Working on 2 designs is a serious commitment. I only have the time to design a single mech. Although this opportunity sounds like a great way to secure greater market share in the domestic market, I don't think it fits with the current direction of the LMC. This time it was Gavin's turn to frown. You want to orient the company towards foreign markets? That has always been the strategy the LMC pursued. As you know, I have a penchant for designing out mechs that fill a narrow niche. The Black Beak and the Aurora Titan stands out in this regard. While designing mass-market mechs is definitely on my agenda, I don't think it's a good idea for the LMC to put too much emphasis on the Bright Republic's mech market. You have some great advantages in the Bright Republic, though. Your fame and your exploits has turned you into one of the most promising debuting journeyman mech designers. If you take advantage of your public profile and work together with Jarl Brenthill or the Estrella Mech Academy, you can convert your momentary fame into enduring brand equity. The kind of attention that Ves and the LMC attracted recently all consisted of short-lived news. While they were very noteworthy, the public didn't instantly recognize the LMC as a mainstay mech company in the Republic. Although the scale the LMC had reached in recent years definitely propelled them into the ranks of major mech manufacturers, Ves had seen that there was much more to go. The old KNG and Nora consolidated both dwarfed the LMC's relatively modest output. The larger and older mech companies also offered at least 20 to 50 times more mech models. Therefore, if the LMC wanted to become as revered as the old KNG in the Bright Republic's mech market, it needed to become a lot more involved in domestic affairs. Partnering up with a celebrity or a mech academy were some of the surefire ways to improve the LMC's brand equity. Yet, having seen the wider galaxy, Ves no longer believed there was anything special about the Bright Republic's mech market. Why limit himself to a single market when he could cast his gaze further? With our current product strategy, I think it is best to develop the LMC as a true sector-wide mech company, Ves stated. Although most of my mech designs are unlikely to capture significant market share in any single mech market, as long as my company maintains a presence in 50 mech markets at once, it's fine if we only sell a couple of hundred mechs in each state. I don't know, boss. That sounds dangerous. What if we are suddenly cut off from all of those markets? The LMC at least needs to have a strong presence in our domestic market to serve as our fallback point. I don't want my company to become too dependent on the Bright Republic. Ves shook his head. But that's the beauty of the Third Commission, I suppose, Gavin replied with a smile. As long as we fulfill the request posed by the Ilvanian leader, we can expand our presence in the Ilvane Protectorate without restrictions. It'll be our second home base. The Third Commission intrigued them the most. It offered the most bountiful rewards for the LMC. The only problem to VS was that it sounded rather too good to be true. Tell me more about the background of the Ilvanan client. Who is she and why is she offering such generous terms? To explain her position, I'll need to explain how the Ilvain Protectorate is run. Do you know their history? VS nodded. Of course he did. The basic story is that during the latter days of the Age of Conquest, some guy called Ilvain emerged from the galactic heartland and believed himself to be a prophet. He was charismatic enough to convert billions of people into his followers while he issued all kinds of wild predictions. His burgeoning Ilvain faith started to become a major force to be reckoned with, so much so that the local states felt threatened and launched a huge attack on the new religion. The Ilvain faith suffered immensely at the attack from the local states. Prophet Ilvain himself succumbed to the attacks along with the entire Ilvain dynasty that consisted of his harem and descendants. Even though Prophet Ilvain married hundreds of wives and conceived thousands of children, the assassins and bounty hunters employed by the states were very thorough. Practically overnight, the entire Ilvain dynasty that lay at the heart of the powerful and expansive Ilvain faith had been rooted out from existence. Stunned by the concerted attacks of the states, and devastated at the loss of their visionary and his entire line, the remnants of the Ilvain faith suffered blow after blow. At some point, the three most powerful surviving dynasties decided they had enough. They gathered their ships into a hasty refugee fleet, and gathered their most pious and fanatic followers, and made a beeline towards the galactic rim. Their flight coincided with the start of the Age of Mechs, and the opening of the Komodo star sector. While they had too little strength left to contest the best colonization sites, they eventually managed to settle down at a decent region of space next to the newly emerged Bright Republic. Ever since then, the three surviving dynasties, scarred from the betrayals and the loss of their prophet and his descendants, adopted an isolationist posture over the centuries that followed. Although a lot of tensions existed between the Ilvain Protectorate and the neighboring Starfaith Collective, the Ilvanans generally kept to themselves. The three leading dynasties that brought the Ilvanan survivors from the galactic heartland still rule over the Protectorate to this day, Gavin reiterated. I'm aware of them. Each of them wield more power than the founding families of the Bright Republic or the ducal houses of the Vesia Kingdom. The Cronin dynasty, the protectors of the faith. The Poxco dynasty, the attendants of Ilvain. The Kurin dynasty, the shepherds of the flock. Their titles spoke for themselves. The Cronins became responsible for protecting the followers of Ilvain and the state they founded. The Poxcos led the faith and curated the many claims, predictions, tenets, customs, and rituals of Prophet Ilvain. The Kurins provided secular leadership to the masses. They became responsible for managing the internal and external affairs of the state. So which dynasty does the client come from? VS asked. The Kurin dynasty? Gavin nodded and summoned up a projection of a pretty but shrewd-eyed woman. A new scion of the Kurins rose up from obscurity last year. While it's difficult for us to map out the Kurin dynasty, all of our investigations so far suggest that Madame Cecily Kurin is highly ambitious and destined for greater heights. What is her current position in the Protectorate? The moment she joined the Protectorate's Ministry of Industry and Trade, she's been assigned as the Director of Strategic Mech Development. What the hell does that mean? It basically means that Madame Cecily is responsible for setting a direction for the development of non-military mechs. Gavin succinctly explained. With the power the Kurins wield over the Protectorate, they have more than enough pull to put Madame Cecily into this very influential position despite her obscurity and lack of experience. VS equated the Ilvain Protectorate's Ministry of Industry and Trade to the Bright Republic's Ministry of Economic Development. Regardless of how they named themselves, They both existed to manage and meddle into the affairs of foreign and domestic companies that did business in their states. Having experienced how powerful the mini-CDEV had become, and how they were more than willing to throw their weight around, Ves expected the Ministry of Industry and Trade to be a major force to be reckoned with. The title and position of Director of Strategic Mech Development was likely not a toothless appointment. So this Madame Cecily is a big fan of my mechs? Ves frowned. The more he thought about it, the more this situation started to reek. With the influence of her dynasty and the vast amount of power she wields in her current position, why does she want to work with a foreign journeyman like me instead of one of the Protectorate's many seniors? The Protectorate was a fully established third-rate state with a strong mech tradition of their own. It's not entirely clear to me, boss, Gavin admitted. From what I have gathered, the Protectorate closed their mech markets from foreign competition for a very long time. Only in the last century did they decide to loosen up and open their markets to foreign entrants a little bit. Evidently, that isn't fast enough for Madame Cecily's liking. One of the first moves she made since she took up her position was to loosen up some of the most restrictive trade barriers that held foreign mech companies like the LMC back from expanding our businesses in the Protectorate. That must have pissed off a lot of domestic mech companies who have grown fat and lazy from maintaining their oligopoly in the mech market, Ves pointed out. This is also why Madame Cecily doesn't want to bring her commission to any of the Protectorate's domestic mech designers. Her new policies have made her an enemy out of all of them. How could she entrust her safety to the mechs from people who want nothing more than to get rid of her and place a more pliable Kurin in her position? There are plenty of lesser scions in the Kurin dynasty who can't wait to become the new Director of Strategic Mech Management. The jostling for power in the Kurin dynasty reminded Ves of the infighting among the Vesian nobles. The Kurins were very big and very powerful, but that also led to an even greater degree of infighting. To Ves, it seemed that Madame Cecily was playing with fire. Working with such a controversial client would definitely pull him and his mech company into a very nasty political struggle. Yet the rewards made it difficult for him to turn away from the request. Let me think over this commission, he said. Continue to gather more information. Tell the analysts to estimate how much the LMC stands to gain if the Protectorate's mech market is no longer closed. Chapter 1145 Surprising Initiative. While Ves mulled over the implications of accepting a commission to design a hero mech for Madame Cecily Kurin, he decided to address some other matters. Where is Lucky and Keddies? He frowned. The moment the Barracuda touched down at the mech nursery, Keddies grabbed Lucky and quickly absconded to parts unknown. Normally, Ves didn't pay too much attention to the comings and going of Keddies, but he was starting to miss having Lucky by his side. Lucky was his cat. What right did Keddies have to monopolize his pet? After making use of the monitoring system, he finally tracked the errant pair down at his private laboratory floor. Finding out that Keddies and Lucky barged into his private workshop and laboratory immediately alarmed Ves. That was his private sanctum. He never gave anyone permission to enter his lab because he required completely concentration when he designed his mechs. Only one other entity besides Ves received permission to enter his lab, and that was Lucky. What are they doing there? The monitoring system only tracked their progress up to the entrance of the lab. Paranoid as he was about being observed, the entire lab and workshop floor did not contain any sensors and recorders that could give Ves a remote view of what the pair was doing at the moment. Ves rode the elevator deep underground and stormed right through the entrance. Hearing sounds of active machinery at work, he immediately barged into the workshop section to see Keddies operating a small 3D printer by herself. As for Lucky, the lazy cat was munching on a pile of valuable minerals that he got from who knew where. What is the meaning of this? Ves announced. His abrupt arrival and interruption caused Keddies to jump, She almost ruined her ongoing work. "This isn't what it looks like, VS." She awkwardly laughed. VS continued to glower at Kedis. "This lab is my personal workspace. While I would have opened it up for you in time, it's very rude of you to use Lucky to squirm your way inside. Do you think I wouldn't have found out about your intrusion?" "Oh, come on, VS. You trust me, right? I never intended to do anything bad to you. Can't you forget about it?" she pleaded while employing her puppy eyes. The effect fell flat. VS remained completely unmoved. "Tell me what you're up to. What are you working on that's so important that you need access to my lab facilities?" "Well, I didn't originally want to use your lab, you know. When I went to the manufacturing floor and asked the chief technicians there to reserve a 3D printer for me, they all said no. They said that all the production lines are working in full capacity and that their use is carefully managed." VS did not suffer from the same problem, obviously. He could borrow whatever production equipment he wanted with no questions asked. Whatever scheduling arrangements the chief technicians had made, they were forced to readjust their planning whenever VS wanted to hog a production line to himself, as was the case when he fabricated 5 gold label Aurora Titans sometime earlier. This was his privilege as the boss of the company. As for Kedis, her position within the company was largely toothless. Despite bringing her in as one of the first members of his design team, VS mostly handed a lot of homework for her to sink her teeth into. He still considered her a bit too raw and fresh to embark on actual mech design work. Perhaps he had been belittling her too much, though. With all the textbooks she devoured during her months of study, she had become a lot more knowledgeable than VS had been when he initially started with designing his first variants. "I apologize. I've neglected your development lately," VS sighed. "It's always my intention to make you feel at home at the LMC. Considering your current level of competence, I'll order Gavin to give you permission to make limited use of the LMC's production equipment. In the meantime, you haven't answered my question yet. What are you fabricating?" Kedis still stammered in her response, so VS simply decided to step up and inspect the interface of the 3D printer with his own eyes. The object that Kedis tried to make turned out to be a scale model of a swordsman mech that shared a strong resemblance to the Black Beak. VS remembered that he taught Kedis how to work with precision tools by having her play with mech miniatures. From what he could observe, her proficiency with working on small details progressed so much that she had no issues with controlling a 3D printer to fabricate a fairly intricate mech miniature. "Is the design of this miniature your own work?" Kedis reluctantly nodded. "It's my first work. I'm much further ahead than you think. Enough that I feel confident about my first variant. I know it's not up to your standards, but I did the best I can to apply the lessons I've learned into its design. I figured I'd surprise you with a miniature instead of some boring design schematics." While VS could already glean a lot of details from the data on the 3D printer's interface, he was willing to entertain Kedis this time. Despite her shifty behavior, VS felt very pleased that she showed some initiative when it came to expressing her urge to design a mech. She was making her first formal steps into the mech industry. Everyone could study all day and night. That did not make a mech designers any better necessarily. Too many mech designers spent way too much time in the library and not enough time in their design studios or workshops. A mech designer needed to balance their time between fulfilling their responsibilities, accumulating more experience, and expanding their knowledge base. Unlike every other mech designer, the last was something that VS did not concern himself too much about. With the system at his disposal, he only needed to spend minutes or hours to learn what other mech designers took years or even decades to learn. While VS expected Kedis to require a few more months to develop a solid foundation to design a mech, evidently he underestimated her artificially elevated intelligence and concentration attributes. As long as she was motivated, it wasn't impossible for her to make great strides. "I'll let you finish your little project," he said in a gentler tone. "Thanks. It won't take too long. I think I only need an hour to put the finishing touches on the scale model." Ves loved mechs. His entire life revolved around mechs. Even if he lacked the ability to pilot them, he never stopped adoring them. Mechs would always be a part of his life. To design mechs was a dream to him. To become so successful in this job that he had advanced to become a de facto journeyman in a scant few years was an amazing opportunity to work with mechs on a higher level. Therefore, Ves couldn't help but feel happy when he was present with other people who were passionate about mechs. He enjoyed his recent interactions with Professor Ventag, and he enjoyed seeing Kedis becoming more and more capable of designing mechs on her own. Both of them loved their craft. As Ves stood a few paces away in order to give Kedis enough room to work with, he casually studied her work ethic. For some reason, he felt like he saw echoes of himself in the amount of diligence she put into her work. Having observed Ves at work plenty of times, it appeared that Kedis acquired some of his habits. Ves didn't know how to feel about that. The amount of concentration she put into her work was so much that she even stopped registering his presence after a few minutes. In fact, as long as Ves could nudge her in the right direction, she might even be able to imitate some of his methods with regards to shaping the X factor of her creations. The notion of passing along some of his extremely valuable and exclusive knowledge on the X factor popped up in his mind. It quickly left his mind soon after. How could Ves reveal such secrets so easily? Even if he trusted Kedis by quite a bit, it wasn't to the point of sharing everything yet. For now, Kedis would be best served with focusing on developing her own specialty rather than inherit a limited version of his own. A few more minutes passed by until the small 3D printer finally spat out the last scaled-down parts of her variant. Kedis did not skimp too much on the materials she used to present her design in the best possible light. She moved over to a workbench where she already laid out various precision tools. She picked one of them up and used them to assemble the parts into a complete mech miniature in the span of less than an hour. The little mech was as tall as 2 palms and was very heavy for its size. When Ves stepped forward and picked up the menacing-looking mech, he had the odd sensation that he held a black beak that shed its kite shield in order to dedicate itself to wielding a single sword. "This variant bears a lot of resemblance to its base model," Ves commented. "Maybe a little too much. I didn't want to mess too much with its internal architecture. I'm not confident enough yet that I can rearrange them into something more suitable for swordsman mechs," Kedis admitted. "Before we go into further detail about its expected performance, tell me about the concept and vision for this variant. What is its purpose?" "I haven't named it yet. As you can tell, I started off with your black beak design and attempted to turn it from a knight mech into a swordsman mech. The difference between the two mech types may be big, but they share a lot in common. It helps that your black beak design is already geared towards offensive use. I got rid of the shield, slightly increased the size and strength of the arms and replaced its one-handed sword with a two-handed great sword. I mostly kept its excellent armor coverage intact, though I shaved off some portions here and there to increase its mobility, agility, and range of motion." Aside from some other minor adjustments, the changes she described was pretty much the extent of her work. It didn't sound like much, but then again most variants never strayed too far from the parameters of their base models. "First off, I'm very pleased to see you go as far as to attempt to change the mech type of an existing mech design. Usually, mech designers who want to develop a swordsman mech variant will just license an existing swordsman mech design and work from there, as all of the essential elements are already in place." "I know. I wanted to do that as well, but your library of licenses isn't very extensive. Since I don't have the means to license an existing swordsman mech design, I thought, why not work with one of your own mechs? The black beak design is a great design for my purposes. That sounds great and all, but what is the overarching concept behind this design? I guess it's my attempt at designing a premium swordsman mech. It adopted much of the same defenses and endurance of its base model. While it is not as tough as the black beak, it possesses enough brute force to hack aside most opponents standing in its way. Ves shook his head in disappointment. Is that all? You just wanted to design a swordsman mech, so you made some adjustments to the black beak design before handing it an oversized swords? Yeah? So you haven't set any distinct vision for your variant? Have you forgotten my teachings already? It appeared that Ves had been a little remiss in his teaching. It became quite clear that despite the amount of concentration she put into the design of her variant, she did not have a clear picture of what she wanted to design from the start. The variant she eventually came up with was just a collection of various ad hoc decisions without any overarching strategy in mind. Chapter 1146 Hardy Designs. While Ves was pleased that Kitty shared his enthusiasm for designing mechs, he hated seeing her squander her energy like this. The variant she came up with might be decently put together when it came to its technical performance, but the lack of a coherent vision made the mech seem like a mere collection of parts in his perspective. This was pretty much blasphemy to Ves. How could he tolerate the haphazard way that Kitty's designed her variant? Come sit down with me for a moment. The two moved over to a nearby table where Ves always ate his meals at. Once they made themselves comfortable, Ves picked up the miniature and waved it around. This is an interesting variant. I can see that you've applied much of the new knowledge you've learned. Whether it's mechanics, physics, metallurgy, and more, you've all shown you possess at least a basic level of competence in applying the knowledge you've accumulated in those fields. The only problem here is that while you've been so focused on applying your mind that you haven't applied enough of your vision and your heart. That remark threw Ketties off a loop. Okay, I get how I screwed up with not having a clear vision for my design, but what does my heart have to do with my work? That's a complicated question to answer. Have you heard of the saying that mech design is both an art and a science? She nodded. Most mech designers encountered the phrase in their earlier textbooks on mech design. What Ves found out after meeting many different mech designers was that they brushed right past the meaning of this saying. I don't get it, Ketties. You've seen me at work so often, and you even received an opportunity to contribute to the Aurora Titan's design. You've heard me describe some aspects about my design philosophy and learned some of the principles that my mech company adheres to. How can you forget about all of that when you designed your variant? I thought it was something special about you. I never saw Myra put too much emphasis on the stuff you cared about. A mech is a mech, right? A mech can be more than a mech, Ves emphatically replied. While I am aware that my beliefs aren't all that transparent, that doesn't mean you should ignore all of my best practices. There are some methods that you can easily apply. I think a mech designer like you is best served with adhering to the prior vision method. Figure out a solid vision for your mech before you begin your design work? I tried that, Ves, but I wasn't quite sure if I can implement all of the stuff I wanted to see in my design. This is all very new to me, you know, so I mostly spent my time trying out various stuff to see what worked. That's the approach of a student who aren't familiar with their limitations. You'll outgrow that once you get some more practice under your belt. Ketties kept frowning. The more Ves pointed out her inadequacies, the more her confidence faded from her body. I guess I still have a lot to go before I design a good variant, she muttered. It's not so bad. At the very least, I can see from your miniature that you have a sufficient eye for detail. Your technical competence is a lot better than most novices. You just have to adopt an approach to mech design that makes good use of your strengths. Kitty's approach to mech design was as chaotic as a huge mob of riders. A different mech designer who possessed a much shallower foundation would nonetheless be able to design a much better variant than hers if their approach was like a small but disciplined army. An important concept in mech design is the utilization and application of knowledge, Ves said. This is why physics professors and excellent academics who are at the top of their fields are incapable of designing a mech that can surpass the work of a fresh novice. They are capable of solving many problems, but they aren't trained to put together a mech. The importance of maintaining a solid vision of a work began to dawn upon Kedis. I think I get it. You're saying that a vision helps me coordinate my knowledge and make sure I use them in the right way. That's the gist of it. It's clear that you've spent way too much time in the library lately. You need to return to performing a lot of practical exercises in order for you to learn how to apply your gains. Designing a variant like this is a start, but I hope you develop solid visions for your next projects. Kedis nodded with sparkles in her eyes. She wanted to rectify her earlier mistakes and design a variant that matched the one in her mind. What about that other stuff about the heart and such? That goes further into the phrase I mentioned earlier. Now that you have tried your hand at designing a complete variant on your own, have you paid any attention to the heart of your mech? I think I was too busy trying to get the technical stuff to work to worry too much about that, Kedis morosely explained. I think my lack of vision for what my mech is supposed to be didn't do me any favors in this regard. Ves picked up the miniature again and played with it for a bit. While you are free to adopt any design methodologies that you like, I highly suggest you try my ways. Not only will it make it easier for us to collaborate in the future, I truly think it will do your mech designs much good if they are designed to be coherent from the start. So how do I have to approach my design work? This was the moment where Ves stood at a crossroads. While he already resolved to share some of his methods, he didn't want to override her developing design philosophy with an imitation of his own. He needed to be very careful with the advice he gave. I think it is enough of a start if you imagine that your designs all possess a metaphorical heart. While I know this sounds rather silly considering that mechs don't have hearts, but it makes a real difference in your work if you treat them with love. Loving a mech design. It's not as absurd as you think. This plays into the artistic side of mech design. Have you ever witnessed art created by AIs? Kedis shook her head. Well, they're pretty but shallow. Either they are pale imitations of existing masterpieces, or mathematically oriented nonsense that is completely meaningless to humans. The point is that certain mech designers are so caught up in the technical aspects of their designs that they lose sight of more holistic concerns. I don't want you to fall into the same trap. The analogy really shed a light in Kedis. So I have to act less like an AI and more like a human when I design a mech? Exactly. Designing a mech is like raising a child. You don't want them to put them in school all day and have them learn all the basic subjects. You want them to live out a full life full of joy and meaning as they grow up. Only then will your children grow up to be great individuals. It's the same with mechs. The heart you shaped for them plays a very important role in tying all of the tangible and intangible elements of the mech together. Ves only started with these basic points, but Kedis already looked overwhelmed. He decided this should be enough for her to chew on for the moment. Think over my words and see if you can apply them in your own work. I think your subsequent designs will be a lot more remarkable if they possess hearts. Naturally, Ves did not refer to literal hearts. He didn't wish Kedis to do something gruesome in the mistaken belief that she needed to integrate her mechs with actual organs. That sounded way too much like the extreme behavior of a very deviant fugitive mech designer. Kedis looked down at the mech miniature she made and let out a frustrated grunt. This mech has no heart at all. It's nothing like the original Black Beak. She angrily picked up the mech miniature and moved over to the trash chute to chuck the useless object away. Far from impressing someone, Ketty's only managed to display her shortcomings in a physical form. As Ketty's wrapped up her work in his private lab, Ves turned to Lucky, who had finished his sumptuous meal of minerals. The cat currently lazed about in the air. Ves grabbed his gem cat. As for you, Lucky, don't think I've forgotten about your transgression. Meow? Don't you meow at me. You know exactly what you've done. My lab is off limits to anyone except for us. Heck, the only reason why I gave you permission to enter is because you'd phase through the walls and floor anyway if I refused to clear your entry. That doesn't mean it's okay to bring people over who aren't authorized to enter this place. Lucky knew he was in trouble this time. The cat did as he had always done in response to earning the ire of his owner and attempted to turn intangible and phase through the floor. Not this time. Ves exerted his full concentration and attempted to lock Lucky's spirituality in place. Different from last time, Ves was now a journeyman. His spirituality had grown significantly stronger ever since his loose design philosophy compacted into a solid design seed. It worked. Lucky was far weaker when it came to spirituality, and could never beat Ves in this regard. Not only that, but Ves also became much more adept at controlling his spirituality. All of these changes made it so that Ves had finally gained the power to prevent Lucky from slipping out of his grasp. Meow! 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 Lucky yowled with panic as he desperately tried to slip away. But no matter how much he squirmed, his body simply refused to shift into an incorporeal state. Ves grinned at his wayward pet in a devious manner. You won't escape your punishment this time, Lucky. What should I do with you? Should I dump you in a bath and wash you? Should I lock you in a box and deprive you of minerals for a month? Lucky's yowling grew twice as loud. Ha! I'm just kidding, Ves said in a teasing manner. While I'm still pissed at you, you're simply too cute to be punished. Meow? I forgive you. Lucky seemed to relax at that moment and sank into V's arms. Meow. Yeah, I love you too. Even if you are naughty every now and then, you're still my companion. After Ketty's wrapped up the equipment she used and put them into their places, they left the lab floor. The next day, Ves met with Gavin again, who returned with various reports on the situation at the Ylvain Protectorate. Although inserting himself and his company into the Protectorate's contentious political battles seemed unwise, the reward was simply too good to pass up. This offer won't be on the table forever, I think, Gavin noted as Ves speed-read his way through dozens of detailed reports on a datapad. Madame Cecily might be a bit fond of your work, but every day that passes is another day her life is under threat. I understand, Gavin. I know I have to make a quick decision on whether to accept this commission. I think I'm almost getting around to the idea. The only issue here is the odd conditions she supplied with her request. Madame Cecily is really insistent on her demands. Gavin helplessly shrugged. She doesn't want you to design and fabricate the hero mechs she requested from home and export them to the Protectorate. There are too many opportunities for bad actors to intercept this shipment, or to tamper with them along the way. The commission called for Ves to visit the Ylvain Protectorate in person and use the component licenses and production equipment that Madame Cecily prepared beforehand. The client really wanted to meet Ves in the flesh to discuss the details of the design in person. It seems I'll be going on vacation for a couple of months. Chapter 1147, Opening the Mark. A formal business trip to the Ylvain Protectorate entered the agenda. Ves made up his mind. Despite the many risks associated with Madame Cecily Curran's commission, the rewards sounded too good to pass up. Of course, now that Ves became a de facto journeyman, he could not just pack up his bags and travel immediately to Ylvain. The entry of any notable mech designer to a foreign state on official business needed to be arranged in advance, especially to a restrictive state like the Protectorate. The LMC worked behind the scenes to arrange a visa and other bureaucratic necessities for VS and the people he decided to bring along for this months-long working vacation. Fortunately, Madame Cecily exerted some influence on the relevant government institutions to expedite the paperwork. "It will only take a week for us to receive the final permits," Gavin reported to VS in the penthouse office. "If we depart now, by the time our ships reach the borders, we can immediately pass through and make our way to the Kesseling system." The Ministry of Industry and Trade housed their headquarters in Kesseling. The Kirin dynasty wielded a lot of influence in this star system. Kesseling 8 not only hosted a fair amount of government institutions, but also boasted a modest industrial presence, which included many mech designers. While the level of industry in Kesseling didn't come close to that of Bentheim, it was nonetheless very respectable. "Is there anything else to note on the Kesseling system?" VS asked. "The Kirin dynasty has the most say in that system, but that doesn't mean that the other dynasties are powerless there. The three leading dynasties that led the original refugees of the Ilvanan faith to the Komodo star sector are all equally in charge over the state." "What does that mean to us in practice?" "The three dynasties used to be of one mind," Gavin explained. "They all agreed to close their borders to the rest of the galaxy and develop their own state in peace. However, tensions between Ilvain Protectorate and the Star Faith Collective has increased over the years, sometimes leading to outright war. The disparity between the two forces has become increasingly more evident. The Protectorate's insular mech market has led to too little competition, and their domestic mech designers aren't working as hard to push the limits of their mech designs. And with every skirmish and limited conflict that breaks out, the Protectorate's mechs are faring worse and worse." VS nodded. He understood the consequences of closing the mech market to foreigners and coddling domestic mech designers like babies. "As far as I've heard, the Protectors of the Faith are still faring well in those conflicts. The Cronin dynasty's mech pilots are known as the most fanatic fighters. Fanaticism can only partially compensate for the lower quality of mechs the Cronins have at their disposal. The Cronins have grown a lot more pragmatic over the years. They recognize that their domestic mech market needs to be shaken up. The Kirin dynasty had been advocating for opening up not their mech market, but their other markets as well, but not every Kirin agrees, and the supporters have always been outnumbered by the two other leading dynasties." "I see. That has changed now?" "Yeah. A large majority of Kirins and a small majority of Cronins came to the consensus that they need to loosen up the trade barriers holding back foreign mech companies from doing business in the Protectorate. That's why the Ministry of Industry and Trade recently created the Office of Strategic Mech Management and installed Madame Cecily as its director." VS came to an important conclusion. In other words, while Madame Cecily obtained a mandate to reform the mech market, it isn't all that strong. The opposition to opening up the market must be fierce. Any change would always be met resistance, but to overthrow centuries of tradition was bound to attract trouble. Yet the greater the risk, the greater the reward. While we need to keep an eye on all of the factions of the Protectorate, there is one leading dynasty that we really have to tiptoe our way around," Gavin warned. "The Poxco dynasty aren't called the attendants of Ilvain for nothing. While every Ilvanan is a believer in the faith, the Poxcos are the most fanatical of them all. Worse, they're also extremely doctrinists. They can never tolerate any that goes against the teachings of Ilvain." "What is their exact stance on opening up the mech market?" "While Ilvain hasn't explicitly said much about economic matters, the Poxcos have never gotten over the trauma of being betrayed. They're the most vocal advocates for closing off the Protectorate, and you can be sure that they'll do their best to hinder your work." The opposition coming from the Poxco dynasty concerned VS quite a bit. As a whole, they were extremely sincere in their beliefs, which was something that Ves could respect. Yet their overly restrictive interpretation of Prophet Ilvain's teachings and predictions also turned them into the most troublesome Ilvainans to interact. Clearly the Poxgoths are in the losing trend if someone like Madame Cecily has come into power, Ves observed. The other two leading dynasties have already started to come to their senses. The Poxgo dynasty either need to get on with the times, or be left in the dustbin of history. The trend is undeniable. The wind in the Protectorate is definitely changing, Gavin agreed. As long as we complete this commission to the client's satisfaction, we can be among the first foreign companies to receive unrestricted access to their mech market. Obtaining such a first-mover advantage is extremely lucrative for the LMC. The process of liberalizing the economy took a lot of time. If the LMC waited for the Protectorate to open up on its own, then it might take decades before they could enjoy anything close to unrestricted access. The value of Madame Cecily's reward couldn't be overstated. It was a really huge deal for the LMC to be able to effortlessly do business in the Protectorate like it already does in the Bright Republic. Still, Ves was very cognizant that the choice of going in bed with the LMC was not just because Madame Cecily adored his products. After calming down a bit, he increasingly grew suspicious that the choice of issuing a commission to the LMC was a politically calculated move. He scratched his chin. If Madame Cecily wants to teach the Protectorate's domestic mech designers a lesson, then inviting a foreign mech designer is a great way to rile them up. However, the effect won't be very pronounced if she invites a lowly apprentice. As for inviting a senior, they are very difficult to get a hold of, and their entry into the Protectorate will scare the domestic mech designers to death. From his judgment of the situation, he concluded that inviting a newly advanced de facto journeyman like Ves was a middle ground solution. He was competent enough to pose a modest threat to the established circle of Ilvainan mech designers, but not much more. Madame Cecily didn't wish to escalate her conflict with the Ilvainan mech industry unnecessarily. Working with someone like Ves was a shot across the bow that served to signal the Ilvainan mech designers that they needed to get off their butts and start working harder. This was also why Ves considered the risk of accepting this commission to be within his range of tolerance. He knew he possessed a reckless streak, and an exciting foreign venture like this tickled all of his fancies. Even if the risk was twice as big, he would still go ahead with designing a mech for Madame Cecily. Ves inwardly wondered if this particular trait of his had been permanently absorbed by his design seed. A comment from Gavin quickly pulled him out of his rumination. Don't forget that Madame Cecily expects you to design a hero mech. I heard that they're as complicated to design as hybrid mechs and multipurpose mechs. As far as I know, you've never designed something as complex as that as a fully featured mech. Are you sure you are up to the task? While I don't possess any experience in designing hero mechs, I've witnessed several good ones in action. I know I have the chops to design one, Ves confidently replied. I still have to hit the books and understand the nuances of the hero mech type, though. I'll be spending the entire trip to the Kesseling system cramming everything I need to know about hero mechs. In fact, Ves was planning to do more than read a lot of textbooks on hero mechs. Seeing that he was flush with DP, he could easily afford to purchase another mastery from the skill tree. Considering the uncertain time duration of his previous mastery experiences, Ves considered it best to go on a mental trip to the past while his body was traveling on the Barracuda. By the time he emerged from his mastery experience, he would be ready to meet with the client. Naturally, nobody else needed to know this little detail. Ves quickly turned to another topic. Has our final roster of people been set? Melka reports that he won't be able to bring as much mechs and mech pilots as he wished. The decision to go on an excursion to the Ilvain Protectorate came too suddenly. He's scrambling to free up the existing commitments of his mech pilots and get them to agree to accompany your business delegation. Last I heard, he only managed to secure 8 mech pilots, along with himself, Chet and Rode. That amounted to a guard detail of 11 mechs and mech pilots in total. While that didn't sound very impressive, VS expected the Protectorate to cover most of his security issues during his stay there. He did not mind the lackluster amount of mech pilots that Melker managed to scrounge on short notice. What about Keddies and you? My visa will be ready as soon as yours. As for Keddies, it's a bit more troublesome to request a visa for her because she's a citizen of the Reanald Republic. You know how slow bureaucracy can get, especially when it involves cross-border communications. VS nodded in understanding. Ever since the galactic net came into existence, many theorized that distance no longer mattered in human civilization. Reality turned out to be very different. Almost anything could be faked in the virtual realm. Much of the delays the Reanald Republic imposed on Keddy's paperwork was due to the sheer amount of verification they demanded in order to fulfill what should have been a simple bureaucratic procedure. If no additional snags come up, we depart tomorrow. A day quickly passed by as the LMC arranged every matter that needed to be done before departure. The Barracuda received a thorough inspection while stocking up on fuel, energy, and other supplies. The Green Feather took in 11 mechs. Most of them consisted of land-bound mechs like the Black Beaks and the Crystal Lords, but the light carrier also took in a single laser rifleman mech so that Ves Larkinson had something to pilot. In the morning before the departure, VS just finished giving Kelsey some instructions on how to run the company in his absence before he received an important notification. He received word of a discreet visit from someone that VS would rather not meet. Unfortunately, refusing to meet the guest was a really bad idea, so VS had no choice but to allow the newcomer to enter his office. We meet again, VS. Leland. VS pressed his lips while stroking Lucky's back. What are you doing here? Leland grinned. Oh, come now. How could you leave us out when you abruptly decided to go on a business trip to the Protectorate? Flashlight is feeling left out, so they sent me to join your little business delegation. Foreign affairs is a very delicate matter, and everything you do abroad can result in major implications to our diplomacy towards the Protectorate. So you've been sent by Flashlight as a minder? If that's how you see it, then sure. We just don't want you to open your big mouth at the most inopportune time and spoil the Bright Republic's relations with our neighboring state. VS looked at Leland with an askance expression. Is that the extent of Flashlight's intentions? Leland wordlessly smiled. Chapter 1148 Permanent Minder. VS did not want Leland anywhere near him right now. As far as I know, Flashlight is a military intelligence agency. We've never gone to war to the Protectorate before, and the chances of them turning against us is low. If any spy agency wants to butt their heads into my business, shouldn't I be welcoming someone from Searchlight instead? Leland snorted disdainfully at the mention of the Bright Republic's Foreign Intelligence Agency. While Searchlight is more competent than Spotlight, they don't hold a candle to us. As for the matter of jurisdiction, don't forget that our front company Sibilant Asset Management owns 21% of the LMC. Any business you do automatically makes it our business as well. It seemed like VS couldn't prevent Flashlight from meddling in his business, not that he realistically expected to succeed in the first place. If Flashlight wanted something done, they just did it without any regard for existing laws and customs. You should be happy, VS. Flashlight has taken notice of your recent achievements. Remember our earlier visit? Well, our analysts had to revise our estimates of you and your company's potential yet again. It's becoming more and more clear to us that you are one of the most promising brighter journeymen to have arisen in recent times. Isn't that a bit overblown? There should be at least a couple of other journeymen who advanced just as fast or even faster than me. I hardly broke any records. They're different. Leland dismissively waved his hand. Prodigal mech designers born in the Republic like Edwin McKinney are spending so much time in the Friday Coalition that they are basically only Briters in name at this point. Even though foreign mech designers faced numerous uphill battles if they decided to put down their roots in the Friday Coalition, a lot of them still pulled the trigger. The mech market there was far more prosperous, and the scale was enormous. VS also became tempted to move to the Friday Coalition a few times. I'm glad that Flashlight considers me to be a loyal Briter. Shouldn't you guys just trust me then? That's not how the game is played, VS. Your entourage sorely needs someone like me to keep your head above the water while you're diving headfirst into a foreign lake. In fact, I won't be leaving at the end of this special business. I'll be staying at the LMC in a more permanent capacity from now on. No matter how much he argued, VS could not prevent the annoying stain that was Leland from forcing his way into his company. Flashlight had already made up its mind to place one of their agents directly by his side. The Flashlight agent already arrived with all the paperwork that supported his cover identity as an unimportant secretarial worker for the LMC. The thought of Leland becoming one of his company's employees did not sit well with VS at all. When Gavin arrived in the office soon after, he was flummoxed by the new addition as well. Who is this? This is Leland Toll. He's been sent by Sibilant Asset Management to join my staff and advise me on matters pertaining to government affairs. I expect the two of you to get along closely. It looked as if Gavin picked up the discomfort in Dee's tone, because he immediately gazed at Leland with a wary eye. As for the devil incarnate himself, Leland offered casual smile and handshake to his new colleague. Pleased to meet you, Gavin Newman. VS regards you very highly. I hope you keep up the good work. Thanks, Gavin hesitantly replied while shaking the newcomer's hand. So you're basically here as a representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? You can look at it that way. The government can't let VS go to the Ilvain Protectorate without supervision, after all. Who knows what diplomatic incidents can arise if he makes a misstep. It is very risky for Briters to visit the Protectorate because most of their citizens are rather xenophobic towards non-believers. I see. While Gavin still looked uncertain, he largely bought Leland's story. Only VS knew Leland and Sibilant Asset Management's true allegiance to Flashlight. To everyone else, Sibilant Asset Management was merely one of several holding companies managed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Leland's abrupt involvement in the business trip made it clear that VS had entered into contentious territory this time. By now, it was impossible for VS and the LMC to disassociate business from politics. While Gavin took Leland away in order to help the latter integrate into the LMC, VS remained in his office while stroking Lucky's back. For some reason, he couldn't help but suspect that Leland wouldn't be staying obediently by his side during his stay in the Kesseling system. What does the Bright Republic want with the Ilvain Protectorate? The two states may not be the best of friends, but they never entered into any major spats. Both of them had their own rivals to contend with to bother too much against each other. VS found it amusing that a highly religious state like the Ilvain Protectorate tolerated a secular state like the Bright Republic but could not get along with the Star Faith Collective, which was another religious state. If there was one thing a religion couldn't tolerate, it was another religion that advocated for completely different beliefs. Lately, it seemed the Ilvain Protectorate became more and more embroiled in conflict against the Star Faith Collective. Many outside observers in the Komodo Star sector even equated their relationship as another version of the irreconcilable hatred between the Bright Republic and the Vesia Kingdom. While VS didn't think the conflict between the two religious states was equivalent to the Bright Vesia Wars, it did mean that the Protectorate was in desperate need to shore up its military and industry. The Protectorate will rather go in bed with the Bright Republic than the Star Faith Collective. VS wasn't really interested in the Ilvainian faith. He didn't have a bone in their religious conflict with the Star Faith either. He only wanted to expand the LMC's market presence in the Protectorate in order to sell more mechs and make a lot of money. By the time the local afternoon rolled in, everything at home had been arranged. While Melker and the avatars of myth already boarded the Green Feather in orbit ahead of time, Ves and his entourage stepped inside the Barracuda. With Keddies, Lucky, Gavin and Leland on the Corvette, Ves did not have to worry about running out of company. Therefore, his announcement of locking himself in his stateroom for a few days or weeks came as a surprise to the rest. "What are you up to?" Keddies asked with narrowed eyes. "Nothing much." Ves tried to brush the matter off. "I just want to be left alone so I can immerse myself in my own studies. You know how I work, Keddies. I am always at my best when I'm completely alone and undisturbed." "What if there's an emergency?" "I doubt matters will arise that require my intervention. If I'm not available, you can defer to Captain Sylvestra or Melker for instructions." "What if there's an issue that requires your direct attention?" Ves already took this possibility into account. It would be highly inconvenient if the Barracuda and the Green Feather bumped into trouble while his mind was still stuck in the past. "You can go ahead and knock on the hatch to my stateroom. Lucky will decide whether it's worth bringing to my attention." In truth, Lucky's job was to prevent anyone from entering his stateroom and uncover his seemingly comatose body. To that end, Ves turned his attention specifically to Leland. "Without permission from Lucky or myself, no one enters my stateroom. I can't guarantee your safety if you decide to barge in against your better judgment. Is that clear?" Leland slowly nodded. The flashlight agent must be wondering what security measures Ves set up to keep out intruders. Perhaps some of the gadgets he brought along could help him circumvent those safeguards. He could try. Lucky would be ready to meet any intrusion with violence. Everyone brought their gear for this trip. Ves and Keddies did not forget to bring along their custom suits of armor and fancy weapons. As for Leland, who knew what gadgets he brought along in his boring-looking floating coffers? Perhaps only Gavin stuck to bringing in plain civilian luggage. As the Barracuda slowly lifted off into orbit, the Corvette quickly flew alongside the Green Feather and formed a small group. The pair of ships deftly traveled to the nearest Lagrange point and simultaneously transitioned into FTL. The LMC's business delegation had at least 2 weeks of travel ahead of them. While the Barracuda could have reached her destination faster, the Green Feather was not as swift. 2 weeks should be more than enough time for me to finish my private excursion, Ves muttered as he closed and locked the hatch to his stateroom. Meow. Yes, I know the timing isn't great and all. The crew and passengers are already looking at me with suspicion, but what can I do? A hero mech isn't easy to work with. Reading a bunch of literature won't be enough to bring me up to speed on all of the nuances of this complex mech type. Ves set up an automated feeding system attached to his bunk while Lucky floated down from the ceiling. There was no way for Ves to predict how long his upcoming mastery experience would take. If it dragged on for more than a week, then at the very least he didn't have to worry about returning to a starving body this time. He raised a lot of eyebrows from Captain Sylvestra when he ordered the Barracuda to integrate this system, but he didn't need to explain himself. He was the boss after all, and the Barracuda was his private property. After setting everything up, Ves laid down on his bed and let the automated feeding system scan and connect to his body. Only until he triple-checked the diagnostics of the device did he move on to the next step. He activated his privacy shield before engaging the system. He immediately entered the skill tree and sought out the mastery he desired to acquire. Hero Mech Mastery I, 80,000 DP. Ves almost puked out blood at the price. You greedy system! Why does this mastery cost twice as much as the others? Like usual, the system didn't deign to answer his question. In fact, Ves knew it was futile to complain. The system charged more for every mastery related to more complex mech types. I hope it doesn't last longer just because it's more expensive. With his ample reserves of DP, Ves could still stomach the doubling in price, even if it left a foul taste in his mouth. You're getting greedier and greedier, system. With no other choice, Ves confirmed his purchase. The system's interface quickly faded away. As Ves lay down on his bunk hooked up to a feeding machine, invisible hooks quickly latched onto his consciousness and dragged it through a portal that led to the past. As V's mental consciousness endured the ravages of this extremely incomprehensive mode of travel, he tried his best to retain his wits. He needed to be ready to hide his presence in the mind of his next host. After what seemed like hours, the system finally deposited his consciousness in the mind of a stranger. The sudden entry caused the host to jump. Is there something amiss, Mr. Axlar? No, Benny. I think I've spent too long without a dose. Can you hit me up again? As you will, sir. A sturdy bodyguard-like figure withdrew a sophisticated syringe and pressed the soft tip against Mr. Axlar's neck. A quick injection later, a flood of chemical euphoria flooded the young highborn's mind. Having just entered Mr. Axlar's mind, V's consciousness almost became swept by the rush of artificial pleasure emanating from all around. God damn it! He inwardly screamed. Of all the candidates that the system could put me into, it chose a junkie of all people. Chapter 1149 Axlar Strian. In his last mastery experience, Ves spent a week inside Eloise Pelican's mind. Venerable Pelican was a respectable mech pilot even before she became an expert pilot. While Ves did not relish his stay inside the mind of a woman, and especially a mother who missed her son, he had nothing to complain about when it came to her deployments or her battle performance. A decade of harsh living and dealing with constant shortages turned Eloise and the rest of the mercenary corps she was a part of into stoic, disciplined warriors. Their conduct was exemplary for remaining stuck in the horrible dark sphere for so long. This was very different. For some reason that Ves couldn't fathom, the system had the bright idea of inserting his consciousness into the mind of a drugged-out wastrel. In the 6 hours that passed since Ves entered Axlar's mind, he spent most of that time trying to anchor his consciousness in place against the violent waves of pleasure and euphoria induced by frequent injections of recreational stimulants. Benny Smith, Axlar's tough and sturdy-looking bodyguard, obediently brought out a seemingly endless amount of high-tech syringes from his uniform. Oh, hell no, not another injection. This is your 15th already. How can an utterly degenerate person like you still remain alive with all of the drugs running through your body? Ves mentally wailed, not that Axlar was even coherent enough to detect the intrusion in his mind. As the waves of chemical pleasure grew into yet another tsunami of euphoria, Ves endured the tides as best he could while he tried to dig out the details of where he landed this time. Axlar's constant highs made it very difficult for Ves to dig up details from the mind of his host. If Ves hadn't broke through to Journeyman, he would have faced a steeper challenge. Fortunately, his vastly improved spirituality allowed him to resist the tides and employ his abilities with more finesse. Even under adverse conditions, Ves slowly managed to glean some details about the current time and place. As soon as Ves found out in which state he landed in, his consciousness practically jumped out of Axlar's mind. What? I'm in the Greater Terran United Confederation! This was a massive surprise. This was so far beyond his previous mastery experiences that Ves turned speechless. The system deposited him deep inside the galactic center. Not only that, But Ves also entered the mind of a highborn scion of the Strian clan, which ruled over several hundred star systems in the extremely prosperous Radiant Pulsar star sector. The Radiant Pulsar star sector wasn't anything like the Komodo star sector. Comparing the two was like comparing a plain nutrient pack to a 21-course meal prepared by the best human chef in the galaxy. No third-rate states existed in the Radiant Pulsar star sector. In fact, no second-rate state existed either. The entire star sector was just one of many ludicrously prosperous star sectors in the Greater Terran United Confederation. Still, just because Radiant Pulsar was only ruled by a single state didn't mean that everything was peaceful. Just like how the noble houses of the new Rubarth Empire struggled for power, wealth, and influence, the Terrans were little different. Various ancient clans with pedigrees spanning for thousands of years constantly competed against each other. The only difference was that the Rubarthan houses frequently rose and fell. Hardly any noble house could rest on their laurels and rely on their past achievements to enjoy their positions of power. As the originator of the societal vitality theory, the Rubarthan houses were constantly compelled to fight in order to maintain or expand their current positions in their huge superstate. While the Terrans snobbishly regarded themselves better than the Rubarthans, the competition between its ancient clans was just as serious, if not as frequent or violent. Any conflict or competition that played out between the various rivaling clans only played out in extremely restricted battlefields determined in advance. Ves already knew that clans could only send out a restricted number of mechs to another star system and engage in battle in a very narrow region in order to determine whether the conquest succeeded. This pattern of fighting led to a very peculiar mech culture in the Greater Terran United Confederation. While clans still spent huge amounts of resources to maintain large standing mech armies, they nonetheless put most of their attention to training a smaller number of elite mech forces. With every conflict between the clans restricted to a relatively modest number of mechs, it was vitally important that each clan raised at least one elite mech corps. The amount of mechs the Terrans allowed to fight at any one time for the ownership of a star system differed from star sector to star sector. In the Radiant Star sector, the maximum amount of mechs a clan could bring to a restricted battle was 50,000 mechs, which amounted to a full mech corps. This sounded like a lot, but it was actually very small compared to the sheer number of mechs that ancient clans had at their disposal. It's the equivalent of determining a battle by sending out champions, Ves mentally concluded. The ancient clans could easily field millions or even billions of mechs at a time. However, a battle involving so many mechs was extremely destructive. Not only would most of those mechs become trashed, but the sheer amount of collateral damage that ensued with the use of highly advanced and destructive weapons could wipe out all life on every habitable planet. The fear of squandering so many assets and resources led the Terrans to adopt this custom of limiting the amount of mechs involved in a battle. The strength of a clan and the amount of star systems they ruled no longer depended on their total military might. Instead, it depended on how well they are able to train and equip their elite mech corps. One of the unintended consequences of turning every internal battle in the Confederation into a fair competition was that it turned into public spectacle. While the Terrans still held many versions of competitive mech games, the actual battles between the clans drew the attention of countless Terran and foreign citizens. Axlar Strian was a legitimate highborn scion of the Strian clan. While he wasn't the firstborn heir of a prominent figure in the clan, he nonetheless enjoyed a very privileged station in life. At the moment of his conception, his genes had already been tailored to perfection. The Strian clan spared no expense in ensuring the genes of their main clan members was as superior as possible. The result was that Axlar was already exceptional as a human from the moment of his birth. He was smarter, faster, and stronger than the average citizen of the Confederation. Compared to baseline humans who lived outside the first-rate superstates, the disparity in capabilities grew even wider. Axlar enjoyed a pampered upbringing. The high position of his parents ensured that he was constantly surrounded by luxuries. Naturally, Axlar quickly turned into a spoiled brat. His situation changed a bit when he turned 10. Axlar's parents found out that their son possessed the genetic aptitude to pilot mechs. This was a great opportunity for Axlar. His parents instantly packed him off to one of the Strian clan's many premier mech academies. For the next 15 years, Axlar endured a very rough time. While the mech academies he attended treated any Strian clan member very well, the mech instructors nonetheless forced every student to become good at piloting mechs. No matter what background the Strian clan members possessed, the mech academies did not let up on them just because their parents were powerful. For Axlar, his time at the academies was hell. There wasn't a single hardworking bone in his body. He often got in trouble with the mech instructors for doing less than his best to learn how to pilot mechs. Despite these odds, Axlar managed to graduate from both the basic and advanced mech academy with respectable grades. 2 reasons allowed him to pull through. First, his genetic aptitude was graded at A-, which was extremely good. This meant that Axlar needed to spend less time in practice to become proficient in a specific skill. Second, the talented young mech pilot resorted to taking stimulants in order to get through the day. Even after he graduated from the Advanced Mech Academy, Axlar still continued to take recreational stimulants. Even though he visited a doctor in order to flush out his body and remove his physical dependence to stimulants, his mental addiction still remained as strong as ever. "What a huge waste of a mech pilot!" Ves lamented. Axlar Strian was only a little bit inferior to Venerable Foster when it came to piloting talent. In fact, his superior gene treatments and the other advantages he received should have turned him into an even better mech pilot than Relia Foster in her pre-expert days. Yet Axlar did not spend his time on polishing his piloting skills. Although the Strian clan transferred him to an elite mech corps upon graduation, the wastrel actively avoided serving with them, and instead spent much of his time in an incoherent daze due to all of the stimulants he took. "What a stupid pig!" Ves berated his host. "You've got all of these advantages. Trillions of people in the galactic rim would kill to enjoy even a fraction of your good fortune." Of course, Axlar was so insensate that Ves could be yelling for hours without ever arousing the junkie's attention. To Ves, this was no way to live. "Don't tell me that my entire mastery experience consists of witnessing Axlar getting high all the time?" What about piloting mechs? The entire reason why Ves went along with this trip to the past in the first place was to witness a mech pilot in action from their very minds. He did not sign up to get caught up in the constant euphorias of a useless druggie. "Benny, please hit me up with the 7th formula. I'm in the mood for something more mellow this time." "Master Axlar," Benny coughed. "You have a mech duel on the agenda. One of your friends have come to visit your home planet. You agreed to duel him tonight." "Ah. Is that so? I don't remember. Well, a buzz won't hurt while I'm piloting my mech. Give me the 7th formula, please." "If that is what you wish." Ves looked with amazement as Benny acquiesced to Axlar's demand. As a different wave of pleasure erupted in the mind of his host, Ves simply couldn't fathom how Axlar continued to partake in stimulants with a mech duel just hours away from commencing. After Benny tucked away the syringe containing the 7th formula, he raised his voice yet again. "Master Axlar, seeing as you are about to enter another duel, you should prepare your mech at this time." "Okay. Please summon the interface." Benny pressed a button on his comm which summoned a large projection of what appeared to be a very slick and simplified mech design interface. To V's amazement, Axlar raised his shaky fingers and began to manipulate the interface. He selected various parts which the software automatically put together. Through picking and choosing all of the essential parts of a mech, the AIs working behind the scenes automatically put them together into a single, technically sound design. Not only that, but the AIs completed the design without the input of any human mech designer. Axlar grinned like a bleary drunk. "What do you think about my latest creation, Benny? It's a work of art. Just look at its smooth lines and its cool posture. I'll definitely be victorious tonight." "It is an excellent master, Axlar. No mech designer can ever equal your work," Benny said with a smile. The attendant manipulated the interface before turned it off. "Your mech is being materialized right as we speak. It will be ready for your upcoming duel." VS practically looked on with horror with what had just occurred. The mech that Axlar designed in his highly intoxicated state was anything but a piece of art. It was a bona fide abomination that should have never existed in the first place. Chapter 1150 Extreme Abundance. The Greater Terran United Confederation was the latest manifestation of the oldest continuous state in human civilization. Although the names might change, the humans who looked up to the ancestry of old Earth always referred to themselves as Terrans. As one might expect, Terrans thought highly of themselves. Old Earth was the original birthplace of mankind, and even in the Age of Mechs it continued to play a pivotal role as one of the most important cultural institutions of the human race. The stuck-up ancient clans that ruled at the top were so oppressive and insufferable that at some point during the Age of Conquest, a large amount of colonies rose up in rebellion. Suffice to say, a lot of non-Earth humans hated the Terran elites, and were just waiting for a moment to shake loose from their rule. While the Terrans managed to suppress most of the uprisings in time using their awesome military might, the cowardly Terran leaders kept too many warships close to home. This afforded some of the more powerful rebellious colonies situated further away from old Earth precious time to establish themselves. By the time the conservative Terrans finally realized what their cautious defensive and reactive stance had wrought, the new Rubarth Empire already came into existence. Ever since then, the Terrans needed to contend with the new kid on the block. Having unshackled themselves from the stuffy Terrans, the newly emerged Rubarthans quickly caught up and overtook their old masters. The bold and daring reforms they implemented through every layer of their society enabled the Rubarthans to become incredibly productive. Seeing the Rubarthans rise up and take over the crown that rightfully belonged to the original birthplace of mankind, the Greater Terran United Confederation tentatively reformed their own society. They had no choice. If they continued to stick to the old ways that led to most of their far-flung colonies rising up in arms, the Terrans would continue to decline. In the end, while the Terrans implemented a lot of decent reforms, the ancient clans were far too unwilling to enable others to challenge their oligopoly on power. Many outside observers considered their reforms to be too half-hearted. Many of the same inefficiencies and excesses that plagued the old Terrans still existed in modern times. This was why most of the galaxy considered the new Rubarth Empire to be the new standard-bearers of humanity. Other than the Big Two, most of human space now looked up to the Rubarthans for leadership. VS always thought that the weakness of the Greater Terran United Confederation had always been overstated. Much of the galaxy became so inured in the wide reach of pro-Rubarthan influences that they completely disregarded the fact that the Confederation was still a first-rate superstate. Yet now that the system forcefully inserted his consciousness in the mind of a decadent junkie like Axlar Strian, he began to think the Rubarthans may had a point. Axlar possessed so much talent and ability, but he squandered it all. Just the Alockhart automatic mech design service he had access was an incredibly powerful tool in the right hands. VS had never seen a layman put together a mech so easily. In the right hands, a mech pilot would be able to use the auto designer to pick and choose the properties of a mech from the ground up. This was incredibly valuable because a mech pilot would not be stuck with the same strengths and weaknesses of their existing mechs. A mech pilot who used an auto designer to their full potential would be able to put together a mech that precisely countered the opposition. Combined with materialization technology that could faithfully reproduce any mech design down to the atom, then the power and versatility at Axelar's disposal should have been enough for him to dominate. Yet what did Axelar do with all of this power? He just picked and chose random components, and let the AIs mash them together without any regard for fit and synergy. Ves was vaguely able to determine the date from some of the tech he witnessed in the auto designer's catalog. He estimated that the system sent him back at least 90 years this time. Even then, most of the high technology at Axelar's disposal astounded him. Even though this junkie probably hadn't been coherent enough to know what he was putting in his own mech, the parts he selected all cost a fortune. The mech that Axelar ended up with was technically a multipurpose mech. It featured half a dozen weapon systems, most of them integrated all over the torso and the head of the abomination the AIs produced. Axelar only added a positron rifle and a destroyer sword out of force of habit. The bloated hero mech that came out possessed arms unsuited for the weapons they carried, a targeting system that only worked well with heavy artillery weapons, legs that were a bit too light for all of the mass it was meant to support, a flight system with wings that were way too massive and cumbersome, an armor system that should have only been used in heavy mechs, and an amazingly resilient active shielding system that drained the mech's insufficient power supply within minutes. In other words, the auto-generated hero mech that Axelar was about to duel with was a sluggish, bloated mess with practically no endurance should it activate all of its systems. If Ves was in charge, he would have easily been able to build a mech that was at least 10 times more effective in battle. "You stupid drug-addled idiot!" Ves mentally cursed at Axelar. "Even if you know nothing about mech design, you should at least know better than to weigh your mech down with such a cumbersome armor system. Even if the flight system you chose is powerful, that is only the case with proper media mechs." As it was, the hero mech that Axelar ended up with was practically a sitting duck. Its turning rate was so slow that practically any competent opponent would be able to circle around and attack Axelar's mech from the rear. Even as Ves vented his frustration at Axelar for constantly clouding his mind with recreational stimulant, he also noted the technologies at the Terran Highborn's disposal. Practically every aspect surpassed the technology used in the Galactic Rim by an incredible margin. With all of this high technology and high-grade exotics at the Confederation's disposal, it's no surprise that they don't stick to specialized mech archetypes. Many weapon systems didn't take up a lot of space, but could nevertheless inflict a lot of damage. This led to the trend of integrating various weapon systems in the frame of the mech. It was kind of like integrating frontline mech traits into the frame of a standard humanoid mech. Through combining numerous internal and external weapon systems into a single machine, a multipurpose mech exhibited much fewer apparent weaknesses. Not only that, but many of the high-tech flight systems available in the Auto Designer were not as cumbersome as those used in the Galactic Rim. Better tech and better materials allowed component designers to miniaturize and even break up the flight system into remarkably compact modules. This basically meant that pure landbound mechs didn't exist in first-rate superstates. Almost every mech possessed the capability to fly because it was incredibly easy to integrate flight systems and flight modules to even the heaviest mech frames. If designed correctly, then first-class mechs might even be able to operate under all 4 major environmental conditions. This meant that a single mech could operate on land, in the air, in space, and underwater without suffering any major handicaps to their performance. This is practically the holy land of mech design. Ves envied Axelar's access to so much high technology and excellent materials. Although the scion of the Strion clan was a member of the Terran elite, the mechs piloted by the rank-and-file shouldn't be too much worse. No wonder a lot of masters succumbed to the temptation of moving to the galactic center. With so many possibilities, masters have a much easier time in realizing their ideal mech designs. Still, the sheer amount of abundance at the disposal of the Terrans also led to a lot of waste. Every mech was over-engineered and tried to stuff far more exotic systems and gimmicks than any single machine ought to possess. The high degree of restraint exhibited by mech designers in the galactic rim was nowhere present in the galactic center. More is not always better. Ves mentally shook his head. As a mech designer from the galactic rim, Ves inherited the prevailing values of the region. Efficiency was paramount, and even if he did not always put this priority first, he still valued cost-efficient designs. His exposure to Terran mech standards still left him reeling, to be honest. Ves felt like he was a pauper who lived in the slums all his life, only to be picked up and dropped into a prosperous downtown city district. How many Terrans have access to something like the Auto Designer? Although Ves looked down on the crappy auto-generated mech that Axlar casually put together, it was still a genuine first-class mech that could defeat hundreds of third-class mechs in a straightforward battle. What a waste! Ves couldn't help but lament at Axlar's ugly creation. In practice, the multipurpose mech's lack of mobility and low endurance made the mech far too susceptible against long-ranged artillery bombardment. While Ves continued to mentally berate the awful mech design that Axlar put together, a few hours passed by. Benny finally injected Elixir with some sort of flushing chemical that pulled the completely insensitive junkie back into a half-coherent state. Master Oliver of the Rewald clan has arrived, Benny dutifully informed. Oh? Why is Oliver here? Axlar asked with a slur in his voice. You scheduled a friendly mech duel with him tonight. Don't you remember? After 7 painfully long seconds, Axlar, a light finally dawned in his eyes. Oh right! I promised I would kick his butt this time. With the amazing new mech that I've designed, I'll finally be able to gloat in front of his face. With the assistance of Benny and an array of bots, Axlar freshened up his appearance and donned a very sharp outfit. If not for his hazy eyes and his swaying movements, he might have actually lived up to the high reputation of the Terrans. Moments later, Axlar moved to the foyer of his villa and met his friend. Axlar! How's it going, buddy? I'm feeling fantastic, Oliver. Ever since I took over that pharmaceutical company, I've been enjoying some of the best highs in my life. Hey, don't keep all the good stuff to yourself. I would never deprive you of my stimulants. Benny hit Oliver up with the latest formula. Axlar's bodyguards silently stepped forward. Benny nodded once to Oliver's bodyguards before he injected the guests with a powerful stimulant. Whoa! I'm seeing stars. Damn, I need to sit down for this. I can feel the next wave coming already. Ha! My drug company makes the best stimulants in the galaxy, Axlar boasted. Benny, hit me up with a dose as well. Master Axlar, what about your duel? Forget about the duel. Testing my company's latest formula is much more important. In fact, scrap the duel. And your newly materialized mech? Dump it into a star for all I care. Ves watched with mounting disgust as Axlar and Oliver both forgot about the mech duel they previously scheduled. Instead, they spent the rest of the evening sampling some of the latest stimulant formulas that Axlar's pharmaceutical company developed for their owner. All of the drugs were very potent on their own, but when taken in quick succession, their effects blended with each other to achieve incredibly powerful physiological reactions. Both Axlar and Oliver drugged themselves into a completely smashed and insensate state. Even newborn babies were more coherent than this pair of degenerate druggies.